Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And of course, this entire week, we have all our attention at the Supreme Court of Kenya, where the petition against the win of Deputy President William Samoei Ruto is challenged. And the hearing is on. Today was the Respondent Day. And I'm sure you followed the proceedings. And I'm sure you have one or two things to say about the whole scenario. So you're free to do the same. That is why we give you this opportunity. And of course, there has been also the outcome of the scrutinizing of the ballot box and their papers and their seals. The report is out. What is your take concerning this entire exercise and the outcome? What does it tell of the IEBC and these particular elections? Let us dive into the same. And of course, there has been that the usual security advisory by the USA. I believe we have every reason to begin to ask questions concerning this as Kenyans and be able to get to know what is cooking. They are our partners or they are part of our problems? I think it's a careful trade, but we must begin to ask questions. And of course, today, Malala and the arrest is something we can't go without mentioning. And so we will also dive into the same. Welcome to the show. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Well, we're excited about tonight, even as we look closely on the response that IEBC chair and all the respondents today gave at the Supreme Court, the questions asked by the judges, and where do you think this is headed? A very important question for us to ask and find right answers. Welcome, everybody. We are glad you are out there and you're following closely. And we are here. Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. Kuna Mato Makdates, karibu sana, nasema tuko. Karibu sana, tunashukuru. Nani huyu? Kuna Eunice Obogo. We salute you. Kuna specialization mahindi ya Beast TV. Aya, nakwambia hiyo ni nyingine tu. Karibu lakini specialization. Hey, na specialization, don't repeat your comments. They result into spamming, and that may get us into problems. So just post once, and that's all. Thank you very much. Kuna Maimuna Kadei, thank you so much. Hadija, hiyo lingine utanisomea. Kuna Fatima Nasimiyu, kuna Dennis Celestine Kajuang, nani huyu? Kuna Moses Kenju, Charles Gondwe, Eva Wangila, Dahin Abdi, Edna Kiana, Mary Wainaina, nani huyu? Kibet zo wherever Ronzie, nani huyu? Kuna Maureen Ongoi, Alaf Hesbon Kaunda, Benja Omosh, Vincent Macau, Anderson Neitze, Christopher Kevin, Ambuga Francis, Alaf Jojo Uma, Lydia Inje, nani huyu mwingine? Musa Onyi, Dinatu yetu Msabai. Asante sana. Kuna K.E. Edwin, kuna Igesa George, Eric Silvano, alafu nani Robert Opilu, Hussein Ali, Ali Maingu, Opio Seblon Opio. Asante sana. Kuna nani huyu? Kuna Hesbon Sorobi, Alaf Flo Makoha. Thank you very much. We're glad, everybody. Thank you, everyone who is joining us around the world. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. We want to hear what Kenyans have to say about the close of the Respondent Day at the Supreme Court. And what is your take based on how they responded to what the petitioners said yesterday, and the questions that arose from their response, and the rest of the case? What do you think is going to come out of this Supreme Court? And then, of course, the scrutiny of the ballot boxes from the 45 or so, I was say polling stations or something. The outcome is out there. We'll be reading or citing some of the findings. Those findings enough for us to conclude that the elections wasn't conducted accurately, or somebody attempted to mess up with the outcome of the elections. Mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. The link, let me share it again for anybody who wants to join. We still have a chance. Then there is this, my friend Nan, Kenya Kwanza Dai, there is an issue with your configuration. We can't add you until we are able to control you from this end. Alafu kuna Bonisha case pia. Also, your gadget is not well configured. So there is an issue with that. You need to leave and then configure yourself. Make sure your gadget is well configured. If I'm not able to mute your mic, it means there is a problem with your configuration. And so tujitahidi ili tuhakikishe kwamba tutasonga mbele kwa njia ambayo inaeleweka. Okay, thank you. Haya, Bwana Omar, habari leo?
Niko vizuri Bernard, uendeleaje?
Niko mzima, nashukuru.
Leo tumeona vioja. Watu wa Ruto na IBC wanajitetea. Ile kitu imenifurahisha leo Bernard, nimeona wa majaji wameuliza maswali. Lakini ule mtu sina amani naye hapo Bernard, ni huyu jaji anaitwa
Lenaola.
Kuna fishi Anaola, ni kama anaegemea sehemu moja, lakini hao majaji wote naona wako na taswishi na hii election. Zile maswali walikuwa wanauliza ni swali ngumu sana. Walikuwa wanauliza watu wa IBC na watu wa Ruto kesho walete majibu, lakini huyu Anaola sina jaji sina amani na maybe mtanisamee, lakini nimeona kuna fishi kidogo. Ni kama anaegemea sehemu moja. Alafu kitu ingine kuhusu, kuna jaji ameuliza Koome, Ruto alijuaje kama anashinda, na alijuaje kama anashinda? Hiyo swali unaona ni ngumu sana. watu wa nini wameshtuka sana, na deputy yake akasema, yani karibu wote wamesema kuna shida, lakini huyu jaji mmoja tu, huyu nimekuambia jina yake bado na ninashuku na yeye. Alafu kuna kitu kingine, kuna ile majibu walikuwa wameulizwa jana watu wa Azimio, maloya. Sijui kama hiyo majibu walikuwa wamejibu leo. Maybe unaweza kunieleza Bernard, unajua sikuona zaidi. Ile majibu walikuwa wanaulizwa jana na jaji.
Majibu inatolewa kesho, sio leo. Leo ilikuwa siku ya watu wa Ruto na IBC. So kesho itakuwa sasa wote pamoja. Wataanza na watu wa IBC, alafu watu wa petitioners wapeane majibu yao. Then kesho ndio siku ya kufunga, ndio waende ku retreat, warudi na majibu.
Okay, na kuhusu kitu ingine Bernard, kuhusu Sava watu wazimiwa wanasema hawakuna majibu wamepatiwa kuhusu Sava. Ni Sava moja tu wanasema walifungua, lakini hizo zingine Chebukati amekataa. Lakini huyu jaji Anaola anasema yeye amepata majibu. Kwa nini majaji wengine hawana information, yeye ako na information? Hapo nimekuwa tu na shaka tu na huyu jaji mmoja, lakini kuhusu hiyo Sava, kwa nini Chebukati anakataa? Kuna kitu inaendelea, yani leo tu nimekuwa na shaka tu na huyo jaji mmoja, na maybe utanikosoa Bernard, lakini kuna shaka kidogo, lakini hao majaji wengine mimi sina shaka nao. Vile zile maswali walikuwa wanauliza watu wa IBC upande ya Chebukati na Ruto, hao ndio wamenifurahisha. Na kitu ingine I think hiyo tu ndio leo nimeangalia, maybe unisaidie hapo kuhusu huyu jaji mmoja na hizo kuhusu Sava, mambo inaendaje?
Sawa, thank you Bwana Omar, nashukuru sana. Judge Lenaola is one of the best judges we have in terms of their track record, and the kind of questions he's asking, in my opinion, it is not kuegemea. He just wants to make sure that everybody does their homework well, ili ruling ikitoka useme ulionewa. So ask piercing questions so that wakati mnapeana majibu, give concrete answers. Then from your concrete answers we give the ruling. Lakini mkikuja hapa na story ya fulela wa fulela then you want us to use those stories to judge, then we will rule the other way na msitulaumu. So in my opinion, he wants to help the petitioners wapeane majibu yanayofaa, sio stories. And that in my opinion helps the case because unajua every ruling ya Supreme Court inapasa kuwa president inakuwa kama sheria. So they should not lower the bar that Maraga raised. They cannot rule on evidence that's less than that of Maraga. So for them to rule like Maraga, the petitioners must provide enough evidence that convinces not just the judges, but the whole country to understand what this is. So our judges, our lawyers are going to not to do their homework well and provide sufficient grounds upon which they want the election nullified, it is not the judges to blame. It is the people who brought the case who did not do their homework well. So this is a thesis that the lawyers have to defend. Hao ndio walianzisha. Majudges hawakuseti exam ililetwa na petitioners. Majudges sema basi katika exam yenu tuna maswali 9. Tungependa kupata majibu. Sasa jitetee. The way you go to defend your doctorate. So that is what the judges need to do. The lawyers need to do. But from the look of things, nothing is out of hand yet. Nothing is out of hand. And then, of course, that the Supreme Court, if hakuna unanimous agreement, it will go to voting. And then when it goes to voting, the majority carry the day. That is how the ruling will be arrived at. But let's cross the bridge when we reach the river. Story ya Sava, of course, tumezoea Chebukati hawezi fungua Sava hata mkinimika hata kwa fimbo. Kwa sababu hiyo kile hiyo Sava imeficha. Ni Mungu tu anajua. So I think it's playing delaying tactics, but there is something else that is happening. That one cannot be mentioned. We'll mention it later after the ruling. Thank you very much. Naomba tusonge mbele mbio mbio. Nani huyu tumsikilize Bantu Warrior vipi?
Bernard, habari mzuri sana na wasalimu nyote panel wenzangu, Omar kama kawaida, Karara, Biblet, Lara. Asante sana mwenyewe Bernard. Kwa sasa Bernard, sina mengi sana ya kusema, lakini nimefuatilia japokuwa sengine niko kwa kazi na sengine niko free. Mimi yangu ni moja, ni moja, nitarudi tena baadaye, lakini yangu ni swali moja na Bernard unisaidie.
Dadi, uliza ama umekwama? Umezimiwa stima? Pole, utarudi uulize. Okay, inaonekana hii hitilafu ya mitambo. Naomba sasa turuke
Niko Bernard, niko ya yangu
umerudi. Haya, uliza
kwa haraka. Mimi Bernard unisaidie, kwa bwana jaji mmoja alikuwa anataka kujua kwa nini zile voti zilikuwa still zina trickle on the second day after the whole polling station has been closed after many hours. Why these votes they were still coming in? Ni hayo kwa sasa Bernard. Asante.
Okay. Thank you. And that is the soul searching question. Ndio nilikuwa nauliza, judges are listening keenly and are following this case keenly. And then also you need also to understand the main argument of the case is not on the floor of the Supreme Court. It's in the evidence that has been filed, written evidence. Okay, so that's what they will consider. So hii ingine ya drama ya piki pongi, just to entertain us and help us get the gist of the case. But the real issue will come from the written evidence that is submitted. And then that is something that IBC has to come out clear and tell us, network ilikataa, ikakuja after 4 days, after 24 hours. That is a mystery that they have to break down and convince the court that there was nobody cooking things. Now, hiyo ndio sababu hata hii server iko na story. Why they don't want access to the server? It has nothing to do with security or the software. It has everything to do with concealing that information. But how will they explain it? Because I saw their IT guy explaining things in his own way and rubbishing. Unakumbuka hiyo response yake about suppressing votes. He says the same people in Vihiga, the percentage in Vihiga was not very different from Kakamega. The best way to argue the case, you would say the percentage turn up in 2017 in Kakamega, okay, was this, and that it is the same even after the calling of the governor's paper on the eve of the voting. You don't compare two different counties, you compare two similar counties. This year ilikuwa 77, the 2013 ilikuwa 77, 2022 imekuwa 77. So the postponement of the election did not affect anything. But if the drop was much in 2022, then there is a reason why that happened, and the postponement of the elections must have been affected by that. So hiyo ndio swala ambalo ni lazima lielezwe. Then hiyo story ya JPEG kubadilika ikuwe PDF, mtasema kizungu yote, but at the end of the day hapo ndio kutakuwa na kitu. Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa nani, anasema nitengeneze suti ya yellow. Mimi siko tayari kutengeneza suti ya yellow. Sijaivaa suti ya yellow. Azioni nikivaa hivi karibuni. Kwa hivyo nitaendelea tu kuvaa ya blue. Labda shati ya yellow mkiniletea, lakini suti yangu ya blue nitavalia na shati ya yellow ili ili mkitaka tukue na undugu tuendelee namna hiyo, lakini suti ya yellow hapana, nimekataa. Asante. Lakini so don't worry, I hope that settles that. Tungoje kesho ndio mbivu na mbichi. I mean the response from IBC on those questions, and then response by the petitioners Kinorengo about what the judges asked yesterday, Tukishamaliza hiyo, the judges are going to close the matter. They will go to retreat Monday, wapasue mbarika.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, nimekubali, tutasubiri kesho. Kuna sosa haiko mbali. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bantu Warrior. So naomba nani tumsikilize mzee Karara kwanza ndio turudi kwa Olara. Olara, wewe si unajua ndio chairman wa hiki kikundi. Nitaanza kukutoza ushuru in fact. Mzee Karara, karibu.
Habari za leo?
Salama. Vipi huko?
Wote wazima, Omar, Bantu Warrior, Solara, Be Blessed na wengine naona wanaingia hata wakina Eunice. Ole jana bado nini hitilafu ilinikabili. Uliona nilipotea. Lakini kwa leo nimeona tuko sawa.
Yes, endelea.
Kama tulifuatilia kile kilinifurahisha, hata sio ushahidi wa IBC na yani mawakili, kile kimenifurahisha katika siku ya leo ni maswali kutoka majaji. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa inanifurahisha because walikuwa nataka kuwaelezea kwamba hao ni Wakenya, waliona kile kitu ilikuwa inaendelea kwa televisheni. Kwa hivyo maswali ambayo ilikuwa inaulizwa ni yale Mkenya anauliza. Kwa nini screen izimwa? Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza wameuliza. Kwa nini screen ilizimwa? Tu, kwa nini wale commissioners wane walitengwa? Hiyo ndio maswali ambayo Kenya inauliza. Kwa hivyo majaji wanaulizia wana Kenya maswali. Mtueleze ni kwa nini mliweka screen, ni kwa nini commissioner mliwatenga. Wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa.
Asante sana mzee Karara, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Naomba sasa turudi kwa Lara. Tutaanza sasa kumix the old and the new. Bwana Lara, utangulizi tu vipi? Lakini
leo ni siku mzuri sana, lakini kuna sauti unapaka unasikia sauti kwa background. Kama kuna sauti unitoe. Unasikia sauti yote kwa background? Kama kuna sauti nitaendelea. Unasikia? Kama unisikii toe, alafu nitarudi baadaye kwa sababu leo I'm here until morning. Lakini before nitoke nataka uongee mambo article 140, alafu the IBC article of chairmanship, hiyo mama vice president aliuliza. Consider of these two, you'll get the answer for the judgment. Asante, niko kwa njia sasa hizi, nitakuja baadaye.
Bernard usikiki. Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia wewe.
Okay, cool. I think Bernard ni kama ametolewa kidogo. Leo Kalara, Eunice, Festus, Kilif, mko sawa?
Uko sawa?
Nitaanza na swali liliulizwa jana na Makiadi. Aliuliza kama the postponement of governor election will affect presidential results. Nitaanza kwa kusema like it affected because ukiangalia ile voter turnout, kuna mtu pale anakuanga ameenda tu kuvotia governor, tuseme ni wa kutoka kwake the clan. Unajua tuko tu, lakini tribalism still iko. Kuna mtu anaenda kuvotia governor, anaenda kuvote kwa sababu ya governor, na akiasikia like governor vote, governor yuko kwa debe, ataenda kuvote. Despite all that, kuna mtu anatoka, tuseme anakaa nje, like tuseme anakaa Europe, anasikia kuna general election na kura yake iko huku, anapea ticket, anakuja kama Kenya hivi kuvote. So akikuja akisikia hakuna governor, you don't expect that person akirudi atakuja kuvotia governor wake. And despite all that, ukiangalia kama Kakamega, despite kupostpone gubernatorial election, Kimskit weren't working, they were not working at all. So hiyo to me, na kuna some voters were, so they felt like they can't wait anymore because uko voting ilianza kitu saa 6. So wengine wakarudi home, so ili affect turnout na ika affect presidential election. Okay, tukirudi kwa leo, like leo niliona watu wa KK na majanji wa maninio maloyas wa Chemkati waliongea sana hadi nikashikwa na wasiwasi like kwani I thought they have carried the day, but by the end of the day zile maswali zimekuja, they have given me like limelight. Kuna swali liliulizwa sana kila every judge, like I think alirudia, like was all the judges were trying to ask what is the role of the commissioners, na hiyo swali ni zito sana because they were the petitioners, like walikuwa wanasema like the commission, the 4 commissioners were given another choice to perform instead of performing the work the katiba imewapatia kufanya, which is verifying the results. Another thing iliimbuka ni kuhusu watu wa Venezuela. Watu wa KK walikuja kujidefend like Venezuela walikuja kama watu wa maintenance, sijui maintenance what, and the question arose like what were they maintaining at the time the exercise started. Kuna swali lingine liliulizwa, sijui ni Smoking Ojala, like mbona Chebukati alikuwa na haraka sana ya ku announce presidential election, yet there was 27 counties which were constituencies which are not verified and announced. Yet there was still why mbona Chebukati like aku postpone ku announce hiyo election ya president, yet he had another day remaining to do that. I think hiyo ni swali iliimbuka. Alafu kitu ingine ni mbona transmission of results was stopped, mbona ilisimamishwa ikaacha because they were claiming like if kama ni mtu anashindwa yenyewe anaona yenyewe hizi ni results zenye zinaingia naelekea na kushindwa, mbona they were stopped. Another thing iliimbuliwa ni like mbona wakati commissioners wale wane Chebukati realize because Mwilo alidai like yeye alikuwa anaangalia kwa TV na akaona before the event chairman start announcing, akaona wengine another 4 commissioners wako Mali Serena wana announce, so she was like Chebukati and all the end time to do that, to make sure the commission is well iko pamoja na imekama up ni with one agreement. Mbona hakuchukua time kuelezea wananchi like unajua niaje hapa kumeingia shida na kuna problem imetokea, so mtupatie time we resolve because we still have another day, we will announce like tomorrow. Mbona anaulizwa mbona hakuchukua hii jukumu kuhakikisha commission yote imeagree on the same thing before announcing. I think that's what I can say, and that was heard from the judges. Thank you, Bernard, for the chance.
Okay, asante sana Blessed. We appreciate that. Good analysis and good observations. And all we seek here is the truth. We want our country governed in a way we can understand. We don't want mysterious presidents, mysterious governors, mysterious MP. Wala ambao tulienda tukapanga line tukavote hivi. Na tunajua jirani alivotia nane, tukajua ndugu alivotia nane nini. Lakini kura zikihesabiwa pap tunalitewa the opposite. Hiyo mambo lazima yakomeshwe. So the Supreme Court should be keen on this. Tuambiwe ukweli na tupate ukweli wetu, ili Wakenya wapone na nchi isonge mbele. Lakini tukiendelea na kuficha dhambi, Biblia inasema hatutafanikiwa. Eunice, habari ya leo?
Habari Bernard na wenzangu wote.
Salama salama, siku nyingi, ulipona?
Nilipona, sasa niko sawa.
Asante, karibu.
Ya. Mungu amenijalia, niko mzima, niko na health. Sasa ni mambo tunakimbizana nayo, naona mtu wetu alipokonywa. Lakini Mungu atatujalia tu. Sasa mimi ile kitu kimenipo leo ni maneno sasa watu wa our lawyers wa IPC wa chairman hawa wana mtu ni aseme ile point yenye chaji wataelewa kwenye wataipeleka na vile wataianza.
Yes.
Sasa hii maneno mengine ati tulikutana na fulani saa 9, saa 10 alikuwa anataka hivi, nikasema hivi, mimi nikakataa kidogo. Hawa wengine walikuwa hiyo side, walikuwa wanataka nitangaze mtu fulani. Hiyo si ati ndio tunataka kwa koti. Hiyo ni nonsense. Sisi tunataka Chebukati atuambie form 34A na senye zilikuwa huko kwa foto siko the same. Mahesabu ile yenye walipiga inaambatana na ile sile kura wananchi walipiga. Atuambie mahesabu yote vile kulienda, gine saa juu, hizi zingine za juu 500,000 and something zenye zimeongezewa zilitoka wapi? Ghost. Sile ghost zimetoka wapi? Lakini mambo ya kusema hiyo hakuna mtu akonaacha nayo. Tulikutana na fulani alikuwa anataka hivi, mimi nikakataa kidogo. Hiyo iwezi ikatusaidia. Ni asema alipotelea wapi? Na ukweli ni gani? Ndio koti iweze kupata mwelekeo. Lakini hiyo maneno mengine ni propaganda. Hiyo kitu kimeniuti ile saa yule lawyer alikuwa anaendelea kuelezea masaa, dakika, kusema huyu alikuwa anataka hivi, huyu alikuwa anataka hivi. Sisi hatuna acha na hizo. Ile tunataka ni watoe mwelekeo. Ni wapi kulienda vibaya ili koti iweze kutupea mwelekeo kwenye tunafaa kuenda ni njia gani? Kama ni fresh election ama itasema namna gani? Lakini zile vitu excuses zenye huwa Chebukati anatoa pale asina maana. Lakini hawa wengine majaji wamenifurahisha kulisia ile maswali wameuliza. Na hii mambo ya percentage hiyo wanasema 56% ndio ilipiga kura, wengine wanakuja wanasema ni 64. Ni apige mahesabu atupe ile yenye ilikuwa ni gani. Ionyesane ni watu wangapi walipiga kura na mtu mwenye anafaa kushinda anafaa kuwa na percentage gani. Hiyo ndio tunataka, mahesabu ya rahisi tu. Vile unaweza piga 1 plus 1 ikuletee tu, lakini isilete 11. Lakini sasa ile propaganda nimeona pale, lakini nashukuru majaji wana understand na wanaona kwenye wanafaa kuweka mwelekeo. Na sasa hii swali jaji ameuliza, hawa makomishoni 6 waelezee, ICP chairman aelezee kazi yao ni gani. Wao wamewekwa pale wafanye kazi gani, na yeye anafaa kusimamia kazi gani? Juu kila mtu para ako na kazi yake. Nikimaliza kazi yangu yenye nafaa kufanya na kupea, ukague, kama ni mzuri utangaze, kama ni mbaya usema hapana, hii ni mbaya. But hiyo ndio kazi yangu, lakini uwezi ukakuja kufanya kazi yangu na uache yako. Sasa wale makomishona 4 wako na right. Juu kazi yenye wamepewa hawakufanya, ilifanywa na mtu mwenye si wa hiyo kazi. Na akajitangazia mwenyewe. Ni atuambie hao watu wamewekwa hapo juu ya nini na kazi yao ni gani. Kama hakuna kazi huko, watolewe, Chebukata awe ni yeye anafanya hiyo kazi yote. Ngoja nifikie hapo penalty.
Okay, asante Eunice. Thank you so much. That is a good one, and we look forward to getting to the bottom of this. Naomba tusimalize hii kitu bila kujua ukweli uliko wapi. 2017 iliishia tu hivyo, tukaachwa kwa mataa. This time tunakataa kuachwa kwa mataa. Even if
penalty nimesahau kidogo.
Yes.
Sasa Chebukata ni arasimishwe afungue safa. Juu sasa kama atafungua hiyo safa, election nyingine inaweza fanywa aje? Hata tukisema saa hii tufanye new election, tuende fresh kwa kiwanja, ni nini itatumika? Ni hiyo imekataliwa kufunguliwa ndio itatumika, ama nyingine wataleta kutoka huko kwa sijui ni kwa wa Filipino ama ni wapi ndio tutumie? Hatuwezi tukatumia kitu yenye kiko na makosa na kiko kuagiza na tukioni. Hatuwezi tukakitumia tena.
Asante sana Eunice. Very good, very good. We look forward to getting to the bottom of this. And ni jukumu letu kama Wakenya kuuliza haya maswali ili tupate majibu. Kuna kitu ambayo Wakenya tuko nayo tabia ya kutofuatilia maneno. Okay, kuna poem moja tulifanya shule inaitwa mwepesi wa kusahau. After all this Supreme Court, by next week kila mtu atakuwa amesahau kila kitu. Na diposa after 5 years we are still finding ourselves where we were in 2017. If we are people that follow through to find out what happened and insist on it, we wouldn't be where we are and we would not be having this Chebukati madness. But all in all, we pray that this time round hakutakuwa na business as usual. Festus Obi, vipi?
Wanipata?
Unapatikana vipi?
Asante sana for accepting me in the platform, though it's my first time. I've just been following you kwa Facebook, though sijawahi kuingia ndani live hivi. Though jana nilikuwa na wasiwasi kidogo, by jioni nikakuwa na furaha nilipoona the president. Alafu leo pia nimekuwa na furaha kidogo niliposikia kumbe the Kenya Kwanza pia wameulizwa maswali kama vile tuliulizwa jana. Ndio nikajiambia kwamba pia wako na maswali, sisi pia tuko na maswali, sasa kesho ni siku ya kujibu. So nataka kwenda tu kidogo tu mbele na naomba wenzangu kama mtanijibu. kesho ndio inaisha na the judges are going for the retreat na wanakuja on Monday. The question is, after wame decide kwamba this is going to be the resolution, is the president going to be notified before waende on air live kuambia wananchi this is what we have decided, or the president is also going to watch it on the TV vile wananchi wengine? Nataka tu kama mtu anaweza nijibu hapo. That's the only thing I have.
Wewe bwana Festus, serikali ifanyangi kazi hivyo, so wewe utangoja kwa screen, lakini huku kwingine kwa mfano I'm the one hosting this show, okay? Niko na powers nyingi kuliko wewe ambaye umehudhuria, so nikitaka kutupa nje naweza kutupa wewe, nikitaka kumute na kumute, lakini huwezi kunimute, so that is it. So gava ifanye kazi ati rais asitukia ati Malala ameenda kushikwa. Hapana, apewanga habari mapema, tunaenda kukamata mtu.
Okay, understand. Sawa, asante.
Okay, thank you.
Unaweza enda kwa the next person.
Okay, asante Festus. Thank you. Then that is not I'm saying that the president being informed ahead of time is not out of order. That is how things operate. Even before Chebukati announces, then he is supposed to inform the sitting president. It is illegal for the president to be surprised about anything. If kama umekuwa hapa unakaa uko na umri wa makamo, if you were here during in the early 90s, when Kibaki launched DP, okay, party, we had a CID alikuwa anaitwa Kinoti. Kinoti. Alikuwa akifanyia Moi. Okay? And then hiyo party ikakuwa launched kama President Moi hajui. Anaiona kwa KTN. That was the last day that man was sacked. See, how can he be in charge of investigations na mtu kama Kibaki alikuwa vice president, ameenda kulaunch political party na president hana habari? You understand that? So the intelligence has to inform him even for negative things plus the positive things. So the Supreme Court cannot give a ruling until it's copied to Uhuru Kenyatta as the sitting president. Asante sana. James Ateka. Sasa. Unmute. Mic is beside your name on the screen. Una click kwa hiyo mic iko kando ya jina yako, ndio ukiongea tunasikia. Bado. Click tena.
Habari wenzangu.
Salama. Vipi huko?
Poa.
Haya, karibu mawili matatu tusonge.
Na wasalimu wenzangu, nimefurahi sana kuwakuta na nimekuwa nikiwafuatilia sana. Nikafutiwa na mambo zenu, ikabidi leo niingie nami. Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuingia hewani, lakini kufuata niko pamoja na nyinyi tangu kuanza. Mimi swali lile na furahia vile machache wamesema, lakini kile mimi nashindwa, Kenya tumekuwa tukifanya maneno na tunasahau. Mtu anafanya makosa anasamewa. Sijui kama wakati huu kama Chebukati atapatikana guilty kulingana na vile maswali yameulizwa, akasima sava, akasima mambo ya kuhesabiwa on, kama hatachukuliwa hatua ama tutayachukulia tu rahisi tupitie kando.
Okay.
Sijui kama mnanipata. Nimemaliza mimi.
Tunakupata, endelea.
Lile lingine ninataka kuuliza, nilifurahia roya huyu Otieno. Aliuliza ni tunaenda Supreme Court kwa maneno ya Chebukati tu kila wakati. After 5 years ni Chebukati. Na hakuna action inachukuliwanga. Sasa sijui kama raundi watamchukulia. Aliambiwa afungue 7, akafungua nusu, akakataa. Kwa nini sheria haichukui mkondo wake iende ifungue iangalie kabla ya kuambia sisi vile huyo dada aliuliza? Yangu ni hayo tu.
Okay, asante James. And we are waiting for the answers tomorrow on how the response will be done. Chebukati anaweza kuchukuliwa hatua, lakini kama anakuwa vile wanasema is being Gitu leo amesema is which hand then tutaona kama is just which hand ama ana hatia. Akiwa na hatia, sisi kama Wakenya tunaomba achukuliwe hatua. Tukimwacha hivyo sasa itakuwa mazoea. Then kama mtu vile amesema if IBC is gotten off the hook for what they have done so far, then prison zote zifunguliwe, kila mtu aende nyumbani, kwa sababu hakuna haja. Kwa sababu kama sheria ina apply kwa kila mtu. Kama ina apply kwa wachache alafu wengine wanaendelea kusafa, hiyo hairuhusiwi. But all in all, that's why there is this petition and we want to follow it, tujue mbivu na mbichi kulingana na sheria. Lakini naomba kila Mkenya, kesi itaamuliwa kulingana na sheria. Okay? Haitaamuliwa kulingana na urefu wa judge, ufupi wa judge, ama kupendelea hii side, kulingana na sheria. So the more law you cite that has been violated by IEBC, the better for you in your petition. And the more law you cite in how you defend IEBC, they did this according to the law. It is the law that pushed Chebukati to announce. It is the law that made Chebukati to go to the room, lock himself, and tally. If you cite the law, then uko na kesi mzuri. Lakini kama huna sheria, wewe unataka tu kusema ni which hand na hiyo masuala mengine, jipange sawa sawa. Well, thank you everybody. Thank you those of you who are inviting people to follow. Please, let's keep doing that. And if you're following us on Facebook, this show continues even after we disconnect from Facebook. And so we encourage you to subscribe on YouTube. YouTube gives us more hours. Like yesterday's show went on and on and on. After 10 hours, it was still on, and the previous one. So una miss if you are not a subscriber on YouTube. Make sure you do that. Thank you very much. Blessed iko nini?
Ben, nilikuwa nasema hivi, naona watu wamejaa. Kama kuna mtu wako backstage, unaweza nitoa kwa sababu mimi nishaongea. Mimi niko hapa mpaka asubuhi. So unaweza nitoa uingiza mwingine na contribute pia.
So, thank you. If you have made submission and unaona you can leave space for somebody, it's okay. It's quite in order kwa sababu the studio can only hold one person, 10 people at a time. Tukishafika 10 tunafungia, wengine wote wanagoja kwa queue. Thank you very much, Blessed, for that. Tumsikilize Obutu first. No, public participation, huh? Public participation, yes, alafu takuja kwa yes. Thank you. How are you?
Fine. How are you, Pastor?
I'm fine, thank you.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
Yes. So I didn't get to follow the whole defense for Ruto, but the little I have seen from the news is like these people now, their strategy is to deny everything. So sasa wanaanza na mambo ya sijui the logs were forged. If there was a problem with 34A, that is not Chebukati's fault. It's the fault of the returning officer. It's the fault of the polling officer. What does it have to do with Chebukati? Chebukati does not deal with 34A. The system cannot be penetrated. It cannot be hacked because it has 2 firewalls. Yani, I just looked at them and I was seeing some judges, is it Lenaola Mamgani, they're looking convinced. They're starting to look convinced by those excuses. And then now, to make matters worse, wakasema ati there's nothing we can do about Chebukati. Chebukati hawezi kutolewa kwa ofisi. If we are to go in a runoff, that means we are going to have a constitutional crisis in this country, because kutoa Chebukati sio rahisi. IBC is an independent body. There is a procedure for removing the chairman. You cannot just remove him because there are some people who came here with an affidavit saying that he did ABCD. So they were saying that we are going to have a constitutional crisis. So the only way to solve the problem is just to declare your computer elect as the president. Sasa unashindwa, yani, in these defenses of this Ruto and IBC, you can just see the level of impunity. That ninaweza fanya ile kitu ninataka because I'm protected by the Constitution. The Constitution has put up a very long procedure of removing me if I'm a chairman of IBC or chair lady of IBC, no matter how much I misbehave within it work office. And then they are like, even right now, the president is just a caretaker. He cannot do so many things. He doesn't have the full powers. So to solve the problem so that the country does not go into a constitutional crisis, just declare the guy to be the winner. So I'm really, and then now the worst thing is I was starting to see some of those judges ninaona ni kama wanashawishika because the strategy they came with ni strategy ya kila kitu ni forgery. Hiyo data yenye Mkia Mutata alileta it doesn't have any proof. Walitoa wapi? Kama ni logs za hiyo system, the people who are entering in the system, the people who are, so many people were entering, others were entering remotely, walipata wapi logs? Hizo logs ni forged. You see, so anyway, they were trying to dismantle the case completely and show that there's actually no evidence and that everything that was presented is just a fabrication, because where did they get the data? Sasa na zile zenye zilikuwa zinahesabiwa, like the one for, is it Majengo ama wapi, yenye haikukuwa na 34A, 1 out of 2. So wanasema sasa, what does that have to do with Chebukati? Chebukati does not deal with 34A. Yeah, anangojea tu results, anatumiwa from Kim's kit. He doesn't know what is happening on the ground, you see. So it's rather unfortunate. And then now kuna message yenye imekuwa ikienda around on the social media. I don't know how true it is, ama ni hiyo propaganda machine ya nani ya hustler, because hao wanapendanga sana hizo mapropaganda. So it's from American Embassy. Wanasema ati the people who are in Kisumu, they make sure that wasitoke nje on 5th September because there is a possibility of violence. So that basically you now watch people, this message which is coming out is that America already has some information that this ruling is going to favor hustler. So they have to warn their people who are in Kisumu because that is a stronghold of Baba, and of course if the ruling is not in favor of Baba, there'll be violence then. Alafu kuna journalist yenye wametumwa hapa wako respondents wakuja wapiga mapicha vile watu wanapigana. So atmosphere si mzuri. We have been in tension now for this the 3rd week. Tulikuwa tension ile wiki ya kwanza ya August, tukaingia hii ingine. Sasa this in fact not 3rd, is it the 4 weeks? Sasa hii tumemaliza mwezi. 4 weeks tumekuwa kwa very high tension. Hata ukienda kwa maombi wewe mwenyewe unashindwa kujiombea, you are just praying for the country because now you are like, when you imagine violence ikitokea venye watu wanakufanga, watoto, like the other time even children were killed. So kuna tension mbaya yenye iko around, and then propaganda ya nani now it's gone overboard. Then the way they have rubbished all the claims, it seems like some judges, they are now confused. They are not sure whether evidence or documents yenye ililetwa kutoka kwa team ya Raila na hao respondents wengine wenye who filed affidavits in favor kina Okiya Mtata, they are not sure whether that, I mean, all his team ya Ruto yote ni team ya kufanya ukue confused. Sasa hata mwenyewe unaanza kudoubt, is this the real thing ama where did we get this? These are not the genuine documents, this is just hearsay. In fact, that's all what they were saying, this is just hearsay and you cannot act on anything that is hearsay. Yeah, that's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public participation, you need, first of all, take it easy. Secondly, msema pweke hakosi. Leo ilikuwa siku yao kurespond. So kesho ndio wataulizwa, kuna ile inaitwa cross examination. Okay? Chebukati anapaswa ku run the election, not wait for results. Run the election. Presiding officer, returning officer, na kila mtu anayehusika katika election ako chini ya Chebukati. Anakuwa hired by Chebukati, anakuwa trained by Chebukati. Akifanya makosa iko juu ya Chebukati. Chebukati hawezi kusema hahusiki na form 34A. Then if form 34A, kama hahusiki na form 34A, kwa nini afanye verification? Verification is to confirm kwamba hii form ndio ilitoka kwa nini na iko na same result na ile ilitumwa. So if he doesn't care what is in form 34A, then it means he's incompetent. He cannot organize and run an election. So that still lands on me. So some of the arguments being posed by Kinagitu and all that, na hiyo story ya kupush story ya constitutional crisis is just to hype up emotions. The truth is, if there is law violation in the running of the election should be nullified if it's sufficient enough. Lakini kusema ati there will be constitutional crisis, it was envisioned in the constitution, and there is how to take care of that. There can be Uhuru Kenyatta can only leave office when there is a new president. Until the new president is sworn in, Uhuru continues. And then IBC, the orders given by the Supreme Court become law. That means if the Supreme Court says there will be a fresh election, they can even order fresh election. Fresh meaning when we go, we are not going for a runoff. Runoff means two people run and whoever wins becomes president. Fresh election means even if we go, somebody has to get 50+1. They have the capacity to do that. Then if IBC doesn't have to be used to conduct election, we can hire a private company to come and run that presidential election. So there is no place for constitution crisis. Achana story ya Gitu na hiyo story yake ya kusikia watu that there will be constitution crisis and just fear mongering. Constitution crisis is being anticipated. We are not yet there. We'll get there, and there is how to get out of there. The law is not silent on the matter. But for the rest of the people who listen to the proceedings, understand, wakati lawyer atajitetea kivyake. Uliona vile wana avoid maswali ama wana avoid kulenga kule mambo yako. Hiyo ndio njia yao kujitetea. But eventually, kesho sasa kutakuwa na cross examination. Unakataa hizi logs hizo zako. Hizo logs hazikupeanwa na Mtata. Okay, some of the logs zile ni forensic audit ilitoka kwa DCI kuhusu Venezuelans. So Chebukati should come and tell us DCI imeanza ku manufacture logs za IBC from forensic audit. Tuchezee, sisi tulienda kwa shule hata kama tulienda tumechelewa. All the same, let's keep praying for the country, and we hope for the very best. All we want is this country to move forward in the right way. If it is so proved that there were over 2 million people who voted, now you see the figure has jumped. Instead of 65.4 is now 56. They should tell us this difference. Hii difference ilileta ushindi, okay? Watuambie hii 60 ili tukaje kutoka 56 ikaenda hiyo. So Chebukati yako na kesi ya kujibu. Tusianze ku despair. Thank you. Oh, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. You can mute your mic unless kuna swala la unangesema.
Okay, let me leave so that someone else can come.
It's okay. Thank you, public participation. We appreciate it. Tusonge mbele sasa. Nikas Williams, are you there?
Bernard, umeniita mimi?
Nimeita wewe, vipi?
Okay. Habari za jioni. Hapa kwetu sisi ni jioni. Huko kwenu sijajua ni za ngapi.
Usiku.
Leo I've been closer following the proceedings kwa Supreme Court leo the whole day, ila nikawa disappointed hapo mchana. Yule bwana alikuwa analeta figures zake ana display na PowerPoint, nikasema tumekwisha si. Lakini later on nimeona kama vile tu anaongea. Mimi mwenyewe si sheria, I don't know about laws, lakini nikawa naona kama anaongea mambo mengi sana ambayo sometimes hayaleti sense kwenye zile figure zake. Analalamika pale, nikasema wataalamu wa sheria watakuja waseme wenyewe. Lakini chenye nataka tuzungumze hapa ni kwamba sisi tunataka hiyo election iwe ya kweli. Kama baba alishindwa kweli, tuseme sawa, twende nyumbani. Lakini kama alishinda, basi hata kama watatuambia twende kwenye rerun, it's okay, we can go back. Sasa tuna Chebukati atafanywa nini kesho? That's not, hatutaki kuzungumzia saa hizi. Tunachotaka saa hizi kujua kura ya baba ilienda wapi. Hiyo ndio tunataka tujue. Na nikaona kama official communication ya ile kampuni iliyokuwa ina deal na servers za IBC, wamekataa kufungua servers zingine ambazo koti iliamua zifunguliwe. So you can imagine hao watu wanachezea akili yetu sisi wa Kenya, wanatuona kama wajinga kiasi kwamba ati reason yao wanayosema kwa nini wamekataa kufungua server ni kwa sababu kampuni yao huwa inaendesha uchaguzi mingi kwa nchi zingine, watakosa wateja. What is the mission of this company? Ni kuja kuiba kura za watu au mission yao huwa ni nini? Ile nilipo inote nikasema wataalamu wetu watakuja kesho, akina Orengo na timu yake watatuambia. Na leo sitaki nimuulize sana tena kuhusu nini kinaendelea huko behind the scene. Kama jana niliuliza habari ya hizo ballot boxes zilifunguliwaje na makosa yalionekanaje, ila niliona Sifuna akileza kwa clip moja kidogo imenipa relief. Hiki kitu tunachoenda sikiliza saizi, tunataka kujua kura ya baba ilienda wapi. Na kama kweli huyu bwana mtaalamu wa technology wa IBC anatuambia ati zile 34 form 34A ziko sawa na zile form 34A ambazo ziko kwa poto, lakini Chief Justice amemuuliza swali. Umesema there is a cooked figure somewhere. Umesema kuna form 34A ambazo zimeletwa na petitioners kwamba zimetengenezwa kwa Photoshop. Okay, tomorrow please come and demonstrate to us here. How can you that is, form 34A, utuonyeshe na sisi koti tuone kama inawezekanaje. At least ile nayo niliona ilinipa relief. Guys, ukweli ni kwamba leo mimi nilikuwa nimeloa maji kwa sababu ya ile situation iliyokuwa inatokea hapo Supreme Court. Lakini wacha tuulize nyinyi mnaokaa karibu hapo, Bernard, huko nyuma tuna majibu? Are we have evidence, concrete evidence, ili kesho tuje tunyoroshe mtu hapa? Maana hiyo tu ndo inataka kuninyima usingizi, lakini otherwise hiyo swali nauliza, huko nyuma vipi? Tuko na majibu ya kujibu? Maana tumeambiwa ati we have not produced evidence kwamba ile form 34A iliyopatikana kwa kituo haiko sawa na hii iliyoko kwa poto. Na wanasema everything was okay, hakuna mtu aliingia kwa system, everything was fine. Sasa najiuliza, ni kweli sisi jeshi ya baba tunaweza kwenda Supreme Court hatuna evidence kweli? Bernard.
Sawa, thank you Williams. Naomba hivi sababu ya kwenda Supreme Court ni kwa sababu kulikuwa na ushahidi. Huo ushahidi utapeanwa kwa koti. Leo ilikuwa watu wa IBC na watu wa Ruto wa respond kwa yale petitions ziliwekwa jana. Okay? Leo ilikuwa siku yao kupeana majibu wakijieleza. So kesho watakuwa cross examined. Cross examined means wewe unasema hii form si yenu, okay? Ni ya nani? Okay? Kama kuna form 34A zinatoka polling station moja na ziko 2 ama 3, inawezekana. Anasema hizi ni Photoshop. Okay, Photoshop ilitengenezwa wapi? Saa ngapi? Kama ilikuwa downloaded. So kama ilikuwa downloaded from your server, server yenu inatengeneza Photoshop. So those questions will be answered tomorrow, and then we'll know what is there. But all in all, the judges have what it takes. So far hakuna evidence, judges wanangoja kupewa. Wako nayo. Hiyo mabox yote iko nayo na wanaenda scrutinize where they need to confirm, then they will give a ruling that is good not just for Kenya Kwanza or for Azimio. They will give a ruling that is good for Kenya. That is what I anticipate. But what I also want everybody to prepare themselves for is that anything can happen. Anything can happen. So let us not lock ourselves into one small box and say we either have it this way or this way. Anything can happen. But the quest for justice and the quest for truth will not be stopped until we get to the bottom of the same. So the ruling can go whichever way it wants to go. But all in all, ukweli utakwenda kujulikana kama sio leo, baadaye. And that's why I want everybody to take it easy, relax. Kwanza, this is not a matter of life and death. The country is bigger than every one of us, and let's be set to run the affairs of this country the best way we know how. Sawa. Asante sana. Honorable Anthony Muita, your device is not well connected, so we can't add you to the studio. Toka kwanza, enda unini wakati unaingia, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. Don't disallow it to control your phone, because if you do, hautaweza hata kuwasiliana, hata tukikuongeza itawezekana. Mkenya imara, unavunja sheria, hawezi kwenda nyuma ya curtain while on the screen. All right, let's listen to Obutu as we proceed. Obutu, vipi?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Mnanisikia?
Ya, unapatikana, kuna kakelele kidogo lakini endelea tu.
Let me put this thing off. Niko salama, mmeshindaje leo?
Tuko poa.
Kelele imepunguka.
Yeah, it's okay. Carry on.
Yes, mimi niko salama. I don't have much to say today. I think I'm also learning. I've been following up in terms of what is happening. The day went well. I was listening to the respondents, the IBC, the ones responding to the president-elect, and then I think, and also listening to the judges during the evening. I think for me, one thing that I noted is the former Attorney General. I thought that he's putting himself in a very awkward situation. He should be the person protecting the Constitution. And I think I liked the way Njokindongo posed a question to him is that last time in 2017, what was he? He was neutral. He was amicus curiae or something like that. But today he came defending the respondents. And I think looking at Njoki's language was like, how would have you handled this case? Suppose you were sitting on the benches that we are sitting. The way he was coming out and even trying to defend the chair, I thought it was not in order, because anybody else, even if it's just a Jokal, even if it's a residents association, or even a group of players, 11 of them in a team of football, plus the coach and everybody, you need to come and agree on basic issues. How do you want to have your game and that kind of a thing, and agree. It was very unfortunate to see how he was defending the chair and then saying this is the chair, as if those other commissioners are flower girls and page boys. It was, I thought that if I was him, I would have not taken lead in that case, and it was really exposing him. So that's one. Two, when I listened at the lawyers from IBC, I could see like there's something. There's this young lawyer, very eloquent, and I think he has a future. Is it called Mahat? And then Abdikadir has been there. But the passion I saw and how they were talking and making their presentations, and you could see at the end of it, one of the judges said that Mahat had turned the Supreme Court to a classroom. You could say that they want to justify, you want to justify a position. You see some kind of slight arrogance that is accompanying that. Also, that happened to this other lawyer. I'm trying to get his name. There's this lawyer who said, like, let politics do their politics, and but this is a political process. I think they also forgot that we are in a very serious. This is the highest political process that you can be able to have in a country. So, but when I looked at how they're doing the presentations, I think Caroli was a bit mature in presentations, how they their presentations. I'm not really saying they are right, but you see those are lawyers. But you could see that there's something that is not really adding up for IBC. But the day so far so good went on well. And what was interesting is the questions from the judges. And of course, yesterday, a lot of questions were as well thrown to the Azimio team. And today, the questions that were thrown to the lawyers were very serious. So, and I like the way you've said, Bernard, that for me, how I take this process and in other processes in elections, for instance, this 2017, for me, I wasn't even following up on serious. I was in the office, and then somebody said, it's like, oh, wow, breaking news, the election has been nullified. It had never happened in this country. By that time, we had just given up. Is like elections will come since 1997, 1992, all those years. 2002, we had it because people were tired. Everybody was on their foot. So I agree with you that let people look at issues. And I like the way, I know the judges will look at evidence, but because also being a political process, they also look at the numbers. They also look at the qualitative information and evidence they have, so they can be able to come up with a ruling that is best for all of us. So let's have it. It's 50-50, it's 60-40, depending on your passion. It's 90-10, but at least you just need to leave some kind of allowance because anything could happen. Now, those questions, were very serious. One of the questions that I'll be looking at that came in 2017 is the issue about those people walking to the polling stations, vote for the president, they don't vote other people. No, the IPC lawyers have been told they were asked because they were not able to respond. When I looked at the judges were expecting that they can be able to respond. But then the former Attorney General asked that can they respond tomorrow? Now, it'll be interesting to see, because they need to break that one account. And they have to give us 47 counties are those kind of voters where you had more people voting for the president as opposed to other posts. And there's all that kind of discussion about the role of the chair. So what I'm seeing is that at the end of the ruling, whichever side the coin falls, will have a determination, or some regulation or something else will happen that will guide that electoral body and other bodies, so that when you serve in that body, so that even me, when I apply to be the IBC somebody, or you or anybody else in this forum, you will have a role to play. You are not marginalized. And you could hear Njoki saying is that he was seeing a very powerful chairman, and she was even seeing a very powerful CEO and the rest of the commissioners. And actually she said is that these other 4 guys, they came late. So you had the chair and these other group that have been there. So everybody else is reading that something could be happening. But I also expected that these commissioners were supposed to be represented in court. Did I miss that, or they decided no? Because I thought that they had 1 hour, their lawyers had 1 hour to make their presentations. I missed that. I don't know whether it was presented or they've just shelved it aside. And I think maybe if they did, that would be a good thing, because maybe that kind of information they bring, it might divide that commission more. So for me, so far so good, lessons learned. And we're also learning a lot of things. I'll be very interested to know what the scrutiny of the servers happened. I've seen in the news some summary in terms of what they were able to do and what the information they were able to have. The last one, they were told to give a list of all their partners, all their contracts, which they refused, and they've said they will avail in court tomorrow. And then the scrutiny of the ballot boxes, and that's where the evidence falls. Otherwise, because IBC has denied all those kind of allegations that Azimio had, so we don't know the details, what is in the details in the affidavits, whether it's porojo vile wanasema or what it is. And we're still learning, and we're enjoying ourselves. So let's see how it goes. Over.
Okay. Thank you, Obutu. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. Let everyone be on the, I think, not on the alert. Just take it easy wherever you are. Understand that judgment is based on the rule of law and not on stories. And so now, unajua mtu akiulizwa akiambiwa ulikuwa Kakamega, alafu akatae sikukuwa Kakamega, it does not necessarily mean he wasn't in Kakamega. He just denied. So he will need to substantiate. If he was seen in the place and it was alleged he was seen in the place, then he has denied he was not in the place, then it will need to be investigated, or you need to substantiate. You are claiming I was in Kakamega when I was in Lodwar. Then can you prove that you are in Lodwar? That's what this casing is all about. So IBC kusema no does not mean it wasn't there. Now the other party is coming to prove that what they presented is true. So this is far from over until tomorrow, the closure of the Supreme Court hearing, and then of course the retreating of the judges, then coming back with the verdict. Ubuntu umeenda nyuma ya camera. You can't be on the screen that way. Okay, Wilson, namna gani? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on that mic beside your name on the screen. Okay, bwana naonekana uko na shida ya mitambo. Jaribu ikifunguka sawa. Enda tu polepole, don't panic. You click on that mic ifunguke kwanza. Even if you shout, hatuwezi sikia mpaka hiyo mic ifunguke. Okay, work on that. We'll come back to you. Let's listen from Mkenya Imara. He was here, dropped out. Wacha Mkenya akuje kwanza, alafu tarudi kwa Winnie. Yes, Mkenya, sema.
Habari ya Bernard.
Fiti, namna gani huko?
Bana, tuko sawa. And it's been a while. Yeah, I came from Nairobi today. I just reached Kisumu this evening. And I can confirm Kisumu is indeed peaceful. So allow me first dispel the myth that there is violence in Kisumu. Let me tell you the truth. I have lived in this city and I know how to read the mood of Kisumu. I have friends here, I have family here. And the only thing these people use these days with stones, they use it to build, not to throw. Unanisikia?
Endelea.
Hapa Kisumu mawe ni ya kujenga tu. So that brings me to my first observation. Kwanza, we all know that UDA and its machinery thrive a lot on lies, half-truths, innuendos, and rumors. They have invested heavily in disseminating information and trying to change public perception, and that they have been doing consistently. And that's why they are all over the place right now, exuding a lot of confidence that this thing is done and dusted. What they're trying to do is to align the thinking of the masses towards a certain direction. And that they have done consistently. One, when even the people were campaigning, they said, hii kitu ameshinda. They were exhibiting a confidence that made people question why they were very sure of a win. In a contest, there is a level of confidence you'll show, and there are certain levels of confidence that will make people even feel you're up to something. These were narratives that were meant to shape the mindset of people so that people don't protest the illegalities that they engaged in. That is the first point. So I want to say that I listened to the petitions yesterday, the consolidated petition. However, because I was traveling to Kisumu, I didn't manage to listen much to the responses from the IBC and the third respondent, which is the president-elect. One thing I've been able to see in the social media is that people are beginning to fall for the propaganda of our opponents, which we are trying to create that this thing is gone. However, I want to tell you that from the much I have seen in our courts, it's not the English you say, it's not the talk, it's not the denial. This thing will be won purely based on evidence. Because courts are busy with evidence. They will not do anything if it has not been proven and the threshold of, or the burden of proof has not been produced. And that's why there's a new team with seasoned lawyers who actually successfully petitioned the 2017 presidential election and it was nullified. They have learned from that and they know what they are doing. That's why you may think it's a lie, but bringing affidavits of one lorry is not a joke. When you had their submissions, those guys were not talking a lot. They were referring to annexes, they were referring to affidavits, they were referring to evidences after every sentence. you would hear Orengo speak, and Orengo didn't say so much. He only laid the background, referred to the evidences and the annexures, and released the baton. And they were presenting a case, giving it the legal background, and adducing the evidence. I was trying to follow up what was said or the defense from the IBC, and you find the IBC is extremely defenseless. And the trick they're using is denial. Deny, deny, deny. I happen to have been one of the election officials in this election, and I'm a bit appraised with the systems of IEBC. The law says that elections as declared in the polling station is final. And the thing is, expect that many presiding officers and returning officers might be jailed in this election. Because I want to promise you, both the Supreme Court and the litigants know that if this issue of elections in Kenya is not corrected in this election, then Kenya will finally go to the dogs. The truth is, many people are not going to vote in the subsequent elections because the perception is that your vote doesn't count anymore. There are issues you're not supposed to be talking about now, after even the nullification of the 2017 elections. Things like delay of elections because of mix-ups of photos. Those are not things that we're supposed to be talking about in a commission that whose elections were nullified. We're not supposed to be talking about intrusion into the servers in a commission that was given very clear directions. We're not supposed to be talking about those things. And so this election is a do or die for the electoral process in Kenya. If the Supreme Court will not stand tall and give a verdict that is a game changer, then elections are going to be a mere formalities and people will not care anymore whether they are done or not done. Because half of this nation, having interacted with the people, half of this nation have made up their minds that they don't care about those elections anymore. They want to continue their lives. Because justice, as much as it is done, it must be seen to be done. And so I want to reiterate that this case will be heavily based on affidavits and evidences. And that's why I want to tell all Azimio supporters, do not fall for the cheap propaganda that the thing is gone. It has not gone anywhere. It has only gone to the Supreme Court. And let me tell you, those judges are going to be emphatic. They're going to be extremely emphatic, and they know the stakes of this election. They know very well. The thing is, there was a lot of malpractices, especially in the central Kenya. There was quite a lot of malpractices. Having an official, I would say there were quite a lot. It was a racket, and the evidence has been produced. That is 3. The 4th thing I want to say is that what the defense, the Attorney General, and the litigants in defense are trying to do is to just pour cold water on and poke holes on the evidence. It's a strategy they're using, and that's why they're not quoting much of the law. They're only finding fault. They're on a fault-finding mission, and they have realized that they have to rely on the constitutional crisis narrative, which the judges tried to bring about when they were raising questions to the NASA litigants. Because the scenario is, if this election is annulled, I want you to take it to the bank that Chebukati is going to the dock, whether you like it or not. He cannot preside over 2 consecutive elections annulled over irregularities and carelessness, and he will still go home scot-free. That is not a country. Actually, Chebukati should have been taken to court for the nullification because he cost taxpayers over 10 billion in a repeat election. 2, the issues that
Hey,
were raised.
Kenya, time, mind time.
How many minutes?
Hey, you have already spent your 3 minutes.
Okay,
Patiently
so
waited 5. So, you don't have to finish everything now. You save time. Some other person come. You will continue from where you've left.
Thank you. Let me just wind up.
Yeah.
By saying that we have a nation to keep. We are not going to get any other persons to come and do this nation for us. We are here to stay. Nation building is a process. If you look at histories of nations that have attained a bit of excellence in these things, it has been a process. It has been sweat and blood. And so Kenyans responsible of sound mind should not give up now. We need to continue pushing, and we don't need to give up.
Okay, so it's like a little point in the net. No problem. Thank you, everybody. Let's listen to this video before Winnie can come in and make their submission. I mean, his submission. 2 quick videos.
Wapo katika nyumba yake Cleophas Malala huko Kakamega, na kama unavyoona hapa katika picha yako ni kwamba hili ni lango lake, wanajaribu kumkamata. Hebu tuangalie ni lipi linaloendelea.
Tuko in motion. Ndio tuko in motion. Sasa hapo tekaje kwa maso kwa. Ndio tuko in motion.
Basi hizi ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka hapa nyumbani kwake aliyekuwa seneta wa Kakamega Cleophas Malala. Maafisa kutoka kitengo cha DCI wanajaribu kuingia nyumbani kwake baada ya agizo la kukamata kwake kutolewa. Tumeeleza kwamba Malala anatafutwa kwa kosa la kumpiga na kumuumiza mmoja wa wanasiasa hapa Kakamega siku ya tarehe 9 Agosti wakati wa uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo hawa ni maafisa, tumeona zaidi ya maafisa takriban 60 hivi wamekuja hapa, wale waliovalia sare rasmi na wale walio katika zile nguo za raia wakijaribu wamevunja lango kule nje, sasa wanajaribu kuvunja mlango wa ndani ili waweze kuingia ndani. Hatujui kama seneta iko ndani ya nyumba hii ama bado. Hili ni swala ambalo tunafuata kwa karibu sana kutoka hapa Kakamega. Wamejaribu kuvunja mlango, ni kama limekuwa balaa kidogo. Sasa wanasemezana kupata mwelekeo mpya pale. Awali wakuu, tumeona wakuu kutoka kitengo cha DCI kule, tunaarifiwa kule nyuma bado shughuli ya kuvunja. Wacha tuelekee kule tuone wale waliosalia bado wanang'ang'ana kuvunja. Wacha tusonge pale tuweze kupata kama kweli wamefaulu kuvunja mlango ama bado. Kuna ule mchezo wanajaribu kutuhepa kidogo, kututoroka hawa polisi. Wameona wanahabari wamejaa hapa, sasa wanapiga kule kelele ili tufuate, na nyuma wanajaribu kuvunja. Sasa wacha tuwafuate kwa karibu.
Sorry.
Fungue tu. Acha tusikie sauti ya yule polisi.
Angalia ndio anakuja. Ona. Sisi hatuna shida na nini Yes. Hatuna shida pia na hiyo. Sisi wanasiasa. Shida nini tena? Wacha niwaletee mkubwa wangu muongee naye, sawa? Yes. Angalia. You can reason this together, Yes. Just come, just come.
Okay, that is it. Malala on the run. He needs to hand himself over. I think he's waiting to bring himself like Ditmas did. All the same, everything you do has consequences. Tumsikilize Winnie alafu tusonge mbele. Vipi Winnie? Hey, Win, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Okay, it seems you have a challenge, and Honorable Endelea.
Thank you.
Okay. Endelea tafadhali, umetoboa. Thank you.
How are you doing? Yeah, Bernard, you have shown. Yeah, you have watched that video currently in Kakamega, the way our leaders are misbehaving with the police officers. It's really, we can say it's a game of cat and rat. And nowadays, as you watch each and every time when any leader did any mistake, he can hide, he can run, he can play, he can call his supporters to attack the police, they can abuse. So I don't know the kind of nation we are at the moment, whereby elected leader cannot respond to the rule of law. Anytime he did a mistake, he cannot comply with the law, he cannot give that access for him to answer any obligation or any accusation concerning what he have done wrong against to anyone. But suppose it was someone else, like we call them Wanjiko. Angepata hata kukanyaga chini, angebeba juu kwa juu. So first of all, we just condemn that, because we need our leaders give our officers easy time. Apart from that, you have seen even some politics inside. There's a guy there saying this will be the end of ODM in Kakamega. I don't know, maybe it's daydreaming, because concerning politics, how can it be the end of ODM in Kakamega, yet the ODM have gained again the gubernatorial seat? Is that a matter of bitterness? Something like that. Again, you see the way mother was acting there on the full video. As a parent, was trying to defend his son, not knowing the offense the son commit.
One moment. Just hold on. Anyumba, I want you to chair. I'm coming back. We need to continue.
Okay. Not knowing how the offenses his son committed. So, first of all, we as the people of Kenya, we as the young generation, we are the people who have hope and have a future in this nation. We must criminalize, we must give a system whereby all people are equal before the law. Second, this was just an order from DCI. You see the way the officers came there, they came there with the full details concerning the offense Malala committed. I know you can watch back before the current one. Malala was hypocrite, were talking much. They know they own Kenya. They know they have numbers. They know they are going to rule this nation. So we are wondering, are these the faces going to lead this nation? But good luck, God have changed things. Let us leave that. Let us go to the issue of petition there in the Supreme Court. There are many things you have heard today about transmission of results, recounting of votes, roles of chairman. I think you can heard how the former Attorney General Gideon Muigai said his points. Yesterday, you see there, James Orengo, Senior Counsel, claimed that the IBC denied to open the servers. They will access only one servers. This is a game, kama video, kama drama. Because we can go back last petition, 2017. The same IBC denied to open the servers. There was a court order for them to open the servers. They declined the court order. Again, today, they again denying to open the same server for the applicants to access that server. The petitioners to access that servers. So, which rule of law is it govern this nation? Leave that. You see, Kindiki stated very well today that there were goons who tried to attack, who entered the dais to attack the chairman, or chairman was preparing to announce the winner, declare the winner. Scovio Wanjala asked a simple question there. It was necessary for Chebukati to announce the winner on that day when he knows well there were some disagreement with the commissioners. This Chebukati, he is the chairman of the commission or the part of the commission, because the way he addresses things is like he was the chairman of the part of the commission. We are praying for our judges, for the will of God to be done to them. the Almighty God to fill them the wisdom to save this nation. Because by now, where we are not in a good place. We cannot be fear I'm Azimio supporter. But it's not a matter of being a Azimio, it's a matter of this nation. We are heading to. Where will be the next generation? Who is going to lead this nation at the moment after the sitting president Uhuru vacate the seat? We are not contesting that Raila must be the president, you see, but we are just trying to pray for the will of God to give you this chance to lead this nation. At least you can see some differences. Thank you, Anyumba. You can go on.
Thank you for your submission. I think before I speak, I will give Honorable Anthony Muturi. I think you can make your submission while we are still waiting for Bernard. So continue.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Is the audio okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Is the audio okay? Okay. Thank you again. I would like to say that I'm glad to be in this platform today. And about that issue of Malala and the stupid thing that he did, I can say that is a very bad thing from a leader like him and from the stage that he is. Let me go quickly. From my point of view, this petition is very strong on our end. But what we can do is let us not keep hope, high hopes, but let us keep hope alive. Whereby we have a very strong in Juja, whereby in 2017, the registered voters were 85,000 voters. Whereby it comes when we come to 2022, the registered voters were 86,000. And after counting the counting of the votes, all the Wajakoyas, the Rutos, the Babas votes, all of them, there were amount of 96,000 votes. Whereby the courts now, they asked, where is this hard enough? The math is not hard enough. And from my point of view, is like the judges are trying to put hope on the Kenya Kwanza to show them that there's still room for them to win. Lakini hawajui Kenya wamefichiwa. And me being a victim of all this, what happened? Karata zilikuwa mingi, my friend. Karata zilikuwa mingi. So I'm talking of a point of view where nimeshuhudia, ninajua, and I know what is happening. And my prayer is, if it is possible, election wache irudiwe from the presidential to the MCA, whereby mata wenye wamechaguliwa saa hizi, I am sure hawezi rudi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. I don't know. I'm seeing somebody here, but I can't see their faces. They are on, but yeah, I'm seeing someone now. Liberation.
It's liberation.
Oh, liberation. I'm sorry. You are welcome, my brother. I think you can.
Most obliged.
Okay. You are welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Well, me, I wanted to talk about this these people are being dodgy. Do you see the way that they are dodging the main topics in their response? They are being dodgy in their response. Kama there is this lawyer today, I don't know Mohammed who, the one who was talking about the IBC servers. You can realize how dodgy he is through the questions that he was replying to. He was replying on the hacking aspect of the whole issue. And if we were to go into the hacking issue, then we are going down into a rat hole. We will never be able to track down until we find the source of where it was hacked and where. So this guy was being dodgy in court today. The real issue was to look at unauthorized access. Unauthorized access is much simpler to look at than hacking. Hacking is a very intense and very complex, itachukua very long process. But unauthorized access, itaonyesha in the servers that someone gained access, na itaonyesha if he was allowed access ama it was an illegal access. So this guy today was being dodgy with the way he was approaching his submission, lakini I'm sure tomorrow the respondents ama when you respond kesho, they will know their tricks where they're trying to lie to us and how they are dodging the questions. Alafu the second thing is hii mambo na rejected ballots. Why mbona Githu Muigai ameng'ang'ania kwamba ati those are rejected ballots, we don't have to go into them? And what if Baba's votes were taken into the rejected ballots? We should have a scrutiny. If they want to scrutinize everything, then we have to scrutinize everything, not only the things that they say that we scrutinize. They've provided forth the video cameras and nini, and they've said we scrutinize, imeomba koti scrutinize the video cameras. They should do the same with the rejected ballots. Waacha kusema ati mambo ya sijui 2017 the court made a ruling that rejected ballots are worthless. No, they are not worthless. If kama wanaficha hapo in those rejected ballots, I'm sure there's something they are hiding there. So I'm sure tomorrow we will be very active on that issue here. And the other thing was the way they approach this mambo hizi servers, it totally kwamba they are being dodgy. They are being very dodgy, and we need to be very careful with that. Yeah, and hopefully they will release the rest of the servers and tutajua ukweli wa mambo uko wapi. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante Liberation. Bwana Nyumba, I think it's now your turn. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I think I've managed the panelists very well. I don't think if there is anyone who is complaining, that means I can be appointed a manager somewhere and people will not complain. Thank you. I'll
give you recommendation as soon as this show is over. I'll recommend you.
Thank you, my brother. Now, I don't know if you notice something in this Kenya question. Almost 3/4 of the lawyers who are representing the IBC and the Ruto side and all these Kenya questions, their names start by K. Kioko Kilokumi, Kithure Kindiki, Kiragu Kamau. So many of them, their names begin with K. So my point is this one. I was truly following the submissions today where I fail to understand. You know, to be honest, sometimes it is good people to speak the truth. We know money is good. It is good to have money. But sometimes money cannot help you. We have so many people who have money and they are not breathing. So they are even praying for God for someone to take that money and give them the air to breathe. So when you look at what somebody like Githu Muigai was arguing like Kioko Kilokumi, where he said that in King Solomon, there was two people who were fighting for a child. And the other person said, if you don't give me a child, it is either you give me a child or we cut the child. And the other person said, I want the child. And the judge cracks the joke and said, if you are a true person and you love the child, you will not love the child to be cracked in two pieces. You will allow the other person, okay, now you can go with the child. If Ruto knows very well that he won the election, he will not be fighting for it. He will say, if the court can decide that he did not won the election, let the Raila carry the child. But you see, he is only seeking that I am the owner of the child. There is nothing of cutting the child. It is either you give me the child or you give me the child. Nothing else. So he is telling us that it is him and it is him, nothing else. Second, Ruto is not looking for the president just because he wants to be president. He wants to do away with the three families like Moi family, Odinga family, and Kenyatta family. You can remember in 2013, when Ruto and Uhuru came from the ICC, Ruto told us that it was now for the digital people, not analog. 2017, he changed the tune and said it is now the dynasty versus people who are not dynasty. 2022, he has shifted to hustler. So, and if you can read the tweet for Kamket, Bernard, I know you can trace that tweet and read it. That now, it is now time everybody to go back home, even if you and your brother were not in the same table, but you can still come together and talk and get what you want to bring that thing home. So what are these people telling us? It does not matter whether you go to court, whether the judges will listen to you. What matters, we want this thing to come home. And we are now shifting to the other side of Ruto. We are no longer in the Raila side. These people are telling us, we do not care about Kenyans. We only care about what we get and our families. So what I'm seeing from the perspective of the questions that were asked through court and how I see the lawyers submit themselves, they don't care about Kenyans. It is them and them and them. I agree with Anthony said, I don't know whether it's Anthony or the other person said that it is not a must that Raila must be a president, but it is all about the people of this country. Where are we heading? Because how can somebody bungle election? And I listened to someone from KTN, Jackton Ojuang, and you know nowadays Ambrose Weda and Ojuang, they are from Ruto's side. So even if you listen to them, there is no point they are making. How can a person like Chebukati bungle an election on 2017, 2022, and you are telling us that that person, if you want to take him to jail, you have to go back to high court, from high court to another court is when you can prosecute him. How? So from where I sit, Bernard, I know it is our right to go to court and find what was wrong.
And the judges ask simple questions. When the result was streaming in, the result stopped. What was the cause? Why the result stopped? That is number one. Number two, Chebukati, when he was preparing to announce the result, the same time the 4 commissioners walked away. The same time that Chebukati did not announce the 27th constituency. The question mark is here. You had an extensive another day which was to come the following day. Now, what was the hurry? Chebukati is telling us he did not announce the 27th constituency because there was wrangle in Bomas. He was told that after wrangles, the Bomas after sometimes came down and it was quiet. By the time he was declaring William Ruto as a president-elect, why did he not use that time to declare the 27 constituencies? So he had a time to declare Ruto, but he did not have that time to declare the 27 constituencies. It does not make sense. Why was he in a hurry and he had an opportunity the other day? Second, what was the role of Chebukati? Because if you look at the constitution, it states very well. Now people are asking, is it IBC is a house of Chebukati alone, or it is the role of the commissioners? The word commissioners. People are now failing to understand. If I have to be appointed as a commissioner of IBC, and we have the chairman, I think the chairman acts as if the house is just for him and nobody else. And people are questioning that. The lawyer is saying that it is only Chebukati, the decision he made was very right, and nobody could have questioned that. And issue of the advisory security committee came up. These people are saying that when they went to Chebukati, they were only talking about the security, how the security should be beefed up and whatever. Now Chebukati is telling us that he was being forced to announce the other party, which is Raila Odinga, and he calls himself an independent body. Is he telling us that these people knew the result, as our judges, one of the judges said, that the people of security, the advisory committee, knew the result? That is why they were coming to tell Chebukati to announce the other person. So we as Kenyans, we are failing to understand. And if this is what I want to, if I come to conclusion, this is what I want to say. If our judges are not going to give us a good direction within the Constitution and to elaborate it, to give us light, because I heard somebody like Muigai argue that the problem is the person who contests in an election and cannot concede defeat, whether he lost or win. We are failing to understand, and we are waiting for the verdict, and the judges will decide if they want to take us back the Moi regime, or they want to upload the constitution and we move on very well. That is my take for now. Maybe some other time I'll come back.
Okay, Asante Nyumba for that elaborate view. And we are all looking out for the judges, to which I'm sure they are going to judge this matter very wisely and very fairly, based on the evidence available. Those that have a cover-up to cover, Ukweli utajulikana kesho. There will be cross examination, which is, in my opinion, is going to either put them on the spot, or the judges need to know why that was happened. Why was there that hurry, and why didn't Chebukati follow the due process? Because announcing the elections without announcing the 27 constituencies, as much as they had already been declared at the polling station, places his announcement outside of the order of the provision of the Constitution. And so let the judges use their wisdom and be able to give a verdict that is favorable to Kenyans. Did the Security Committee know the result? I think they did. And they came to advise against announcing fake results from where I sit. And the person who was cooking the results could not resist announcing his own results, despite the fact that they were the real results. So let's see how it all plays out. But beside that, I want us to see as Kenya has to hold together. Kenya has to put her act together. Ukweli ni kwamba if somebody can plan, rig themselves in, declare themselves, that means we have lost as far as running the affairs of this country is concerned. Kila mtu atakuwa anajipangia, anaenda kujifanyia, alafu anajitangaza. Now, if we allow that, the Supreme Court judges, if you allow that to go scot-free, then we will soon suspend the Constitution, sooner than you think. Then before long, we will end up a banana republic. The only place where we must enforce the rule of the law is in this petition. If we don't uphold the law here, we have given permission to corruption, we have given permission to cheating, we have given permission to manipulation, and everybody is free to do as they please. That is all that is we are faced with right now. I either get it my way or no one else gets it. Now, if that is the law that will be applied, hapa kutakuwa kubaya, without threatening anybody. Just an overview. And then, of course, that security advisory, a US security advisory of people not to go to Kisumu. Kisumu is not the hot spot. And America also has to tell us what hand they have in this election and what is their interest. Because those advisory they are giving, in my opinion, they are uncalled for. And if they want to carry their people from the country, I think they should. Because this is not how to go about this. We have diplomatic relations. The ambassador has access to the president and every other person. Why should he give that kind of public advisory? This is not the first time. Before the elections were declared, they did that. And now before the Supreme Court gives the ruling, they did that. When the elections were declared, how many of the Americans were hurt in Kisumu? How many lives were lost, or how many people were maimed in Kisumu? So this hypocrisy of America needs to come to an end. And that's why I made it part of our discussion today. We need not to shy away from addressing these people, because this is hypocrisy. And that's why I support my late Member of Parliament, Dr. Kulundu. He said they preach water and drink wine. Those of you that remember when Kulundu had a confrontation with Renneberg, I think we need to get back there, because hii maneno ya kutupanga hapa hapo tutasema tupangwingwi, because you don't come here, and then when you arrive here, instead of you staying in peace, you begin to tell us where to go, where not to go. If you feel you're not safe in Kenya, the airport is open. Now, I'm not the president, I'm not any of that, but it is good to respect where you are and to be able to value and respect the people that you are living in their midst. Eric, huyu anaitwa nani? Huyu anapaswa ku... Let me just get rid of the person, okay? Don't spam this channel, please. It's important, okay? So those advisories, they need to be rubbished. I think Americans or the American embassy need to respect us as Kenyans. We are sovereign state. Ndio hapo ndio na kuanga saa ingine na support Moi. Moi alisema we are a sovereign state, okay? Hata kama mimi naishi kwa nyumba ya nyasi, I'm still the head of my house. So you don't come in and begin to give those kind of things. Now, Mundu wa nyumba, how are you?
Bernard, how are you also? Me, I'm good. Are you equally good?
Good to see you. Welcome back. And you just came in time. The video you sent me was very good, and I want to play it for Kenyans to watch before we continue with this conversation. And I advise everybody to watch this thing very keenly, and then from there you will advise the kind of Kenya you want. It's a short, good preaching, huh? Just listen out.
Their own society. Globally, corruption is the norm. A corrupt people cannot trust their own society. Globally, corruption is the norm. I was surprised that some cultures had found a cure. My first experience of a culture of trust was in Holland. My host took me to a dairy to buy milk. I'd never heard of machines milking cows. No one was selling the milk. My friend just opened the tap, filled his jug. Then he grabbed a bowl filled with cash, paid in 20 guilders note, took the change and started walking away with his milk. I was stunned. I said, man, if you were an Indian, you would take the milk and the money. He laughed. In a flash, I understood a basic cause of my nation's poverty. If customers took the milk and the money, the dairy owner would have to hire a sales girl. But if the consumer is corrupt, why would the supplier be honest? He would add water to increase the quantity of milk. Frustrated by watered down milk, the consumer would ask the government to appoint milk inspectors. But why should the inspector be honest? He would take bribes and allow adulterated milk to be sold. The consumer will have to bear the cost of the milk, the water, sales girl, the inspector, and the bribe, none of which add any value to the milk. In paying for them, the consumer pays simply for his sin. Paying for all this means that you don't have money left to buy products that actually add value, such as milk turned into ice cream or cheese. How did Holland create a culture of such integrity? Transforming a nation requires cultivating character. That is why God gave us the scriptures. Apostle Paul wrote, all scripture is given by God's inspiration and is profitable for correction and instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. Poverty does not cause corruption. Corruption causes poverty. To combat both, our nations need more than aid, investment, or protests. They need hearts and minds that are transformed by God's word and spirit.
I couldn't put it any better. And I think that is where we are. We either get back to doing it the right way, or we lose everything that we have gained so far. In my opinion, hapo ndio tuko. I feel like we are in that day when Moses came out when he was about to depart. He said, I said before you this day, I call heaven and earth to witness against you. I put before you life and death, blessing and curse. I advise you, choose life that you may live. Kenya is in that place. Whatever choice we make from here will determine whether we'll be perpetually under the curse or under the blessing. Let nobody deceive another. Asante sana, everyone. Let's listen to Mundua Nyumba shortly before we go back to Mkururo. Tutafuata Mkururo, usijali, najua kule tuko. Mundua Nyumba, tusalimie, sema mawili matatu, alafu turudi kwa mali.
Asanti Bernard na wengine wote wenye wako kwa hii panel. Yangu ni salamu tu. Hiyo ingine umesema sitafanya. Naona I look a stranger here and quite a number look strangers to me. Me am a part and parcel of this panel for a long time. But before I joined it on screen, I used to be in the background many months. Then I've been on it for very many months. But lately, I think 1 week or 1.5 weeks, I've been on sabbatical leave. Bernard, please allow me, I'm still on sabbatical leave after the disappointment, but I've been following behind the scenes. Because wakati huko nyuma, kuna mtu anakuona, kuna mtu anaweza kukutusi. Sasa leo nimekuja kuwasalimia, msalimike, na nimefurahi sana Bernard kwa play hiyo clip, ilinifurahisha sana, ndio hata nikakutumia. So members, apart maybe from nyumba, the rest may not be familiar to me, neither am I familiar to them. But Bernard, tumekuwa pamoja. Nimesema ni salamu tu, msalimike, na nitatoka, nilikuja kuwasalimia. Muwe na wakati mwema. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much Mndua Nyumba, we appreciate it, na tunashukuru kwamba uko salama, na si tuko hapa, tutaendelea na wewe uendelee, tusonge mbele. Hii safari tulifunga pamoja na tutaikamilisha pamoja. Asante. Moja kwa moja tumsikilize Maalim. Maalim, you unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi to you. Sema.
Thank you, Bernard. And I greet you all. And I have no much to say. I just decided I give a chance to the rest. Then I will make my comment later.
Asante. Inaonekana leo ni pass. Tumsikilize Respect.
Yes, ndugu, habari yako?
Niko salama, namna gani?
Niko salama pia. Tunafuatilizia hii maneno vile inaendelea tukiwa huko ubaya sisi, kwamba mambo ikiwa imewaka huko tayari sisi tuko vitandani huko, so inakuanga ni shida kidogo, but I try and follow a little bit here and there whatever I can get. Bernard, inaonekana it's a couple of more days for our deputy president outgoing to enjoy the title president-elect. Hopefully he can make use of those 2 days very well, because that privilege may not be there anymore of using that title come Monday. I think one thing Bernard, ningependa kusema hapa kabla nitoke kidogo ni kuwa our judges are behaving as if they live in Kenya. They are behaving as if they watch TV, and they even have the audacity of, asking the responders pertinent questions as if they know exactly what was happening on August 9th. I don't know whether the respondents are being surprised by those questions that are being asked. Ama ni namna gani? But I think the judges knows exactly what's going on. They know what happened, and the one thing I can say for sure is they are not on anyone's side. They are just on the side of Kenyans. They know there are many Kenyans who have questions, whether they are in UDA or they are in Azimio. And so they are trying to make sure that they are covering some of those gaps that are not being addressed as much as possible. Hence, when that time for the decision comes, hopefully majority of the Kenyans will say, yes, they got it right this time. And so they'll be happy with the decision. The funny thing I found about this last night is hii siku ya pili ni Mr. Smoking Wanjala, you know, you had that little talk there he had, and he was talking about someone who quoted Solomon in the Bible, and the use of the women, and how one woman was saying, you know, let's just split the baby, and the other one said, you know what, just give the baby to the other one. I want the baby to live. So what were Kenya Kwanza lawyers, when they were asked what they would advise about that, you saw the laughter there because they knew exactly where that was heading. So it just pointed out that it is within the same breath that these guys, they like using the Bible when it's to their advantage. They are trying to make things, you know, move to their side, but when it points to the other side, they don't want to deal with it. They want to stay away from it. The last point that you mentioned there, actually the second last point, is these advisories. You know, I find the Americans are a little bit cheeky with this advisory, because when things are bad in their own country, they don't have those guts to tell people, you know, don't come to the US because the Republicans here, or we have terrorists who have attacked a certain part of the country, so don't go there. So I don't know why they find it necessary to poke their noses into other places where they don't even have the intelligence. The country has the intelligence, and it's necessary, if they deem it necessary to inform them, they will let them know that this is what is happening. And I am hoping that you know, the president will summon the ambassador to State House and give him a little bit of a dress down. That's my hope, saying what exactly is your agenda here, because this is not the first time you're doing this. You've done this several times, and it's hard to understand. Do you know something that I don't know? And then let's see what they say about that. The last video that you played there, as I end up here, a corrupt-free society. I live in a relatively developed country, and they are very keen on things to do with the honest and just earning your living and making sure that you do right by the society that you live in. I will share a couple of examples. When I got here a few years back, nilikuwa na a friend I had befriended, ambaye ni an Asian friend, alikuwa anatoka India, and so we were talking about our experiences here, and alikuwa ananiambia story moja, asema he was working at a store and kuna mzungu mmoja alikuja from about 25-30 kilometers, anarudisha product na receipt, na hiyo receipt ilikuwa ni amechajiwa 50 cents more on the product, and he wanted to understand why he had been charged 50 cents more. So rafiki yangu Muhindi alikuwa anacheka na nacheka pia, anasema ujijinga gani, like una ban mafuta kuja all the way to find out why you've been charged 50 cents. But we got down to it, tukaona kwamba it's the principle that you shouldn't be charging people more than you are owed. And he was nailing down the point that you have to be able to show that you are doing the right thing by your society. You can't be going around thinking that you can do things that are not right and think that you'll get away with it. Hiyo ya Holland, I have another example that I use here, in that there's a certain place, ni kama kibanda hii ya kwetu nyumbani. You go and you buy vegetables, but you will not meet any attendant there. Unakuta kuna vegetables zimefungwa in small bags, nylon bags, alafu kuna slot, unaweka pesa. It's only $2. So you get your bag and then you put money in the slot and you drive away, and you have not interacted with anybody. People, they stop there. It's a very busy traffic area. So people stop there, they grab their bag, they put money in, and they drive away. And that is one way of showing that society actually, they believe in people, that they are going to be honest, that they don't have to worry about, $2 or $3 here. And it is teaching something to society, that it's possible to have people live in a place where they can be trusted, they can trust each other, and have a corrupt-free society. It's possible. So Bernardi, na wacha niachie hapo. Thank you for the time. I'll be back again sometime to contribute some more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Respect. We appreciate that, and we look forward to enjoying more, even as we share different perspectives on what is before us. And for the rest of the Kenyans, let's do what is right. Let's insist on what is right. We can't preserve this society by corrupting it. We can only preserve it by salvaging it from corruption and planting it on the right path. Our children and our children's children will only have this country if we establish it on high moral standards and great character demands, especially on the people we entrust with leadership. But if we compromise on those standards, just like when we compromise on the standards of education, we'll end up with no doctors, we'll end up with no nurses, we'll end up with no engineers, simply because our education system cannot generate them. The same thing applies. If we compromise on the standards on who becomes a leader and who occupies the highest office in the land, we will have no, we'll get to a place where it is now inevitable. Anybody can become anything. And in the process, we lose the grip on how to determine the future. Bwana Joshua, vipi lakini?
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama, namna gani huko?
Yes, I've watched the clip about the corruption, and it has really touched me. And I just bring it back to Kenya, even the time we are right now. You know, I just wonder that the chairman of Chebukati and the other commissioners, Gulie and the other one and CEO, they have messed up with the election system. Now we are bringing a bunch of lawyers. Who is paying them? It's being paid to the taxpayer. That's why you see the consumer is the one who is paying adulterated milk. Now we are the one who are paying the lawyers, and they're the one who has bungled this election. It's very sad because I'm being told that the money that they're going to spend is almost 500 million. 500 million, that's a huge amount of money. That even if you try to pump it in an hospital, can supply a lot of drugs. So sometimes when I see this thing, I just sympathize with Kenyans because somebody somewhere is just bangling an election, and then it's just going court free. It's bringing lawyers. The lawyers are charging huge amount of money. They're being paid. At the end of it, they're being paid with taxpayer money. You know, if Chebukati could have done something right, I'm sure right now we could be moving on with our life. But now our life has stopped. Things are not moving simply because of just one person who is selfish. He doesn't even look of the rest of the Kenyans. He's very selfish. To him, he's thinking that's taking money from one or two people, and then we want to celebrate. So it's so sad that one person can just come and mess up with the election system. So to me, I think on 5th, it should be our starting point that anyone who has been given opportunity to be the chairman of Electoral and Boundary Commission must do something that's right. So to me, I think that 5th, the way I'm seeing things are moving, you know, today I was watching the proceeding. The first 6 hours, I was really suffering because the defense team for IBC and Ruto, they really crushed me. I was very sick. But I remember after that, the question that came really gave me some more because they were very nice question, tough question, and I'm expecting them to get an answer tomorrow, which I'm sure most of them will not be answered. Like the way it was, it happened in 2017. Now, sometimes I also wonder, you know, sometimes husbands sometimes put their women at a mess. I remember in a funeral, the wife of Chebukati stood and asked the public to pray for the husband. You know, people willingly prayed for Chebukati. And then what happened? He has messed up. I'm just sympathizing that woman, wherever she is right now, that he asked that, may you pray for my husband? And the husband, that time he was very humble before God. And then he has messed up. We also have a very strong woman ambaye anafanya miracle kama Yesu, the wife of our elect deputy. He even changed dirty water to a drinking water. I'm sure that maybe she didn't even want the husband to put them at this mess. But now the husband, being that they are very selfish, the wife is very ashamed. The same way, the wife of Gashagwa, who is a bishop, I'm sure they're being ashamed. In any case, this election is going to be turned. The women who are very faithful to their husband, and they always pray for us, their husband, they're going to be very low because of what the husband has done. So it's very unfortunate that sometimes men put their family at risk and shame, because I remember the wife of Chebukati, a very powerful lady, asked the public, kindly pray for my husband. But what has the husband done? He has messed the country. Now, I'm really praying for that woman, that may God give her strength, because the husband has put her at a shame. So tumwombee bibi yake Chebukati. You know, sometimes our God is a God of order. Our God is a God of just. Our God is God of everyone. You know, sometimes unapata mtu ameiba, anamkimbilia Mungu. He's going to ask that, thank you God, I've done this and this. I'm sure Chebukati anaenda naomba, Ruto anaenda kuomba.
But deep inside them, they know very well that whatever they have done is evil. But God still gives them life. They still keep on moving. But still, it still remains that our God is a God of just. He always wants just to each and every individual. So I'm waiting for tomorrow. And above all, we need justice to prevail on 5th. And to what also one of the panelists said about the US advisory. You know, I'm wondering, why are US so concerned and bringing, they're bringing a lot of fear. Our country is a peaceful country. You know, if another country, remember, the commission was split into two, but still Kenya remained united. So I just wonder that they're saying that on 5th, they're giving the citizen advisory that they should be alert. If they think that Kenya is not safe, then kindly should they take the citizen, because sometimes it's very bad if they're creating a lot of fear, yet we know very well that our country is a peaceful country. Demonstrations everywhere. Even I remember in the US, Trump demonstrated. So even if we demonstrated on 5th, that's our right, but they should not bring a lot of fear in our Kenya citizen. What I know, that Kenya is a peaceful country and will always remain united, and I believe and trust that on 5th, we are still going to remain united. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Licha ya kuwa wewe unatuingilia sana, sisi tunaombewa, lakini sio lazima Mungu ajibu maombi yetu. Biblia inasema Mungu anaomba, anajibu ile maombi amesikia, si ile maombi imeombwa. But I don't want to open a debate on the same. I just want us to remain focused. This case is a good case in the sense that it's going to help us chart the way forward as a Kenyan people. And like I said, we are on the verge of a great, huge breakthrough or a great youth breakdown as a nation. Sitaki mtu ajidanganye mahala popote ulipo. Jua where we are right now. The ruling that is coming on the 5th is either going to be a great breakthrough for this country or a great breakdown for this country. And whatever direction it takes, it will determine the rest of our life and existence as a nation. So take to heart everything and look at everything keenly. Let's not play the issue of fairness and unfairness. I am also against the aspect of some judges are lying on this side and the other judges are lying on this side. I believe the judges are going to judge this thing wisely and securely, even as God helps them. But we need a monumental, groundbreaking judgment on this particular case that will help us move forward as a country. But if it's so they so judge in their wisdom that going backward is better than going forward, we will have to live with that, because there is no appeal against the ruling by the Supreme Court on the presidential elections. So let every Kenyan be aware of that. And even as we pray for the very best, we should also be ready to see to it that we sustain our peace and our tranquility. The advisory by the Americans, without mincing words, hiyo ni hypocrisy. Okay? Hypocrisy ni kujipendekeza mahali ambapo hawako invited. We don't go to America and tell them, don't go sit in this place because this is going to happen here. They should know how to walk in here. Yeah. Eti sisi atua nini that we don't disturb them doesn't mean that we should condone everything. They are interfering with our internal affairs. The communication, they can Every American in this country, the embassy knows who they are. Si awatumie SMS awambie msiende Kisumu. Why should they make it a public issue to cause anxiety in the hearts of people for no apparent reason? And I'm sure they are watching, so they have heard me. I'm not very happy with that kind of announcement, causing people anxiety for nothing. Okay, let's listen to Chief Justice, then we move on.
And I think your team should answer is why the live streaming of the results stopped. Because if Kenyans were able to follow the streaming from the beginning to the end, which was being done in the spirit of accountability and stability and transparency, then the rhyme which we were being told of the pige pige ponki would not arise, because there would have been no confusion. We know this is how things are happening, and therefore maybe the losing candidate who is being called to go to the National Tallying Center can decide not to go, because they know already the results they are on the screen.
Okay, let's Anyumba, what were you saying?
I was saying about the issue of Malala. You know, watu naambiwa mtu akikusaidia na single room ulale na baada ya hapo ukapata gorofa, one day you might come back and go back to that single room. So Malala must go to Atwoli. You remember when Atwoli said that I've cast Malala, I helped him. He did not.
Well, don't go there, please. Don't go there, please. Where God, the Supreme Court isikilize kesi, consider evidence. Don't rush into conclusion. Malala slapped somebody, is being sought for slapping somebody. Let us treat it there first. Asante. Let's listen to Mr. Olara. Bwana Olara, vipi?
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Na nataka kumpongeza wote mliofika hapo. Najua tu leo tutakaa paka kesho kutwa, na mimi pia hapa silali, niko paka kesho kutwa hapa, lakini tumpongeze Bwana Anyumba. Anyumba leo amekuwa kama mzee wetu, leo amekuja kama Wanjila na kama Alex. He illustrated the running of the day correctly. Anyumba, asante sana kwa hiyo kitu, ni kazi mzuri, ina keep our talking points into correct, as Mr. Bernard put it in the topics. The topics are, leo the respondents, they void of only my loudspeakers, that courtroom was a campaign hall. They talk what they want to talk, but they never responded back to the affidavits. And hence, you saw the question, they were asked more questions than the petitioner, because they presented assumptions, and they wanted the judges to look on the assumptions, assuming that assumption came from a former Attorney General. And I think the current Attorney General recused himself knowingly. They cannot be both of them there antagonizing the office of Attorney General. Attorney General today, and in fact, he's very historical. The same guy defending Ruto now and the IBC is a very historical figure, because his participation in articles which were made into the Constitution, it was immense. He's the one who created the article 138, 131, and especially 140, which the deputy president of the Supreme Court mentioned. And I wanted to mark that very clearly, because Bernard, you didn't want to talk about it because maybe you are trying to prejudice what the judge was trying to say. But the statement from the deputy Supreme Court judge is the direction it's almost the direction that the court will take. If the rebuttal tomorrow, whoever wins the rebuttal tomorrow will win the election. But based on the evidences on the affidavits and the responses from the respondents today, they don't come to and defend the affidavit response that they filed. They come and shouted and shouted and shouted. I want Anyumba to elaborate more on what he submitted now to complement what I've just mentioned after him. Okay, Mr. Bennett, you can also come in, and the other panelists can also come in. Today we want to be very constructive. Leo tushangilie mtu, na kama unataka maombi kaombe nyuma ya screen. Leo kuja hapa useme kitu. Asante sana.
Bwana Olara, you are beginning to give orders. Are you Chebukati? Eh? Don't bring opaqueness. In this platform, yeah, you are beginning to bring opaqueness. Just a moment, I want us to look at this chart, and we need this, whatever, this image from the star. I hope it is it's genuine. Eh? It's a okay. One moment. Delete that. Okay. Let's see if it will accept. One moment. Where are we? Here we go. Okay. Let's look at that. I think we do that. Okay. Fine, even though you can. Okay, that is the star, and has something. Let me read from this other side in the kind of vizuri. Just to magnify it ndio isomeke vizuri. Okay, you can magnify from wherever you are, but it says the report shows the scrutiny report. It said the report shows that IBC could not avail ballot papers from 9 polling stations which were non-existent. So the Supreme Court scrutiny and others are major anomalies in the 45 stations. 9 of the ballot papers from 9 polling stations of the 45 scrutinized polling stations don't exist. That means the result from those polling stations were coming from ghost polling stations, where the dead woke up that morning, went and voted, went back in the grave, and they are quiet thereafter. So we are in for a good treat tomorrow, even as IBC explained to us how they had 9 polling stations with no ballot papers, but they send result in the Kim's kit and send result to the tallying, to the National Tallying Center, and Chebukati was in a hurry to announce the results, which he declared. All right, Anyumba, you had something to say to ama tuende kwa Natea.
Let me just add something small. You know, wanasemaga siku za nyani kufa miti yote uteleza.
Sasa ya Chebukati imefika na ya Ruto imefika. That is why, in fact, I was almost defending Olara when you ask him that, are you becoming Chebukati? You know, Bernard, this constitution is not for Chebukati and even the 7 bench judges. This is not for them. It is our constitution. We woke up and we went and voted for it. So I think we have a right when you look at the Constitution Article 32, if I'm not wrong, where we express our views and whatever. So we are good to go and we will hear our views, but it is now where the truth will be known, and the truth, according to the Bible, will set us free and will set Chebukati free, either to go to jail or to remain outside.
All right, thank you very much, Anyumba. Let me just respond to Nini before Simba comes in. Martin Wiseman, I wish your wisdom was as wise as your name. Huh? You say our foreign policy agenda is at stake. Raila is the key with America. That is why Biden kept quiet when Ruto won. Why America agenda on LGBT was thrashed by Ruto. That is why Ruto is appointed by God to rule. Martin, I will drop you from this channel if you continue in that line of thinking. For one, Biden, or you would have said Raila called Biden and told Biden not to call Ruto. That would have made sense. But if Biden found fault with the way Ruto was declared president and decided not to call to call Ruto, how does Raila come in? Okay? And then which policy did William Ruto bring about LGBT? Is there any policy William Ruto has ever introduced in any floor of any house that even translated into a law since he joined politics? I don't think so. He campaigned against the 2010 constitution, saying it's going to allow LGBT. Okay? Is that a policy? But the constitution has been enacted. He doesn't want anything changed about that particular constitution. So who between Raila Odinga and William Ruto is on the side of the Americans? Why are you begging for the Americans congratulatory message in the first place? To watch a propaganda, let's do what is good for Kenya. Simba, uko?
Asante sana Bwana Bernard na other panelists, na wasalimia kwa masaa kama hii, kama ni jioni ama asubuhi. Mimi hapa penye nimekaa ninasema kwanza Marekani, I will be for the opposite, and nataka niwe proved wrong. Marekani kutoa hiyo advisory au watu wako mbele yetu, kwa sababu zile celebrations ambazo zitapast in Kenya watu hawataamini. That's why they are giving that advisory, I think so. Kwa sababu after that ruling, Kenyans will go mad. So kama wataipeana on that ground, I think wako mbele yetu. Nataka niwachie hapo, sitaki ku expand my statement, lakini ukweli ni kwamba hiyo kitu naona inaelekea mahali tunaenda, kwa sababu ile kitu yenye mimi sijui kama wataigusia ni Chebukati after the nullification. Hiyo ndio itakuwa kitu yenye sitaelewa, kwa sababu we are going back to the polls na this time round, and especially Simba Arati akiwa governor wa Kisii, expect 80+%. Waachana na hii vitu vingine. Leo unajua alikuwa anamulika ghost workers. Hiyo jina yangu ya pili hapo inamaanisha taa. Unamulika mpaka mahali dereva yako amefanya kazi miaka mitatu, ana driving license, ajui gari, au watu ndio tuko na wao in most cases and in most parts of this country. Hawa ndio watu wenye wanatusumbua hii Kenya. So tutawamulika, tutawatoa nje kama Raila amekaa kwa kiti. So mimi naona kama we are heading to the right direction, kwa sababu already churches wametupatia direction what we have to expect on Monday in their judgment. So wale watu ambao wamekataa ku reason in our country lazima waone kwamba kila mtu si mjinga. Wajinga waliisha Kenya, tunataka kwenda mbele, mambo ya kuforget na kumove on. Kama hatuwezi breathe, tuna move aje? So mimi hii mambo ingine hizi ni side shows. By the way, watu waanze kunoa miti na waweke scooters mafuta ya kutosha, miti itakatwa. Haikuwa itisiri, miti itakatwa tena sana. Na si Mau, ni Sugoi. Mimi nataka kuachia hapo, wengine waendelee na kuchangia. Niko hapa kuangalia vile mambo inaenda. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante Simba, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Na tunaamini kwamba mambo itakwenda kama vile inapaswa kwenda. I just want to get those people in the comment section who think that Mtembei TV is here because of either supporting Raila Odinga and vilifying William Ruto. That is not the reason why we're here. We were here before UDA. We are older than UDA party. So usitulinganishe na UDA. UDA is too recent thing. It cannot compare to Mtembei TV. So in the UDA being in power or not makes no difference as far as Mtembei TV is concerned. So if you think we're here because UDA has favored us or given us the privilege to be here, you are mistaken. And I'm addressing you Karukaru, okay? So Karukaru, just understand, if you have a brain, use it properly and understand that freedom of expression and the liberty we have right now is not given by yellow. It's not given by yellow party. It's given by our constitution. So until mfike bungeni mbadilishe katiba ndio mwanze kutufungia tuseme hii na hii, hiyo itakuwa kali sana. And it's going to take a long time. So rest assured that mnaingia mnaanza kufunga station. Jaribu. You may not even stay in there. So all the best in your twisted mentality of thinking that we are here because we are favored by a particular political party. We are saying this because we are sponsored by a political party. If we are doing that, we will have closed long time ago. The channels that exist because they are sponsored by a particular political party, they close as soon as that political party loses an election. We've been here longer than all of you. Like I told you, we were older than UDA party. And so UDA party cannot determine our lifespan or existence. And on that note, I bring Fen. Fen, namna gani?
Poa sana Bernard. Habari yako?
Haya, karibu.
Nasalimia wenye wako kwa panel.
Salama, nashukuru.
Nimesikiza maswali ambayo ziliwekwa na majaji. Sana hapo niliduel sana sababu zile zingine hizo affidavit zao watu hizo ni ukora tupu. Hizo swali zimenitia moyo sana especially yenye iliulizwa na Njoki Ndung'u, akiulizwa kazi za commissioners wengine walikuwa nafanya ni kazi gani, na kama Chebukati ange collapse na akufe, nani angesoma research? Kwa hivyo kitu nimerealize watu wanajaribu kutuambia kwamba ati Chebukati ndio the final, ati hakuna mwenye anaweza chukua hiyo kazi tena hapo kwa IBC. Deputy wake hawezi fanya kazi. Ndio mimi nauliza kama presidency, that is the highest office in Kenya, na inasemekana kwamba deputy president can take over president akikufa. Sasa kazi ya deputy wa Chebukati huyu Cherera ni gani tena kwa hii IBC kama hizi take over? Nilifurahia sana hiyo swali na niliona iliwasumbua akili kidogo, wakasema wapewe hadi kesho. Sasa tuongoje hiyo kesho asubuhi tusikie watasema aje. All in all, nimesikia proceeding iko sawa, hii kitu itakuwa nullified. Tuombe hivyo kabisa. Asante sana, hayo tu peke yake nilikuwa nayo.
Okay, thank you, friend. We appreciate that, and let's dig in for a better Kenya under the rule of law. Innocent, namna gani?
Salama sana. How are you doing?
Great. Good to see you. Talk to us.
While you're hearing me.
We are getting you. Go ahead.
Okay. I will wish to say that Kenyans at least can see that our systems of governance are taking shape, and at least we are seeing a process that is going to give us what is going to be fair and transparent, as the CJ said. And basically, this is a long process that we have all watched and seen: the petitioners' day, the respondents' day. And if you are for the respondents, you will not be happy to hear the petitioners execute their case. And if you are for the for the petitioners, the responses sometimes can make you feel like you have lost the case. But that is how the case is. What is fundamental are the questions that are posed by the bench. Yesterday, the questions basically are now going to be the breakthrough for the petitioners. Basically, our petitioner now, Mr. Raila Odinga, is supposed now to tell the court how he won the elections. That is the question they asked, and I believe they are working on that particular answer. And now, today, the respondents have been put on sword, and they have been asked to explain how the commission can work if one man can come out and basically run it like his own shop. And I have always said that people could underrate the wisdom of the four commissioners, because the journalists had asked them, what are your numbers or what are your figures? And they were very, very careful, because they knew if they could relay the figures maybe they had, that could be seen that they were impartial. And that is why they said that the process was opaque. And another fundamental question we have seen from the CJ is the one that they have asked about the streaming of results that was done, that was so opaque. By the words of Cherera, we didn't know. I have asked some good friends who knew Ruto was going to win this election, and everybody will tell you, like, you see what the figures were apparent if they are for the UDA side from the portal. But I asked them, was the portal tallying? It wasn't. So the tallying was not displayed to Kenyans. We saw Mr. Chebukati walking in with a document, and they read the results, and that was it. So basically, like I have said on the comment section, all of us, we have watched games on TV. When teams are playing, there are important aspects that cannot miss from that televised match: the scoreboard, which is displaying the results, and the timer. So Chebukati missed that. So he needs to explain to Kenyans, why did he go off on that? Because if he didn't display the results and based it that there was some sort of violence by the end of the exercise, he could be asked, which he was asked actually, why he wasn't accountable to us from the kick of the event. So like I said at some point here, their body language, they were very defiant. What they have done, They knew that they were above the law. They went ahead and printed ballot papers. You can remember, I feel for Mr. Kagame. He was allowed to contest, to go and try his luck. But unfortunately, before he could be moved out, the commission was already saying that they don't have money. I mean, they have already printed the ballot papers. Just the same case right now, Chebukati is talking from the sidelines before even the determination of this case. He's already telling Kenyans that the commission does not have money. Are we going to talk about money, or are we going to talk about the transparent, fair process that should give us leaders we all went out to vote for? The exercise maybe is going to be annulled because we don't know how the judges are going to make their determination. I mean, their ruling. But Kenyans, it's not about the annulment. It's about being responsible for what you do. I think, like I said, Mr. Odinga has made Kenya to grow in terms of everything. Our democracy, our judicial system, you can see how our judges are now more organized. Some countries, they don't even know how they are going to go about a petition if it's presented before them. So I will have to say that we have to stay calm, be peaceful, and I believe these judges that we have mandated to go through the issues have the ability to give us the best decision that we can all be born with as a nation. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bana Innocent. We appreciate that. Good counsel and good advice. There are people who are asking for evidence. You guys, the evidence was filed at the Supreme Court. If you want to review the evidence, you go to the Supreme Court. Here we are only debating, okay, based on what the submissions were, what the response were, and the probable outcome. History ya kusema Orengo did not have evidence. Wait for the judges to tell you that. Or Chebukati to say now unajua nyinyi watu wa UDM mnasumbuanga mimi akili sana. Tukisema kujeni Supreme Court amfiki. Haya, toeni evidence, amtoi. Lakini hapa mnakuja kusema hakuna evidence. UDA guys, with your propaganda machine, you are not going anywhere with it. You are the first people to declare Malala has taken Kakamega and your Sarai has taken Mombasa early in the morning before the polling station opened. So we can't trust you. Anything you say, we must doubt it. That is a policy. Well, Shiko, namna gani?
Yes, Bernard. Sasa?
Poa, kwani ulikuja kajificha?
Nataka kusema tu jambo moja alafu nilale. So nikasikia I think I need to talk to the Azimio guys, yeah? Unajua nasikizanga behind the curtains mkiongea na kina Alex na wengine, so nikasema leo niingie tu kidogo then nitoke. I would start by saying I would start by saying for us kuhusu mambo ya propaganda watu wa UDA na watu wa UDA, if you need sanity, kama wewe uko Azimio damu, yani you are not like a hyena mwenye anakuanga na miguu zote, as in uko pande zote mbili, uko UDA mara uko Azimio, please usisikize watu wa UDA. And also when it comes to sharing whatever you are seeing on social media, don't just share any information to anyone ati wanze ama kwa groups. These people are writing propagandas, and we have some groups whereby you find people people asking you, why is this happening, why is this guy saying this and that. So don't just share anything from social media. For me, I will tell you, Bernard, si kusikiza hao watu wa the respondent lawyers au watu wa UDA. Mimi si kuwasikiza. My concern was zile maswali wataulizwa na the judges, and I listened to the judges. So yesterday was a bit like, wow, what is going to happen because of the question that they asked our team, and I was like, okay. And somehow there is one judge I felt like, this guy is a bit compromised, but I was anyway, let me just wait and see. And today, to my shock, the same judge, I felt like you cannot listen to a whole, as in the whole day, and then when it comes to ask a question, you're asking us about the petition as you do. Anyway, I was like, oh, okay, it's all right, yeah. So that kuna swali iliulizwa, and I wrote it in our group, ati why press on the petitioner because of the action of his agents and supporters when the said matter is not before them? And that judge said that that's the only question. Anyway, I don't want to go into details, but I then felt, wow, anyway, it's good. It's good. Ni vizuri tunaona vitu kama hizi on the television. Then the judges, the question that they asked, mine was about what Philomena Mwiru asked. Yeah. So what was not for, is it Renaora or Wanjara? Aliuliza swali, what was what was that was so urgent to announce the presidential results than what was going on in Kenya at that time? So then this question, it's like if you work in a company, you work wherever you work, there is an administration, yeah. And if you people want to maybe you have not decided on maybe there's something you are planning to do, and it reaches to a point whereby you guys disagree. So there's no one, the chairman, or even if it's a chairman, the chairman is not supposed to make decisions. It's like saying when you work in an institution, maybe in a school, the principal nyinyi ndio mnafundisha na principal ndiye atamark mtihani, and he or she will announce his or her own results, yeah. But nyinyi hamtakuwa in the picture, na si yeye alisomesha. So it's like nyinyi ndio mlisomesha, but principal ndiye ata announce result, aseme venye huyu this student alipata hii grade. I don't understand what Chebukati in fact did. In fact, that was a joke. Whatever we Kenyans did on 9th August, that was a total joke. That was not even an election. And that election for me, I would want, and I know our senior counsel, Kina James Orengo, for me, I would want it to be nullified. It doesn't matter how long it is going to take us to go back to the ballot, but I think for me it should be nullified, and we should also stick to that we cannot say, Bernard, according to me, anyway, I stand to be corrected. And sorry, you guys, I'm from Nyeri, I'm from Mount Kenya, so we have this problem of pronouncing R and L, so bear with me for now, yeah? Bernard anajua niko na hiyo shida. So so why is it that ikikuja why is it that this Chebukati he felt so comfortable, yet there were policemen uko Bomas of Kenya, but he felt so comfortable to announce the presidential candidate, akisema sijui kulikuwa na threat, kulikuwa, it's okay kulikuwa na threat. Then was it not supposed, because the four commissioners walitoka wakaenda the Serena, and like the judge said, she thought alifikiria ataenda kuannounce result, walifikiria ataenda kuannounce result zao. So does it mean the IBC commissioners, the four commissioners, they don't have any other roles, like they are just there to serve teas? And maybe tell maybe wanaambia Chebukati wanampanguza viatu, ama what is their role? Because I understand we also pay them and they have their roles. Ama kazi yao ni kupanguza Chebukati na kumtengeneza tai in the office. I don't understand that guy. Whatever the monkey business Chebukati alifanya in that was monkey business, and I feel like sisi we are just taking things like for granted. This is Kenya. Anyumba, let me finish, yeah? Then you ask me a question kindly, because nitasahau venye nataka kusema. I think for us we should now, Bernard, about the IEBC, if at all Kenya cannot have a person who has a lot of integrity, na kuwe huyo mtu anaweza fanyisha uchaguzi yenye it's transparent, then I think we should reach to a point where Baba was saying tufanyishwe uchaguzi na watu wa EU observers, because for us, like, we have to, like, hiyo sasa venye ile kitu tulifanya 9th of August, that was just monkey business. That was Chebukati's own election, and Ruto, that was not for Kenyans. Like, we did nothing. That is monkey business that was going on there. And if at all there was tension in Bomas of Kenya, then Chebukati would have postponed and said, if there was not someone, according to me, Bernard, yeah, hii ni msimamo wangu, si wa mtu. According to me, if Chebukati felt the environment was not safe, the threat and whatever, and the commissioners washatoka, the 4 commissioners, for me, I think what he would have done is maybe postpone whatever he wanted to announce. If at all there was not someone who was pushing him, a person they had talked and told him that they knew who is going to be announced, and then if at all there was not someone who was pushing Chebukati to announce the presidential results, then as for him, he would have said, anyway, I will reach out to these people. We have almost over the whole night, and some walisema walikosana kitu kama saa 7, then they would have agreed and said, anyway, let me reach out to them. Then if tomorrow we will not have, maybe we will have still decide hatutasikizana, then from there I will tell the Kenyans, I'll just call a press conference and tell them, by the way, this is what is happening. I cannot announce the results because there is a disagreement na kuna hizo irregularities, and we call it a day, rather than ametuweka kwa giza for almost a week. Then he comes with his monkey cooked mathematics to announce to us that was a total joke. Then he tells us that there was tension. Which tension? Does it mean those people he had called there were so important than the 6.9 or the 7 million who voted for Baba? 10 people are important to Chebukati than those who voted for Baba over 7 million. Tukiongea sasa zile kura za Baba zenye zimeibiwa, does it mean Chebukati is way much important than the Kenyans who went and voted for Baba? What was there? What was the urgency of announcing those votes? For me, I feel like someone was pushing him, and because the intelligence know these things, and he was told, anyway, you have to announce this thing, because this certificate, I might not get it. Because, you know, the government can do something. Within those the hours that were remaining to the next day, the government would have done something, and Chebukati was pushed. You have to announce this thing. I have to sleep with this certificate. You know, I have bought it with so much money. You have to announce it. I go with it home. Sahi najua hata imewekwa chini ya kitanda or somewhere, maybe you never even get to see it. Hata sahi labda mkiulizwa labda iko Venezuela. Anyway, I would like to finalize and say, you guys don't listen to the UDA coherence. I am from Mount Kenya, and I'm telling you, there's this artist by the name Garoya Jr. He posted a photo about Uhuru Kenyatta. Don't be cheated. Ati sisi tunatukia ati watu tunatukia Uhuru. Anyway, wenye wanamchukia Uhuru Kenyatta hauzangi ice cream ndio sumpende sisi wote, unless you sell ice cream ndio watu wanaweza kupenda wakiwa wote. So I would like to say, we love him and we voted for Baba. And Baba is our president. The monkey business about with Ruto, Chebukati, and who is the other person, and Gachagua, that is their own. That was their own election, and Baba is the 5th president of Kenya. So let's put our focus on the Supreme Court. Please, guys, don't listen to the UDA coherence if you want sanity. Those people are full of. They are even evil, to say the least. That's the least I can say. Don't share anything to our groups. Please don't share those information and propaganda zenye wanashinda wakipost. Don't share them. Don't share them and don't listen to them. If at all utaki kukua mwenda wazimu. And thank you guys, Baba the Fifth. Thank you. Anyumba, I can see.
Thank you, Shiko. Thank you, Shiko. Thank you so much, Shiko. Anyumba iko nini wewe?
Shiko, I'm not asking a question. I just want to congratulate you and just to encourage you. There is somewhere that you wanted to get clarification. And Bernard, with your permission, if you remember, there was a time that Mutula Kilonzo Senior, the late Mutula Kilonzo, asked a senior police officer who was saying that the incident that took place in Nakuru, the policeman was going to report in Nairobi. Mutula Senior asked a simple question. Between Nakuru and Nairobi, there was no police station. So I'm coming to your word, Shiko, in Bomas, that Chebukati was asked, when the calmness was found in Bomas, where did he get that time to announce, to declare Ruto, and not to read the 27 constituencies? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anyumba. Collins, take it.
Thank you, Bernard, and thank you, everyone. Nimeiba lunch time, so mtanipia tu dakika tatu just to go very fast. I see everybody, you are doing a good job. I'll be back later. Everything that people wanted to see in the Supreme Court has come out. And somebody asked yesterday why Akina Orengo hawana evidence. The evidence was not with Akina Orengo, the evidence was with the respondents. Now wameileta kuleta. One of the questions is, was there interference in election with a foreigner? They accepted today that there is the Venezuelan is there, who was arrested and released before election. That point is home. Was there interference? Yes. Willis Otieno, lawyer, produced a name called Kinisu, that somebody who is not also accredited to function in our electoral system was also found to be accessing our data. Was that an allegation? Yes. Did they confirm it? Correct, because they say Kinisu accessed and worked on the forms. Who gave him the mandate? Chibukati knows, because he's the personal assistant. The next thing that I'm going to run over, people are busy celebrating mediocrity and praising. If you want to know that UDA is so full and powerful in propaganda, you will know. There is a lawyer who presented the statistics. He was asked a very good question. Is there disparity between the figures of different positions on the presidency and also of the other positions? He said, no, I'm giving from his figures. If you could see whatever he was giving, there are a lot. Turkana County, the presidential election has 144,331. That is what they got. The senator has 147,760. I did my calculation and I found the difference is 3,129. That's one county. We have 47 counties. I don't know if we multiply that 3,000 by 47, what we have. Kirinyaga County has 260,900 votes for the presidency. And the governor has 237,183. The difference is 23,717. I don't know where we are getting those figures to. Nyeri County has 326,880 for the presidential election, and the senator has 335,709 votes. Those are his figures. The difference between those figures is 8,829. So is there disparity? We can confirm, yes. Was there interference? Yes. Another thing is, did the chairman, they said, did the chairman not read, or they read all the constituencies? He said there was a lot of chaos that he did not read. So that means 27 constituencies were not tallied. Does that one come to clear that it was not done? Yes, other constituencies were not announced. they say that I saw somebody whom I also respect as a good lawyer, Kilukumi. He could not answer no questions. He was a bubble. He was just, it was a whole bubble of a person. There was nothing coming from Kilukumi. And the same Solomonic story that he brought in really backfired on him, because now he was told, okay, now we don't have the baby and we don't have the women. We have, can you now advise? That is where you see he is not sincere. I'm going to come back in the evening after I'm from work, and I think I'll do much more. Thank you. Anybody have a question?
Thank you, Collins, for that pointing us in that direction. I think we'll dive deeper into the same. I'm now looking forward for the petitioner's response tomorrow and cross-examination. I'm sure this thing, we must lay it to rest. The story of stolen elections must come to an end. This country must move forward, and we need to get legitimate leaders. Story ya wizi mpaka wa kura. Tumeiba ya pesa, tumeiba ya damu.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll be back. Nitakuwa hapa kwa nyuma.
Sawa sawa, asante. Now we go to James, Jamusi Mwaura, mbona umeficha sura? Yes, go ahead. You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, umeshindikana, pole. Twende kwa Alfred, nani akijaribu kujifunza hiyo technology. Akitoboa tutamrudisha. Thank you. Endelea kujaribu James, ukitoboa basi. Alfred.
Habari ya asubuhi. Habari ya asubuhi.
Salama ya kwako.
Mzima bweri wapi, nashukuru. Nimeweza kufurahia Shiko. Ameweza kuongea mambo yote yale ningeweza kusema. Na ningependa tu kusuggest mambo mawili matatu juu nimesikiza vile Shiko ameongea, that's why nimekuja kusema congratulations Shiko to what you have said, because saizi imeonyesha waziwazi kwamba kulikuwa na shida kwenye uchaguzi na evidences zimeweza kuonekana. So tarehe 5 hiyo wanaosema kwamba watakuwa wanatoa uamuzi kama mahakama. Uamuzi tutakaosubiria, wana UDA, ningependa niwaambie msijipige kifua. Manake mkijipiga kifua mkisema kwamba ushindi ulikuwa ni wewe na lazima ni wenu, hiyo inaonyesha ni kana kwamba mnashabikia mabaya kufanyika. Na wakati ndio kunatokezea kuwa ushahidi kwamba kulikuwa na wizi wa kura, like leo nimekuwa mahali tukipiga siasa on how the votes ziliweza kufanyika. But ukipata wana UDA, sijui ni sheria ama ni nini hawaelewi kidogo. Manake wanasema uchaguzi ulikuwa huru na haki. The question ambayo nilikuwa nataka niulize, if uchaguzi ulikuwa huru na haki, ni kwa nini haya mambo yalifanywa kienyeji? Manake mambo kufanywa kienyeji kunaonyesha kwamba kuna ukora fulani unaendelea. Na inadhihirisha waziwazi kwamba huo uchaguzi haukuwa huru na haki. Hiyo ni kana kwamba kunyang'anya mtu kwa lazima, ili hali hatuwezi sema kwamba baba alinyang'anywa ndio ama Ruto aliweza kuiba. Manake Ruto hajaiba na baba hajaiba, lakini aliye na makosa tunayemlaumu kabisa ni Chebukati. Hatusaidi kumlaumu Ruto wala Raila kwa kupeleka kesi kwenye mahakama. So uamuzi wa koti, kulingana na vile tumeweza kuona evidences zinaweza kujitokeza, wana UDA naona ni kana kwamba wanamlaumu sana Raila kuenda kwenye kesi, kupeleka hii kesi kwenye mahakama. Wana UDA, ningependa niwaambie Ruto wala Raila, hakuna mwizi pale, na tulisema kwamba wote ati kwamba ni mwizi aliyefanya mambo haya yote ni Chebukati, na Chebukati ndo ana haya makosa yote, manake yeye ndo alikuwa akijua kila kitu kinafanyika. Na kitu ambacho ningependa kusema, koti haiwezi kufanya tukapigana, na koti itahakikisha kila mtu yuko sawa na ameridhika kulingana na uamuzi. Kwa hivyo itakapofika tarehe 5 tusubirie kwamba kama tutaambiwa turudi kwenye uchaguzi ama vile wao wenyewe watakavyoamua. Sina mengi ya kusema, Shiko amesema. Kuweni na usiku mwema.
Okay, asante bwana Sakwa, tunashukuru kwa mchango huo wa muhimu sana. Hilary Rono, tafadhali go and advocate for what you're advocating elsewhere. This case is before the Supreme Court. There are 7 judges to look at it. You call it, this explains why Azimio performance is very shambolic. Performance compared to what? Let me just do justice, okay? Okay. Who is the next person? Hey, James umepona? Una click kwa ile crossed microphone just before your name.
Unasikia sasa?
Aha, endelea.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
James, nakusikia, endelea.
Hello. Unanisikia? Hamjambo nyote.
Wako igwaje? Wako igwa.
Saa kwangu hii ni siku ya kwanza. Hii ni siku ya kwanza kuja hapa hivi. Lakini sasa mimi swali ningetaka kuuliza. Sasa Chebukati akipatwa na makosa tutamstaki kwa espionage ama terrorism? Sababu these are terrorists against the Soviet nation. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka tu kuuliza.
Sawa bwana James, asante sana. Swali gumu kweli. Lakini kile mimi naelewa, in my limited understanding of law, the Supreme Court can advise, okay? That since this person is been mentioned here and there, let criminal charges be preferred against him. Then that now will revert back to the High Court, the DCI, and the other people will now take over the case na wafuatilie.
Hata kusema ukweli kwangu, I think mimi nikichukua hii kesi yake, kama atashindwa pale hivi, mimi nitaenda kotini niulize, can we prosecute this guy for espionage or terrorism act against Soviet nation? Sababu huyu kama atakuwa amefanya makosa, haina tofauti yake na Al-Shabaab. Na wale watu wote wametekeleza hiyo mambo yote, wale walimsupport. Sasa ni yeye aamue ataenda chini peke yake ama atatoboa watu wengine. Asante sana kwa kunisikiza. Mungu awabariki.
Okay, asante sana bwana James, and we appreciate. Karibu sana, tunafuatilia maneno na hii haijaisha, kwa sababu aswa if this election is going to be nullified, Chebukati must be followed. We must exhaust all the available avenues.
Resources, exactly. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Now let's Ola, ulikuwa unasemaje? Bwana Lara, you had your hand up ama ulikuwa una stretch?
Nilikuwa nasema kuna hiyo issue ya kwamba imeraisiwa. One of the questions which caught my eye, in case of nullification,
Kuna kelele Bwana Lara, deal with the noise behind you first.
Nimezima.
You come in later, yeah?
Nimezima, unanisikia?
Endelea sasa.
No, kuna hiyo question ambayo very critical, ambayo ule judge nani yule Msomali yule kwa kwanza hapa aliuliza bago ya kwamba the chairperson should be a person with a qualification of a high court judge. Now, what qualifies somebody to be a high court judge? Is it only the law certificate, or is it the structure of the government? Because a high court judge in any other category of how they rank them, salary wise and category wise, they have the rank, because high court judge also have the equivalence in any other administration across all commissions and including the departments of the government. So now, the question that was just a box there for Mr. Gil, former Attorney General, I'm very interested to see would he qualify somebody like maybe Gachagua to be a high court judge in his rank on what he is administering every day, because the term high court judge, it doesn't mean that you have to be a judge. It meant, I think, from my understanding, is the rank of high court judge. That's Bana Gerard. Deal with that question, because I think tomorrow is very sooner, and especially Anyumba kwa hapa pia anajua kusoma hii mambo hiyo language. That question was asked on purpose, because now in case of Chebukati is not there. Is the ranking, or is there somebody with a low background? So I want to understand that as I conclude also.
Okay, thank you. We'll revisit that. Shiko has something to say before she goes. Shiko Sema.
Sorry guys, I want to leave, but then I wanted to place this question to you, all of you. I can say I think I'm the only female here, so I start by apologizing because what I want to say, maybe it might Juliet is here, it might rub some other people the other way. But then if Chebukati crossed on the day of declaring, maybe 5 minutes before declaring the winner, who would replace him? Then, what if the doctor, when Moses Kuria, what if the doctor faints halfway when doing circumcision, when circumcising someone? What would happen? What if Moses Kuria, when he went for surgery, then the surgeon who was operating his legs, what if that person collapses on the halfway? What would happen? So does it mean now Moses Kuria hangetibiwa miguu? What would have happened? So angekaa hivyo mpaka huyo wakati ataamka? What happens when a woman is giving birth, then she's in the labor, they call it the delivery room, yeah? So what happens if the doctors, maybe the nurse collapses and now the woman is almost giving birth? So does it mean she will have to wake up for that to help that woman? What would happen? I'm not understanding, yeah? So I think those are the questions we should also ask these UDA coherents and their propagandas and their evil-minded, because UDA is a cult, yeah? And I'll keep on saying that it's a cult. So whenever you join UDA, you go on a reasoning reef, yeah? You don't reason like a human being, you go on a reasoning reef. So to finish, I would also want to add on this thing about us, the nullifying of election. Sorry, I said R and L is a problem to me. Sometimes I pronounce it in the right manner. Sometimes I use the R and the L, whatever. The information, the point is home, yeah? So what happens if we have to say this election has to be nullified? Because it was a joke. So I know our lawyers will insist on that. So we don't want this election. And also, even though we don't want it, so what happens? After 5 years, are we going to come back here, Bernard, and say, we want Fulani and Fulani to go because they cannot conduct a transparent election? So what happens? So for me, I feel Chebukati should serve, and the court should order the DCI to investigate those Maljan, Mboru, and Chebukati. If found guilty, let them be jailed. Let them rot in jail so that they can serve as an example. If at all tunataka tukue na what we call transparent and people who are who has got a lot of integrity in our public offices. I mean, what are we going to do? Because I'm expecting the same another Chebukati after 5 years. Someone who will be compromised, someone who will be bought to sell Kenyans to the dogs. And I don't blame also William Ruto, because he approached someone, and someone is so hungry to sell his country to the dogs. So what are we going to do about this? Chebukati, Mboru, all those commissioners, they should be investigated, and if found guilty, the court should, when they are giving their judgment, they should say, if found guilty, these guys should be jailed so that they can serve as an example to the IBC commissioners who will come after them. That's all we want to see. We don't want whereby we will see another Chebukati. Chebukati will just walk freely. He has wasted our time, our resources, which is the taxpayers' money. If you are going back to election, that is hiyo ni pesa ingine, and we cannot say ati Raila ndiye anataka uchaguzi mwingine. So you guys, you want the UDA people, because there is no Kenya Kwisha in Kenya. That's just it's a scam, yeah? The UDA people, you want us to keep quiet when you are stealing, and then we keep quiet because ati baba ndiye anataka. Si baba anataka uchaguzi, it's the Kenyan people and the people who are behind baba. We are the one who want an election whereby it's not, people are not compromised, and we want a free and transparent election in Kenya. And also, when I want to finish, Bernard, by saying, when we are vetting these the IBC commissioners, we should also look behind what were they doing before now they want this job. They should be investigated. If you look about the history of Chebukati, I read somewhere that he was running for an MP somewhere, and he was running with the ODM ticket, then he was not given the nomination. So how sure are you that person will not come to revenge now because he thought Baba will give him a direct ticket and a direct nomination and a ticket, and now maybe he's doing that, maybe to punish the person. We should look on that. I think a person, mtu mwenye tunafaa kuleta kwa IBC ni mtu ajakuwa na kwa nini ya political side, like in the UDA, whether, for me, that, according to me, that is, yeah. Si mtu mwenye ashaijiingiza kwa siasa juu kama huyo mtu unaona anaweza, it's like me, you tell me my enemy is coming to me and najua naweza msaidia, I'm going to punish the person, maybe because I'm still a human being anyway. Na unajua mwili na kupenda kwao, na mwili iko nyumbani kwao, iko duniani kwao. So for me, I think we should look on that, and Chebukati should serve as an example, and he should be punished for making us suffer. We are up right now. We should now be talking about what does Baba has for us? What is going to do? That's what we should be discussing right now. But we are discussing about Chebukati. Surely, who is Chebukati? He should serve as an example in and also for those commissioners who will come after this. Ndio wajue ukifanya hii makosa you are going to jail. Hakuna kunini na court. We are hoping the court will just say this man, the IBC commissioners to be investigated. Hata wao wenye wako behind those servers and those the ICT guys, they should be investigated. Kila mtu kwa hiyo ofisi, and if found guilty, tuna ufungwe. Then we go on. Thank you. I would want to kuna Bernard Goza Modea wanyu kuna mse ananitusi hapo kwa comment section with the Kikuyu, using the Kikuyu language. Anyway, Azimio na si mara yangu ya kwanza kukuja huku, na wacha kunitusi na Kikuyu because you think everyone is supporting the UDA guys, yeah? Ha, you will be shocked. Me and my family, we voted for Baba and so many people from that language that were writing there. So don't think that you're the only one. And let me tell you, Bernard, let me finish by telling those guys who said that if a Kikuyu doesn't support someone, if you are not going to be supported by the Kikuyu, then you're not going to be a president. I think you guys, you have some entitlement that should be tamed. Who said that it's only a Kikuyu doesn't support you, then you will not become a president? The presidency of this country does not belong to the Mount Kenya people. And you people, you have that mentality of those people from the village. I don't know, it's from the agents of the doom. Who said that if you're not supported by the Kikuyu, you will never be a president? The presidency said does not belong to the Kikuyus and the Mount Kenya. Anyone can become a president, and we want to tame your ego. We want after Baba to kuwe na tribe ingine. In fact, we should regulate that presidency venye tunakuwa na hii kabila. Who said it belongs to the Mount Kenya people? Shame on you. Shame on you. Go to hell. Thank you, Bernard.
Enough said. Thank you, Shiko. We appreciate it. And when you leave, please make sure that you sign out so that that space can be gotten by somebody else. I can't kick you out since you came with powers. Asante sana kwa kusaidia watu waelewe mbivu na mbichi, na tutasonga mbele. I wanted to clarify something about Olara's question. Somebody put it very well. The qualification of the chairperson of the IEBC should be equal that of wherever High Court judge. It doesn't have to have been a High Court judge, or it doesn't have to have been a judge, but their qualification, the ranking needs to be the same. And then I think we are mixing up between two things: conducting election and being chairman of IEBC. To become chairman of IEBC, you need to have a background in law, and then you need to have that qualification of at least a High Court judge. But to conduct an election, you don't need all that. That means if Chebukati goes, the rest of the 6 commissioners can choose a leader among them, a team leader among them. They will still be able to conduct by-elections and conduct any other election, because the quorum is 3. There are 6. So everything doesn't have to live and die by Chebukati, that without Chebukati, the commission cannot function. That is a wrong interpretation from where I sit. And I look forward to having that cleared tomorrow by the petitioner's response. I believe that is where everything stands, because the chairman, for you to become the chairman, those qualifications come into play. But the moment you are a commissioner, any commissioner, just like we say in church, okay, you can't be a church elder, okay, and you can't preach, you can't pray for the children, you can't visit the sick, and you are a church elder. You can't qualify for that. So you can't qualify to be a commissioner in the Electoral Commission and not be able to conduct the election. So we don't need a chairman to conduct election. We just need competent people. And so if Chebukati goes, I still believe we are able to conduct credible election using the remaining 6 commissioners under the scrutiny of the court. The court can order fresh election, and then they will scrutinize that election. That is, wanasimamia election the way wamesimamia kurecount hizo polling stations. Nasema watasimamia elections as Supreme Court, but the commissioners will conduct the election under the supervision of the Supreme Court. That's still an option. I'm trying to help the petitioners in their response tomorrow. I'm not a lawyer. I am just a preacher. But the Bible understands many things than most of us, so let's respect the Bible. Nashukuru sana, nafurahi kuona Juliet after a long time. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back.
I'm here. Thank you so much, Pastor. After a long time, I was here over the weekend. Happy bank holiday to everybody. Here in UK, we were in bank holiday. And so it's quite, we had Notting Hill Carnival, but great questions and following. I'm always following your program, nafuatilia vizuri. So I enjoy listening to all the different conversations, discussions, as you can imagine. And yes, so I'm always here to listen because I know that grassroots needs to get involved and in efforts of creating civics participation and also in efforts of understanding what really shapes up behind the scenes. It's absolutely important to support such programs. And I'm always very happy to be part of your program. So here today,
Sorry. Thank you. I just want you to hold on.
Yeah.
We will hear from Mama Selina. Then we come back to you. You make your submission. Then we'll proceed with the Major. I think Major is the only one remaining to make his submission. Mama Selina, vipi? Inaonekana uko duty, utatusalimia alafu
nime struggle nikiwa kwa gari, nataka kuongea, nikasema nifumilie mpaka nifike. Otherwise, Penat, tunashukuru Mungu. I think all is well. Jana wakati tuliulizwa, lawyers yetu waliulizwa maswali, we were really panicking. But today, Penat, ile maswali simekuchia na tunataka ukweli, by the way. We really need the truth. Hakuna kitu ingine tunataka kama wa Kenya. The truth. Ukweli. Chebukati na lawyers, na nimeshukuru vile wamesema, tungetaka tu Supreme Court wafanye kitu ya haki. Watutangazie. Naona watu wengi wanasema tunarudia election, wengine wanasema nini, lakini Penat. Na kuna hii swali. Hata Njoki Ndung'u aliuliza. Kwa Supreme Court, tuko na deputy president na tuko na president ya kotini. But hii ya Chebukati nimefurahi kwa sababu jana walikuwa na jistamp. Wakisema is the authority, is the returning officer, he can do it alone without anybody else. Lakini kulingana na vile tumesikia sisi wote, hata kuna vile inaulizwa, how was he appointed as the returning officer alone? Now, what is the work of the other commissioners? So, najua Monday, mambo itatokea, but we need peace. Ile kitu imenishangaza kidogo ni Americans. Yes, excitement from Kisumu, hata baba akitangazwa watafurahi. Ikikuja ile inakuja, but ile kitu tunataka wajue, si Kisumu, ni wa Kenya. We are the people. Nimeshukuru Njoki Ndung'u waliuliza Kito Muigai. 2017, you were the Attorney General. And you know what went wrong. They never told us what went wrong. Lakini kulingana ni vile nilisikia aliulizwa, unajua nini ilifanyika 2017. And now you are in defense. Nikajua hapo kuna maswali. Ya kwamba unajua hii watu lawyers wanachichua Penat. Kama mkiwa kwa nyumba, mnajua vile mnakula pamoja ama vile walikubaliana that time. Maybe wanataka kumwambia Kito Muigai, today is not the same day vile ilikuwa the other year. Ya pili Penat, kuna ile polling station 45. walikuwa kotini walikuwa wametaka kurudia, na kwa hiyo sijui kama ni ukweli, kwa sababu mimi sijasikia sana. Tunataka kujua, ninasikia out of 42 9 ni Coast polling station, hakuna mahali imeshikilia. Kama tuki authorize 45 polling station and out of 45 9 already ni Coast na wamepiga kura. Penat, out of 246 ya ukweli ni ngapi, ya uongo ni ngapi? So our country Kenya, we need the truth. Tunataka ukweli, hatutaki favorism. Nataka kushukuru baba akuwe rais, akose kukua rais. Ile kitu ametetea wa Kenya kila mtu anaesaona. Wale wakutaka katiba, today they are proud of it. Hata hii mambo leo baba anapigania, wale wanamupinga, they will be the first one to celebrate na kutaka kutuonyesha walikuwemo. So najua sitaki kuchukua nafasi mingi, nimeingia na naona kuna watu wengi, na shukuru umenipatia hiyo nafasi. Naona Madam Juliet is here. You are welcome, Julia. Now, Juliet, we need to make sure our country, sisi kwanza kama kina mama, watoto ni wetu, wale wataumia. Unajua wanaume vita ikikuja wanatoroka, and they will leave women and children. So tunataka tukue na msimamo kama wamama na wasasi, wasijana na vijana, ya kwamba hata kama tunataka amani, but bila ukweli hiyo amani iwezi tumu. Mkikosana na bwana yako kwa nyumba, amani itatumu wakati mmemaliza hiyo maneno na watoto wataishi kwa usalama. So Penat, wacha nisikie, nitulie nisikie, but ile kitu ningesema ni kwamba kulingana na hiyo maswali yote, upande yetu wakwe tayari kuchipu, na tunataka kujua Penat, hii makura 14 million, wacha hiyo ya Chebukati ya kusema Raila alikuwa na 6 million, Ruto ako na milioni 7. Do we have another, kuna hisabu ingine apart from that? Na kama ni hiyo, ikitolewa hii wameipa, kutaenda aje? Hayo tu ningetaka kujua kama Mama Selina, nikiongea kama wamama wengine wenye hawajui maneno ya law, but tuko na concern, tunataka kujua nchi yetu inaenda aje. Otherwise, asante Penat. Nitakuwa hapa mpaka wakati karibu unaenda nyumbani. Najua masaa yako iko karibu, lakini leo tu nimechelewa, usitoroke mapema. Nimekuwa nikikusikia background na watu yote. Asante.
So, asante Mami, thank you so much for that. And quickly before we go to Juliet, let me respond to Joseph. Joseph says, Bernard, Supreme Court cannot supervise election because it will be a biased arbiter in case a petition arises from it again. My opinion. The court can order I think there's a provision for that. Like they ordered for a recount of the 45 polling stations. That is, the court can order that, or can even assign. That's the highest court. That's the Supreme Court. So it can assign the High Court to go and supervise the election under the IEBC with the 6 commissioners, or whichever way. So it's not that it has to be the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gives the orders, and then the orders are carried out. Whichever way. And that also, it is weighing between the options that are available. Because if we don't arrest this situation, it gets out of hand, it will be a greater crisis than it is right now. So the Supreme Court has to give a clear way forward. They cannot leave us on the fence anymore. They should either we are stepping forward, or we are correcting what is wrong and moving forward. They cannot beat around the bush anymore. So after tomorrow, they get those responses, and then they retreat on Monday. They must tell us what happens from here forward. But they should look for something that is a lasting solution, not a painkiller. We got a painkiller 2013, painkiller 2017, no more painkillers. We want an antidote to this problem once and for all. That is the much we can ask as Kenyans, and we believe we can agitate for the same until we get it. Anyumba, si usubiri tu nani afanye submission yake. Wewe umeongea sana mpaka ukakuwa chairman. Hata
Bernard, I know you are going to Juliet, but I don't have much to say. What I wanted to say is just to help you in that terms you are using, that you can go back to 2017, where I don't know whether the Justice Mariba or Justice who where Mutunga ruled that people like Kuria Court should not go back to ballot. But you can remember Justice the CJ that we have now ruled against that ruling, and he convened a meeting at 5 bench at 8, and he ruled those people should go back to the ballot until it was happened. So it is the same thing. They can give a direction, and we have somebody to chair election.
Okay, thank you very much. Juliet, make your submission before we listen from Major. Karibu.
Asante sana. Greetings, everybody. Habari zenu. So my submission today is quite short. I don't want to be caught up with all kinds of complaints. Yeah, so the submission is, I think watching this week, for me, it's been a bit interesting, because I feel that the Supreme Court should have not sent back the question of the commissioners needed to go and sort out their issues again in the same IEBC, because the main reason why they've brought the case into court is because wameshindwa kuongeleshana. So for me, if you then send them back to the same chairman, as I put into that comment, what are you saying? The chairman has then got the decision to say, this is what I have said. In other words, our complaint procedures in the IEBC needs to be looked at again. And that is something that I have raised here right from the start. Haiwezekani ati tunakuwa na a complaint procedure ati unapatiwa silence. You know, silence is a microaggression. Mtu akikunyamazia in an office and you're putting in some this is what is happening, and that is also a microaggression. And I don't believe in any government office microaggression is suitable for any Kenyans. I believe that our people, our Kenyans need better services, and I believe that IEBC needs to give us a service that it's been paid for. So for me, my submission here today is the Supreme Court needs to take charge of every complaint that is brought forward to them. And that is important to Kenyans, because watu wakiona hatuna pahali pa kuenda, then you then get a disorderly society. And my concern is, when you end up with a disorderly society, it is because we lack somewhere to go, and we need to put back our society in order. And if you then send that complaint or that investigation or whatever you want, to call it, back to the same people who are arguing, then we are asking for more. It is a concern for me. In relation to what Mama Selina has said, thank you, Mama Selina. I appreciate you so much. And Wamama, absolutely right. She's absolutely right, because wamama ndio kwanza, young youths hawakuvote kama kina mama. Let's face the situation. The youths, wengi wao hawakuregister. Why? They feel that they didn't have choices. And this is something that I have addressed here, address Harper several times. I wanted alternatives. I keep saying irregularities are real, and we must voters kwanza to understand we are also part of the problem. Hiyo sitawacha kusema because I saw it right from the start. Na Chebukati has been aiding somebody. Me personally, I say that that is my personal experience. That is my personal view. I brought it out because I felt that that is important and it needs to be known by Kenyans. And I feel that where there is a challenge is making sure that the contestants feel there is equal equity. Why are we having this problem in the first place? It is because of equal equity, equal accessibility, which is what I have been saying for several months now. In submission and finishing, I feel that I hope that in the coming weeks, some of these judges, and I keep saying some, because it's not all the judges that are bad, but some of these judges who may seem to be working with certain individualities, I hope we get to see what Shiko has said. Let's say, for example, Chebukati was an MP, was standing to be an MP. How do we know that there is no vindictiveness? That's a great question that she's raised. And it's something that I didn't even know myself until Shiko has mentioned it. So I must read more about Chebukati just to see his background. So the question is, who are these judges? I looked at some of the background. We can see some of them. There are some of them who have been recruited wametoka from the previous, appeals. So it's quite interesting. But having said that, let's have peaceful wait, Kenyans. I love you to bits. Thank you for making us proud. That is the most important thing, Bernard. But I believe that we need to really understand the complaint procedures in IEBC, and I believe those complaint procedures still have been put in such a way that it's only Chebukati who's got the last say, and that is where I'm raising my questions. So back to you, Bernard. Asante.
Thank you, Juliet. Thank you for that. We must reconstruct this country and make it better for everyone. And through this kind of conversation, we start the journey into making Kenya better by agitating for what is right. Chebukati and team must be held to account.
Accountable.
No matter how long it takes. We must get them to account for what they did and what they did not. Let me just play this before Major comes in. It's very short. Very interesting combination. Hey, tell you. Just listen out.
0.4%.
Much later.
The voter turnout is 65.4%.
Much later.
On the 9th August 2022, when the polls closed, the IEBC gave a turnout figure of 56.1679%.
So, who is telling the truth?
So is it that Chebukati's glasses made him to vice versa 6 and 5, or what actually happened? Because the lawyer says it's 56, Chebukati says it's 65. Major, endelea.
All right. Hope everyone is in good state. And I'm happy that you have played that clip now. Does this clip reached the judges. At least it is good when it has reached judges. Those are some of the evidence. Yeah. Those are some of the evidence we need. Okay. For me, I will talk about there is something Sakwa raised. Sakwa alisema kuwa kuna alisema kuwa Ruto huenda akawa pia hana makosa nzuri na Raila hana makosa. Makosa iko kwa Chebukati. Wajua ukishirikiana na mwizi pia ni mwizi. Unaona? Manake wakati Venezuelans waliingia Kenya na wakashikwa kwa airport, Ruto alikuwa akiwatetea during campaign akisema wachana na IBC. Raila wakiongea kuhusu IBC, wachana na IBC, unapambana na mimi, wachana na IBC. Mbona alikuwa anawatetea? I started suspecting Ruto that time. I knew, okay, there is something he must have made. Mbona anatetea IBC? Anything that Azimio are complaining that might affect the elections, they were supporting it. Unaona? So from there, I knew there must be something. So we just waited for the results to come. Na uliona wakati Azimio walitali votes zao na wakaenda KICC, washapiga hesabu yao, washajua ni nini wamepata. Ushindi uko mkubwa. Walikuwa na confidence, wanajua what they are doing. Unaona? So they went and doctored the results through the portal with fake form 34As ambapo tumeziona finally zimekuwa deleted, sijui wametampa na some signatures, wameandika nini, wamefanya a lot of things. Okay, the retally was done yesterday. The scrutiny of the votes was done yesterday. A day before yesterday and plus yesterday till afternoon. Makosa imepatikana mingi sana. That is enough evidence. Unaona? Twende kwa Githu Muigai. Githu Muigai anasema, oh, if there is a plot from these lawyers, they are saying that, okay, judges should yani wanafaa mtoe huyu Chebukati aondoke kwenye kiti achaguliwe mtu mwingine. If that happens, wanasema ati, oh, it affect constitution because the current president will have a long term to stay, na akiwa na long term to stay, he don't have enough powers to elect to appoint another chairman of IBC. So they were doing this, or they were doctoring the results so that this can happen. Unaona? So the judges wanafaa waangalie vitu kama hizi. Mbona hawa wataki Chebukati atoke? This is the second time it has happened. It was complained and it was nullified. Elections were nullified because of Chebukati last time. The same thing has happened. Same judges are there, apart from a few who have been just added. But majority were there before. And the same thing again has happened. Evidence are there. Whatever they put as a new law, they set a law about the elections, the tallying at the polling stations. The tallying that has been done there, that is the final. Si ati ikifika huku washatengeneza mambo yao alafu ile imetangazwa kule ndio final, alafu imetumwa huku inafaa iwe inatali. You see? So he has repeated the same thing. In fact, he has done contrary to what was passed. So that is the thing that we should see tomorrow. So tomorrow, to be just short, tomorrow is the day that we are going to see the light. Sababu kesho kutakuwa na cross examination ambapo judges will be asking questions. First, the questions that were asked the day before yesterday to our lawyers will be answered tomorrow. I saw the questions today that were asked were very hard to them as well. Tomorrow they have to answer the same questions. And tomorrow watapambana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. So lawyers watakuwa wanauliza wale maswali. Elezea koti kuhusu hivi na hivi. And tomorrow we'll know a lot. Yangu ni hayo tu machache. So nitaondoka kidogo pia niondokee wengine niweze kufanya shughuli zingine. Kwako Bernard.
Okay, asante Meja, tunashukuru kwa hayo maoni na tunatazamia mema kwa sababu haki yetu lazima tupate. GG man say, listen, judges can't remove Chebukati. We are not even talking about Chebukati being removed. There's a difference between removing Chebukati as a chairperson of IEBC. That is what need tribunal and all that. But when Chebukati amepatikana ameiba, he's treated as a criminal. That's a different avenue altogether. So we can't mix the two. Ama unataka kuwa chairman wa IBC alafu uibe na unasema tribunal ikuje. The moment you are caught into a criminal activity, your status doesn't count. Just like yule polisi amepatikana ameenda kuiba. Hawezi kuambia mimi ndio constable wa hii area. You can't arrest me. They get arrested. So there are different avenues of addressing that. Then there is this one. This one is deviated like his name. Is a Divinus Atut. My question is, how can James Orengo accept the results of the governorship and decline the result of the president that were conducted unfairly? Please explain it to me to understand. The matter in the Supreme Court is the presidential election, is not the governorship of Siaya. And if you have a problem with the governorship of Siaya, you also have a right to take it to court and say Orengo was not duly elected, and then it can be challenged. Don't mix two different things. UDA, please compare gods with gods, hen with hen. Please don't mix things obviously just to twist and look for a debate. And unfortunately, that kind of reasoning that former Attorney General, with all due respect, brought on the floor of the Supreme Court, that if you are elected under the same IBC, how do you find fault with the presidency? Hey. We can even sit on the same exam and then one paper is marked poorly. That paper is the one to be addressed. We don't address the entirety of the exam. But all in all, we are Kenyans. Let's wait for the final verdict. We look for something that will permanently put the last nail to election fraud in this country once and for all. That's what I'm praying for. That's what I look forward to. And I hope to live to see it as I wait for the verdict to come. But all in all, let's maintain peace. Let's watch out one for another. This country will not go to the dogs. That one I can guarantee you. The stakes are high, but we'll salvage the day. God will not punish us by handing us to bad leadership. That one, hata kama tumekosa, tunatubu, Mungu atusamehe tu mapema, lakini asitupunish kwa kutupatia viongozi ambao hawafai. All the same now, thank you. Everybody has spoken except Blessed. Unataka kusemaje? We had heard you. Nataka nipatie huyu Kenyan. Yes, Blessed.
Mko sawa? Mine is just one question.
Carry on.
I just wanted to ask you, after voting and tallying, are those ballot boxes safe? Are they secure? So that, in my view, if court can say we go for retally, are those boxes safe or they have already been tampered? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But I think we have already been there before. Because of the constraint of time, okay, the Supreme Court must come up with judgment, listen to the case and judge within 14 days. Because of the constraint of time, they cannot even order that because it will take forever. So, but are the boxes safe? According to the law, they should be safe. They can only be unsafe if somebody violates the law. And like from what has been, they sampled 45 polling stations. They have already discovered that 9 of the 45 polling stations don't exist. So kesho nangoja sana hiyo Supreme Court hiyo report ikuwe tabled kwamba 9 of the 45 polling stations don't exist, but they send results through the Kim's kit. Chebukati katangaza. So tunataka kupata returning officer wa hizo 9 polling stations, okay? Because those are returning officers who are answerable to Chebukati directly. Hao ndo walisema ukifika hapa na form unanipatie mimi, hakuna haja ya verification. So we want to get that. But the law requires that after the presiding officer, okay, counting the votes and wherever tabulating the result into the forms that are available for the governor, for the president, and all that, all those ballot papers are supposed to be put back into the whatever, what is it called, ballot box, okay? When they are put in the ballot box, they are sealed, okay? And the seals have serial numbers. Those serial numbers are supposed to be copied by the agent, and they are supposed also to be documented. There is a diary where they are put. So, and when they are sealed like that from the polling station, nobody should open that polling station until he obtains a court order from the court. So whoever tries to break that seal is violating the law. You cannot access it without a court order. So the people who would want to do that, like some of the findings of the scrutiny is that some of the seals were, the seal was intact, but the numbers were tampered with. That means either somebody opened akajaza makaratasi alafu akafunga with another seal, because that seal has to be broken. It can't open and close. It has to be broken. So those are some of the measures that are put. And then, of course, those ballot papers are retained, if I'm not wrong, for I think 3 years. Then they get destroyed, because after that, all the cases will be done, and then we prepare for the next elections. Yes, Blessed. Is that clear?
Okay, nakuelewa. But after judges, nataka hapa kama kuna mtu lawyer anajua law kidogo, mimi sijui. After lawyers have given the final verdict, waseme the election is null and void, can they go beyond and say, because wakisema we go for another election, someone has claimed that there will be constitutional crisis. So can they say we go back and retally those votes under supervision? Thank you.
There is no constitution crisis yet. Okay, according to the chronological order of the Kenyan election, there is a general election. When your win is challenged, you go to the Supreme Court for 14 days. Then after 14 days, if the election is nullified, it depends on the orders that the Supreme Court will give. But the straightforward order is nullification of that election precipitate or ends up into a runoff, which must be conducted within 60 days. Okay, so if it goes beyond 60 days, that's when now it becomes a crisis, because the constitution is silent. After 60 days, now what? You get that? So that election, that repeat election has to be done within 60 days. If 60 days elapses, that's when now the crisis starts, because we now have a sitting president. This one was nullified, okay? And then the constitution did not say what do we do after 60 days. And so we'll now get into no man's land. That is what we are calling constitutional crisis, of which I don't see ourselves getting there. We are still safe where we are, and the orders can lead us whichever way. But what is causing the crisis is, if we need to dismantle IEBC, then we must need more time, more than 60 days. So that requirement of more time, hapo ndio kuna kizungumkuti. Na majudges, those 7 judges need to make up their mind. Kumaliza hii kitu mara moja ama kupostpone ilete shida baadaye. Hakuna haja kupostpone shida. Tumalizane na wezi hapa, sisi tusonge mbele kama wateule wa Bwana na tungoje kwenda mbinguni.
The reason why I was saying that,
yes,
means mambo za rerun, let's go back, sikuwa nataka. That's a wastage of time. Like I think it will take a lot of time.
Bwana Blessed, shida ni kwamba sio kile kitu nataka. Hapa ni sheria. Okay, sheria kama ilisema ndio hivyo, ukiwa 18 years ukuwe na ID. Huwezi kusema niko 18 lakini sipendi ID. Ukifika hapo sasa itakuwa uenda kwa M-Pesa, wapi ID, waambie mimi sipendi ID. Then they will not register you. So it's a requirement of law. That's all that matters here. All the same, thank you so much. Naomba hivi to cut the long story short. Nataka kuacha mkiendelea. Nimeona mabosi wangu wamekuja wawili. Sasa najua muko safe, very very much safe, even as you continue with the conversation. I need also to get my head ready for the Supreme Court. Nataka nione vile wanaeleza zile ghost polling stations ziko wapi. Nataka ngoja huyo IBC man. And then kuna kitu nimesoma hapa very interesting. I was to display this. Let me just display it quickly, and then I hand you over to Kenyan Stone BK amefika hapa. Then I'm sure you are safe with that. Shida hapa tumejaza nini? Overlay. Acha ni overlay hii, kuna hii. Hii ya IBC hii. Right. You can watch the screen. All right, imekubali. Twende kazi. Okay. Chairman anasema ni 65.4. This is voter turnout for Kim's Kids alone. All right. Voter turnout for Kim's Kids alone was what? So the lawyer and the chairman who was telling Kenyan the truth. This was the day for declaration of results. This is the day for a clarification of results or justification of results. Kuna kitu hapa Kenya ambacho lazima tushughulikie, na hii ni huu mchezo. Okay, huu mchezo wa kuchezea watu. So either miwani ya Chebukati iliona hii ikakuwa 6-5 badala ya 5-6, labda atajitetea hivyo kesho, lakini lazima tuelewe hii ilikuwa 65 na sasa 1 ikakuwaje 4. Then why was this pushed? It was pushed here to create something, because if it was here it would have meant something else. Hey, Kenya yetu hii. Then of course there is something funny. I don't know how true this is. Just let me see if I can get it. Nikingatukanga. There's one. Let me download kweli. Just 1 minute, 1 minute. Just be patient with me. Tumekuwa hapa siku mzima, tutamaliza pamoja. You're here. So I don't know who can confirm this, but this lawyer anaitwa Mahat Somane atamesema 380 million people accessed the public portal, and it did not even blink for a second. Its security is a firewall of SOC and are military grade. Okay, people are so frustrated in trying to hack our system because it is based on a broad chain. It gives resources as required. Out of the 380 million people that accessed the public portal, 300 million were Kenyans who downloaded the forms and looked at the result. What is the Kenyan population? 300 million Kenyans went to the portal and downloaded results.
Even the unborn one.
The ghost did not just vote. They also went and downloaded. They also went and downloaded the results. All the same, thank you very much. Let's go to Kenyan. Okay, Kenyan, then Stone PK, and then the both of you are the chairman henceforth. Mimi naweza leave at my pleasure. Sawa sawa.
Yeah. Yes, Bwana Bernard, maybe tutakuwa na Bwana PK hapa kidogo, lakini sitaomba kukaa sana. Yeah, I'm still working on myself because I was one of the person who was not prepared for these supreme things. Me, I was prepared for win round 1, but now I've met myself in this. Maybe to answer a few questions. First of all, your story. Maybe to start from where you have started. 380 million Kenyans. I presume when we talk of Kenyans, not every Kenyan can go to a computer and do that download. The only Kenyan who can go and do download, I believe they are computer literate people. I believe my grandmother did not go there. I believe my grandfather did not go there. So I presume 5 million Kenyans can go to the portal, and let's assume they are doing mouth entry, where you are going to the portal and you are doing mouth entry. So I presume maybe 5 million Kenyans went there and did like close to 150 times entry into the portal. I presume. So in computer age, that thing can only be explained by one thing, that the Kenyan election was extremely being accessed by people who are not Kenyans. So out of those 380 million accesses, we can presume close to 300 million were not Kenyans. So that one tries to show you that people, the Kenyan elections was managed by people who are not Kenyans, because our population cannot be supported by that number. So unfortunately, there is one thing which I still don't trust too much of my country, is because my country is a country where we like burying the truth. And one of the worries which I'm getting is that you can see now the two factions, everybody has hired serious lawyers to try and come and bury the truth. If you see all the lawyers who Ruto has, over 53 lawyers, the main concept is to bury the truth. There's nothing else which has brought them there. So on the other side, Azimio, we have one dimension that we have to bring out the truth to open. Now, you know, one thing which I want to tell Kenyans here is that the reason why we said that we have a 14 days window to decide on a presidential petition, if it is there, it was to avoid the events which we had in 2007 of chaos because of abrupt swearing in. So one thing which I would like to tell Kenyans is that the events which we are having now cannot precipitate any chaos, no matter the decision which will be done in the Supreme Court. We cannot have any chaos, because these 14 days, they were also meant also to try and also bring the political temperature down. So in my own analysis, I have tried to look at this case, because, you know, UDA lawyers are trying to convince us that if this election is going to be taken away from the deputy president, there will be crisis. That one is not true. These 14 days by default, they have condensed the political temperature. So actually, what they also don't want to tell us is that let's assume the contrary is done, or let's assume that they are given the win just like the way they want. Is Raila Odinga going to accept? Are his supporters going to accept? So those are the different scenarios which also they also need to analyze. So instead of just saying that because they are preempting a case whereby I can steal an election if I get an opportunity to do it, and then I bring a context here that if that thing is taken away from me, there will be a constitutional crisis. So what the UDA lawyers are trying to say is that always side with the person who has been declared the winner, even if there are legitimate issues which are there. So that is where I disagree with them. What I would like the Supreme Court to do, because I know the 14 days which they have is not enough to know the truth, but at least they can do a rough scan. And please, because I know with Raila Odinga, there is an option of Kenyans getting it right. So actually the Supreme Court has an opportunity through using the resilience of Raila Odinga of making Kenyans to know the truth. Me, I have no problem. If Raila Odinga lost the election, let us be told this is what happened. If somebody stole the election, let us be told. Me, all what I want now, I have mourned enough, I wanted the truth. No matter how bitter that truth is, I want it. And I don't want somebody to try and bury that truth so that we have the same issues in 27 and 2032. Remember, the verdict is going to be unanimous. That is, it will be a rule by majority. So my prayer is that 4 judges will be able to know the truth. 4 judges will be able to know the truth, and they tell us what really happened. I wanted to hand something here. I have followed on the statistics. I have followed on the statistics of what they are saying. And I don't know how we can be able to know the truth about that. But the statistics of the votes is not adding up. It is not homogeneous. Like, I want to see, like in all counties, we should be having the same data trend. The difference between the governors and the president votes should be equally, should be going smoothly in all areas. But when I hear in Kirinyaga, there is a difference of 23,000. When you go in another county, there is a difference of 3,000. That data is not homogeneous. Somebody needs to tell us in terms of how people behave, because it is not showing people behavior. Because I think people behavior in Kirinyaga, people behavior in Embu, people behavior in Kisumu should be the same when you analyze it on large scale. I wish we have data miners who can be able to mine that data and they tell us the truth of what happened that day. Lastly, what I wanted also to say here is that I wish we can get it right, because I'm tired of elections each and every time going to the Supreme Court simply because we have people who cannot do their duties right. Because I don't think Raila Odinga went to Supreme Court because of he went to the Supreme Court because he believes his election was not managed properly. So what I'm asking here is that I wish we can be able to get it right. And Chebukati, because there is a question, there is a valid question which is being asked. Why is Chebukati having this supreme power? Why are we having these 2 factions which cannot agree? So I would still want to see why is IBC operating in 2. So I want the IBC to defunct that. They tell us why is IBC not having one homogeneous data. And I hope the lawyers can be able also to another that. The only thing which is getting me afraid is that lawyers will want to do all the best to bury this information. Remember, UDA and IBC is riding on the faction that the Supreme Court cannot nullify the election twice. But what I'm hoping for is that if we have malpractice, if we have people who are not genuine, we nullify this election a 3rd and a 4th time if we have to do it. We have to get it right. because I don't think we have a crisis, because I do not want a president who has not been elected legitimately. Let me tell you, Kenyans are ready for whoever, as long as that guy is genuine. But let me tell you, don't tell us as Azimio to accept the verdict if we are not sure that whatever is being told to us is right. The Bukati lawyers have to confirm the percentages in the Kimkip. We have to confirm the legitimacy of much of the questions which are there. Me, I want to be satisfied. And so far, I've not been satisfied. UDA lawyers have not satisfied me. So I hope Azimio lawyers tomorrow will come up with more issues which will need confirmation, because all what we need is to show that the election was not done right. Azimio lawyers have no objective of proving anything. All they need to show is that things were done in a wrong way. And on Monday, we nullify this election. All I want personally is, if things were not done right, we nullify the election. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kenyan. We appreciate that. It's a grievances that every Kenyan has, or the majority of Kenyans have. We are looking forward that the Supreme Court will rise to the occasion and do what is right. We believe what is right is better than all many wrongs covered up. We must get to the bottom of this and close it permanently. Yes, Mr. Olara. Olara, unasemaje?
The last statement of Kenya hapo, is he calling nullification or is he praying for a rerun? Because his argument is almost like a nullification, but the judgment and the pleas were a rerun. Let him qualify that. And to add to that,
yeah, Mr. Lara, there can never be, Mr. Lara, chronological events, there can never be a rerun without a nullification. Right now, a certificate has already been issued. That certificate must be withdrawn. The gazettement has to take place, and then the runoff can take place. So,
okay, I define my question. So, accordingly, are we expecting, because one of the pleas of the petitioners is to announce a different elected. So if nullification is the conclusion, and if they decide that the whole processes, including the MPs, are valid, I don't know how it's going on, but I just complete my question because I have one moment now. I want to go to Juliana. You saw composition of the Supreme Court now. It all has some emotions in it, and you spoke emotionally about the expectation you had. But you never explained to us how Justice Muli presented herself today and how Justice Muli presented herself during Maraga time. I go back to her last submissions when she did that. And I want you all to just look at it because the chairman is going to change. Juliana, if you go to another time, analyze the other video of when the same Deputy Chief Justice did. She did the same question and she just modified the question. Thank you.
Yes, Anyumba, unasemaje?
You know, Olara is our brother, and sometimes don't wish him away. You just give a direction to him that when election is nullified, obviously we have to go back to election. And when the election is nullified, we do not have something like president-elect. The certificate is now zero. You can even take it from Ruto and take it to your house and use it to wash a jiko in your house. Yeah. So don't be worried, Olara. We are heading there, and let's just pray. God will give us the right that we are looking for.
Okay, and then also
can I
let's
add
not
something,
go,
Bernard, on
Olara,
what
I
Oraro was asking?
discourage order. Olara, I also discourage the personal analysis of judges. Let's the cases before the judges, let them go and take the whatever the verdict. If we go into undue analyzing of individual judges, we are casting aspersion unnecessarily. So let's just look at the case holistically. Let's look at the questions, but not to say the conduct of this judge looks like this, the conduct of this judge looks like this. Let's not divide the bench. That bench is going to decide for Kenya. And since the constitution requires that if there is a disagreement, they will take a vote. We pray that the vote will be in our favor. And if they all agree unanimously that there is something cooking in IEBC that must have cooked out this kind of elections, so they nullify and then call for a new election, the better. And then remember also the prayers is not just nullification. There is a rerun option. There is declare Raila winner option. And there is a fresh election option. Fresh election means fresh presidential election, where all the 4 candidates or the Nini will go to fresh election, and then the winner will still have to get 50+1. If it's a runoff, the majority, wherever you win with the majority, hata kama ni 30%, ile ilikuwanga ya Moi, he's president with 30% of the votes because it's the majority among all the contestants. So the runoff is bad. It's bad because you win with the simple majority. But fresh election, you still have to get the 50+1. And so the judges will see in their wisdom. But the best thing, in my opinion, is to sort this thing this week. Sort this thing this week ishe kabisa, tukwende turudi kwa mashamba, tupande nduma na mahindi, tuendelee kujenga nchi. Lakini story ya kutafutia as another 60 days, and then another 90 days, and then another the longer it takes, the worse it gets. So the judges, in their wisdom, they should see that a crisis is better held in the shortest time possible. The longer it lasts, the worse it becomes. And so I would that they save us all the agony of postponing and pushing and all that. So by Monday, hii mambo tumalize, sisi tuangalie mbele. Asante. Tony PK, wewe ndio chairman, na karibu sana kwa Blue. Inji yetu ni ya Blue. Watu wa yellow tutawapatia makao, lakini inji ni ya Blue. Tutawaruhusu wakae karibu na sisi, lakini sisi ni Blue. Asante sana. Take charge and make your submission, mkisaidiana na Mkenya. Walimu wengine wanyu wa usiku mtafutane, tuonane baadaye. The Lord bless you.
Asante mtumishi, good to see you brother Bernard, and barikiwa sana bana, nenda upumzike. Tutashikilia hili jahazi mpaka lifike huko Canaan. That you can be sure. There is no relenting. Thank you very much. Good to see bwana Kenyan Jiro, nzuri sana, ulipotea sana, uliingia baridi sana ndugu yangu. Kuteleza si kuanguka, tujaanguka, ilikuwa ni ndizi tulikanyanga ikateleza kidogo na tukajishikilia kwa kimuti because we are blessed. Mama Selina, good to see you. Nyumba mzuri. Olara, ndugu yetu mzuri. Ben Marcos, good to see you guys. And I think I'll just give a brief feedback into what I think. And I never like giving it when I'm being told to moderate, but I'll do it for the sake of this session. Bwana Njiru, tusaidiane hapo, usitoroke. Kaa hapa mpaka tushikanishe hii blue ishikane vizuri. Unajua iko na dot kidogo ya yellow kule katikati, karibu na lake. Si karibu na lake, huko no, sijui ni huko western, but we will manage. Colleagues, for me, looking at what is happening, yale yote yanaendelea, ni mambo ambayo vile tulikuwa tunacheza tukiwa wadogo. Fikiria mimi hata vile nimeona hii mambo yote imezidi utajiri ni Raila Amolo Odinga is very serious trying to think Kenya to what we call vile Kenya wezi vile Kenya inaweza pata Kenya ajivunie kuishi Kenya mpaka road road with those big shots. Wengine wamechukua ni mchezo tu, wameiba ya kutosha. Ambao naona wana hiyo mchezo, Ruto akiwa na mmoja wa kanisa so
uko hacked
kuwa drug dealers kuwa ndio kufanya mchezo. If you look at the lawyers ambao Can you get me right now? Can you get me right now? Unanipata? Haya, nitarudia. Funga nani? Haya, asante. Yeah, sorry about that. I know, let me begin from the beginning. Salamu mulizipokea, najua. Secondly, nilikuwa nasema Kenya tumeifanya kama mahali pa vile vijana wadogo ucheza kwa mvua, kwa matope, kujichafua. Ukitegemea ukifika nyumbani utaoshwa na mama yako. Lakini sasa Kenya ni wale fairly big boys. The big boys would not dirty themselves because huwezi oshwa na mama. Sasa unachunga ukitembea karibu na mvua unakaa mbali because if you don't want to really go and take a shower unatembea mbali na maji usikue splat ama uchafu. Sasa Wakenya wamefanya Kenya hiyo ni mchezo na wale matajiri ndio wamefanya ni mchezo. Matajiri wakiwa ni lawyers wengine wanaongozwa na Ruto of course. Hatiwezi sasa unaiba, unafanya mambo ya maksudi, unajua utaita lawyer Stone PK atakuja kukuwakilisha. Yani imekuwa ni game. It's a game, manake it's their job. So what they're enjoying today is just a week of field and laundering the ill-gotten money. What you look at today, in fact, Kenyans, and I'll talk this, whether it's inciting or not inciting, I really don't care. Kenyans should actually look at these lawyers, these church people, these Rutos and the rest, and pick them up, put them in the trash, and burn them. I wish we could be able to do that. Manake, you can't imagine the kind of money that has, and Chebukati being one of them, you can't imagine the kind of money that we have spent in the name of an election. Then we come again to make matters worse with so many battalion of lawyers earning millions and millions, and we are wearing suits there to defend the obvious nonsense in the name of law. I think when we have things like Sri Lanka happening, Ethiopia and the rest of the place, don't blame them. Because if Kenyans were really not as docile as we are, we would not even wait to see the nonsense that is going around. To me, it's nonsense. Ni ujinga na upumbavu mtupu. Watu kama akina Ngatia wanasimama kule. People, you know, people who really are the senior, wanaitwa senior counsel, but they are doing it because it's their profession. You know, what you are doing is wrong, but there is money and it has to be a job. But God will really at prevail, and if God doesn't prevail, Satan will prevail. Na wataonyeshwa moto. To me, when you look at that, and I don't waste a lot of time listening to the proceedings of the court, because for me ni ujinga tu inaendelea. Because mtu ameiba kuku wako, umeona amechinja, umepata feathers kwake kwa compound, umemshika, ni mtu unajua ananga kuku kwa hiyo jirani yako, alafu unaenda anaanza kukuambia you prove how that chicken is yours. Honestly, ni ujinga tu. But that notwithstanding, we have to deal with hiyo maneno ya upuzi inaendelea. But I like some of the big questions that are being asked by the lawyers. You know, for example, when the lawyers said, you have, sasa hii ni upande wa Azimio, umeweka haya mambo yote muhadhara, mumeweka hadharani, mumetaja hivi, these are your pleas. What do you want? I think that is $1 million question, because tumeweka na tumesema tunatakaje. But I think we got a bit modest, because for us, when you look at everything, Baba is the one who won. So our number one plea would have been, with or without even, hata bila kujali, hata bila kuwa ati modest, ni kusema our demand is Baba should be declared the president-elect. Period. Number one, that should be it. Whether people like it or they don't. Because if you have done even one simple mistake to give fault numbers, that's it. We don't need 7 days to waste over almost another half, almost 20 billion in this nonsense. Kama sasa kwa mfano, we knew very well what is actually the outcome. We knew Saba ikifunguliwa, we will know the rot, which is, there is nowhere where Azimio has been proved wrong. All what we thought is exactly what happened. Forms were tampered with, whether it's 1 or 2, that's good enough to actually say this election was tampered with and who was affected. Who ikiharibiwa hivi, ikikorogwa hivi, nani alikuwa target? It was Raila Amolo Odinga, period. Because it is not Raila Amolo Odinga who was running the election. It is Chebukati who was doing the election, and he was doing it in the interest of his fellow Ruto. So basically, that is what would have happened. Okay, so I can see your hand raised. Okay, say what you are saying before I come in.
Stony, with your permission, please. I think I said something before you came in, and just allow me to repeat this, and maybe everybody might listen to the context of the word that I want to use. When you look at the lawyers of Kenya Kwanza, their names fall with the name of the umbrella that they are using, like Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. Because when you look at people like Kilo Kumi, it is KK, Kilo Kumi, Kioko Kilo Kumi, Kamau Karori, Kithure Kindiki, Kiragu Kamau, all of them are KKKK, like the umbrella that they are under. Another thing, Raila is not doing this because he want to, maybe it's so much in presidency, but he's telling Kenyans, see, if these people can do this to me, what about you tomorrow? You will vie for presidency. If we don't stop this now, these people will defile the democracy. They will defile the constitution. How will you deal with them? When you come to Ruto, Ruto is trying to fight the three families, the Moi family, the Odinga family, and Kenyatta family. See what he has done to Moi family. So that is the grudge that Ruto has, that these people, I want to do this to them. And that is why Raila is coming out and saying, look, we are not here to hate each other. We are here to do this according to what we fought for. So I wonder, people who are in these UDA people, they were given money that was brought from, I don't know, native doctors. They don't see. Their eyes are blind. So even if you talk to them, they can't listen to you. So we are only praying God to help us. And we know, bila shaka ukweli itajulikana. It pains, But Raila is telling us, see, it is not me who is fighting for this, but you. If they can do this to me, what about you? That is what Raila is saying through petition. If these people can do this to me, what about you tomorrow? Your daughter or your son will vie for presidency. What will these people do to them? A group of people will sit somewhere, say, because we did it 2017, we can do it 2022, and nothing will happen to us. That is what these people are telling us. You see what Ruto came with on 2013, that it was digital people versus analog. When it comes to 2017, he changed to dynasty to undynasty. Now it comes to 2022, is now changing to Asla people versus Tajiri. That is the narrative he's using. So we have to be very careful with him. But we hope and we pray that the truth is going to be known. And after the truth, the country will come back together. Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Stone PK, alikuwa wewe ama ameenda?
Kama ameenda, you can delegate to someone.
Yeah, maybe I can naweza ongezea tu point moja before maybe we get to the new people who have entered. Mimi unajua kuna kitu moja najiuliza, how expensive is truth? Sababu unajua vitu zingine tusifurahie hapa. Unajua whether mtu ako upande ya UDA ama uko pande ya Azimio, hawa judges 7 wanaweza pata ukweli and can they implement the truth? Hiyo tu ndio ile swali mimi najiuliza mimi mwenyewe kama binafsi, because tusisahau pia hawa judges wako na their own internal affiliations. Sorry to say, ni ile hawawezi tuambia, but wako na their own internal affiliations, and I hope watafika level and they make sure that the Kenyan win. Sababu unajua ile kitu iko saa hii ni ya kwamba Mkenya hako kwa hatari kubwa sana, na kama sasa tumeweza kukua sasa na kesi karibu ya 3 sasa, every time lazima tunaenda kwa nini, na vitu yani vinaisha ni kama yani akuja kuwa na ile inaoneshana ni kama kumekuwa na usawa. So mimi ile tu kitu naomba hawa watu kama wakifanya uamuzi wao Monday ama ile siku watafanya, they make sure at least verdict yao itakuwa conclusive na waache watu wakiwa satisfied. So hapo ndio nauliza, because I know there will still be different people wanting to push their own mind to them. I hope they will be able to be honorable enough na wachague inchi kabla ya mtu yeyote, sababu a good verdict ya hawa watu itapea inchi yetu an insurance over next miaka kama 100, sababu kuna kitu tu tumekataa kuipata, and I hope grupu moja inaweza jitolea na ipate. That's what I wanted to add. Okay, Julia, tunaweza ongeza.
Asante sana Chair. Nataka niongeze kwa yale ambayo unasema. Naona kama mnajibu maswali zile zimeulizwa. So kuendelea tu hapo, number 1, whether the technology deployed in the election met the standard of integrity, verifiable and security to facilitate a free and fair election. Sasa tukijiuliza computers vile zimetengenezwa, tunaweza kweli kusema ni technology ndio problem? Yeah, when we Kenyans are saying that is we want technology to also be something that we are using. So for me, I want to believe that sio mashini problem, ni watu ndio problem. Watu wale wanatuhudumia. Unaona? So wale watu wanatuhudumia, kwa nini hawafuati sheria. Kwa nini hawafuati hiyo sheria wameambiwa? Unaona, sio mashine, ni kama kusema computer. Computer is not the problem, it is mankind issues. Number 2, whether there was interference with uploading of Forms 34A. We know about the irregularities, so that's straightforward. Tunaambiwa mpaka hata kwingine hizo 9 when a polling station. So that is a straightforward question. Hata sioni what we are discussing. What are we discussing when we are seeing mankind ama dishonesty, watu wengine wamekuja waka-upload na wengine wakatua. In the first place, who gave permission ati IEBC ifunje sheria ya constitution ati everybody should download forms? Why should we be given that kind of privileges? Hata niliuliza hiyo swali as an election observer. I said, why is that permissible? So that is something that we really have to think seriously. And I think based on that alone, Chebukati has got a lot to answer for. In fact, putting us at risk and putting our details at risk as well as Kenyans. And I believe that the Supreme Court should take a decision in that, based that our details as well. Wengine wetu unakuja pale kwa in GDP, Data Protection Act needs to protect us holistically, and we can see that is not happening. So I'm very concerned at how our details as Kenyans is being used, right, not just in Kenya, but right down around the world. And I think that is something that IEBC really needs to be taken to court for on behalf of all of us. And he is answerable. He needs to protect our details, much protect our details than what we have seen. And number 3, whether there was a difference with Forms 34A uploaded and those received at the National Tallying Center. Tunaona, wengine wanasema hivyo ndio iko. And I think that is what Baba is saying. And they've produced masses of evidence about that. Will the court be looking into all those evidence? Hizo mabox zote. It would be interesting to see if they can manage to check all those evidences in 14 days. And so the complaint procedures, hata hiyo court, if you have to check through all those evidences. So I think one of the lawyers raised that question, whether enough time is going to be available within those 14 days. So I'm following that. The next one, whether the postponement of 8 polls at the gubernatorial constituency and ward level resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the petitioner. I think I answered that this weekend. And I was saying that if governors are supposed to be campaigning for their presidential candidates and they have been suppressed, of course, there is an impact there. If they are not campaigning at the same time, this is democracy. And if it is democracy, we need to understand how those constituencies would be feeling, because you would want to participate in the good expression. So why would that not affect the side that kama huko ndio unatoanga voters wako, alafu unasema hao watu hawaku campaign na hawakuweza kuitisha, alafu ume-create suppression? Of course, IEBC is responsible for that. That is returning officer. Right? So for me, that one hakuna hata kuzungumzia, because the detriment that it affects the candidateship of another presidential candidate, that is something that usually happens automatically. That is human behavior.
Julia,
So
nikuuliza swali swali kuhusu hiyo. Hebu jaribu kunielezea hiyo postponement ya Kakamega na Mombasa in terms ya presidential votes. Unaona ni kama, sababu najua hiyo ni kitu maybe majudges hawataweza kucalculate, but kulingana na wewe, sababu hiyo ilikuwa stronghold ya baba, wewe unaona kwa hiyo suppression, unaona ni kama ni kura ngapi ilienda? Sababu it was a targeted suppression. Inaweza fika 1,100, inaweza fika 1,100.
Mimi personally ukiniuliza swali kama hiyo, it is human behavior. Kama mtu anakukampenia alafu sasa tumeanza politics, kumefungwa, kumefanya nini? So the idea is to create chaos. the idea is to create the disruption. That disruption then means that those wale ambao wana vote wanasema oh, sisi hatuwezi kuvote. Sasa kama mtu anasema sisi hatuwezi kuvote, you know, because maybe the confusion is there within the grassroots. Alafu hata mimi mwenyewe unaweza kufikiria, so how many maybe people didn't even go to vote for in that election just for the fact that sisi hatuwezi kuvote, pengine hata hawakutokea hata kwenda kuvote, but yet those are the strongholds of the person who is deemed to be campaigning in this presidential election. So it has a big impact. So for me, that needs to be taken into consideration, and you cannot announce election based on the fact that, oh, it didn't have an impact. Of course it will have an impact. It will have an impact because
so can judges use like that case alone?
Yes.
Na waseme ya kwamba uchaguzi haikuwa ya huru na haki, wanaweza tumia kama sasa hiyo
yes, because that is the freedom of the candidates being infringed. Kama sasa if I was standing and assuming that all the people that love me are from Mombasa, alafu hao watu wa Mombasa wanaambiwa wasitokee during that time, of course it impacts on the results.
Okay, Juliet, nakuelewa. Na swali inakuja hapa ni kukuuliza tu, tunajaribu kudiscuss hebu niambie, according to you, uchaguzi inaweza kuwa na errors, like for example what if waagi waseme hii ni vitu tulifanya in large scale, ni printing ndio ikanafanywa na ni makosa ilitendeka na it was something incidental, we were not prepared for it. So how can you try to separate human error na
We lost you there. Can you still hear us?
Sasa in terms of human error,
so human error. So human error is when it's not, yani there is some kind of repetition here. Kila kitu, if you look right from the start of what was happening, there seemed to be quite a bit of like pattern, and that is not human error. That is where my concerns are. Let me just leave it there for the courts to decide. But human error is when it's a one-off, twice. Lakini kujaribu kuexplain, oh, pale iko human error, pale iko human error, pale iko human error. Jamani wa Kenya, kwani tuko na incompetent people throughout our systems, then that tells us that the IEBC chairman is leaving leeway to a in fact, it's quite serious. It means our management, in fact, our managers and human resource capital means that it's not working, because hatuwezi kuwa na human errors alafu unaenda unasema ati hiyo ilifanyikia huko Greek. How? Mtu aniulize Greece, mumesafiri huko kwote from Kenya kule mkote mumeenda, alafu mnakuta iko errors. How? Kwani amuku inspect ile pesa yote tulitumia? Amuku inspect? Kwani kazi ya kwenda kuinspect ilikuwa nini? Haikukuwa kuinspect ndio nini? Ndio to make sure hakuna errors. So are we saying hata wale watu walienda hawaku inspect vizuri ama ilikuwaje? Na hizo checkpoints zote ziliwekwa? What are we saying here? Mnaona? So we cannot say ati hapo iko errors, because right from when the inspection was done, those errors should have been corrected kabla hizo vitu hazijatoka, ama tunasema zilikuwa zishatoka. Kwa hivyo iko errors. Hata saa zile tuliona Ruben hajaongezewa. How? Yeah, why are you paying a service that has got errors in the first place? Anyway, so tuendelee. Swali ya mwisho hapo, whether there was an explained whether the postponement of 8 polls at the gubernatorial constituency and wards level resulted in voter suppression. Of course, tumejibu hiyo. Whether there was unexplained discrepancies in the votes cast in the presidential contest and the other elective seats. In fact, hiyo hata kutoka mwanzoni, from aspirants tumekuwa tukicomplain sisi wote. Ukinyamaziwa na returning officer, nimewaambia mara nyingi, and ask me, and ask all the other presidential candidates wale hawakwenda kotini, mtu ananyamaziwa. Ukinyamaziwa, then what? Is that fair elections? Is that accessibility to the to not somebody, one person being aided, ama two people or whatever? So voters, we have to understand these things. If there's no repetition, kwa sababu itafanyika tena na ifanyike tena. Unaona? So that is something that the court needs to take very seriously, because this is a presidential contest na kuna wengi wanaweza kukuja hata mwaka wa 2027. What are we doing about that situation? How are we putting solutions that will protect other fellow Kenyans from being exploited, and also how are we putting and making sure that mambo kama haya haitarudiwa, at it is money which is being seen that is making the call, and that is what we are saying here. Let's be honest with ourselves. That's what we are saying. Unaona? So we cannot accept that this kind of practices are good, and that is why I keep saying best of practices needs to be at the highest standard within IEBC. And if that's not the case, Chebukati should be held accountable. If best of practices and the commissioners are saying it, si mtu mmoja, they are there. Mmeweka group. Sasa ndio ninauliza, Supreme Court ikirudisha hiyo kesi kwa Chebukati, the ones that are arguing, sasa what are we saying? A disorderly society is acceptable? And that is why this case, in fact, I'm really pleading with Martha Koome to revisit that particular session ya kusema our commissioners warudi. I really want Martha to come back with her committee na waseme hapana, kama mmeshindwa, us will make a ruling of what you guys will do. I really want that on behalf of Kenyans, because that is a big call. Kama tukirudisha hao watu watapigana huko kwa ofisi, na hatutaki, na tutavunja sheria zetu, na watu watakuwa hawana imani. Na kama hatuna imani sisi wote, ni kumaanisha judicial system yetu inatu let down. So that is my personal view. Let me make that clear. So ya mwisho hapo ni whether the presidential election attained the constitutional threshold. Hawawezi kuwa wamepata hiyo threshold, because at the end of the day, hata ukiangalia twende hata na 21 million, hata twende na 23 million. So tukienda hata na 23 million, uminus zile uminus za Professor Wajakoya, uminus za Mwaura, alafu urudi sasa uangalie between hawa wawili. How would we have met those threshold? Something is not right somewhere. So anyway, that will leave us with the last question, whether there were illegalities and irregularities that affected the integrity of the election. When Kenyans are not confident, na Kenyans ndio wanalia hapa, mpaka hatuna imani. Watu wanasema, we fear the kind of instability, the insecurity. That in itself is harmful to us as Kenyans, because that is how we feel, all of us. Something is not right somewhere. So the illegalities which have been seen, those irregularities, hizo vitu vidogo vidogo zina amount. Alafu tunataka kusema, hakuna kitu, ni sawa, huyo ameshinda. Hapana, it has to be seen the processes were followed rightfully. And this is why tuko hapa mpaka Mtembe hii tunaongea, tunasema watu wakae peacefully and all that. And the last question, what reliefs courts can grant and issues? Of course, the reliefs are me personally, ungeniuliza kwanza, ndio kesi kama kutakuwa na rerun, ndio Chebukati learns a lesson, lazima all the presidential candidates warudishwe. Hata kama mngeniuliza, not because of me, hata kama mimi nisiwekwe kama mtaki, lakini hao wengine wote wawekwe, ni sawa. But for the fact that there was candidates that were being silenced, Na mimi nawaambia hiyo kitu na nazungumzia on behalf of many others. For the fact that that was happening, ninaweza kuonesha mabarua, hata nimeonyeshwa na wengine, na hata azirudishwi. Why? And that is a returning officer. Wa Kenya tujiulize. For me, if there's going to be a rerun, all those cases that you see, wengine wanachoma, wengine wanasema nini, wacha wote waletwe. Kenyans wakuwe na haki zao. Kenyans wachague ule mtu wanataka kuchagua. Na wale hawaku meet 2/3 gender rules, na wale hawaku meet hizo numbers sijui ati ni 24 counties, au waondolewe. Alafu sasa ikue tu, ibaki tu ni clean. Hawa ndio wako, that's it. Ndio Chebukati for the first time, ama ule mtu atasimamia nchi ya Kenya for the first time. Ordinary Kenyans, mtu akija presidential candidateship ya kuja ati oni we presidential, hauonewi. That is something me I'm calling for. It's absolutely critical. And I'm saying it on behalf of all of us. Hakuna siku inaweza kuwa ati pesa ndio inaongea. Na me, I know what I have seen. So that is back to you. I submit, and we really need to, as voters, na ninaomba voters, kabla sija submit kwanza, pole, mkuwe na uwezo wa kusoma. Msome manifesto ya kila mtu. Because saa zile mnasema, it's only 2 candidates. Hapana, kama mmepatio candidates 20, someni wote 20. Let's bring change in this country. 59 years of non-deliveries of one thing or another. Wacheni tuachie hapo, lakini tuwe watu watulivu, na tuwe tunaomba Supreme Court yetu ya Kenya, kama Mama Selina alivyosema, Supreme Court ya Kenya tunataka iweze kutuelezea what exactly went wrong, and to put that message right clear to Kenyans. That is what is important to us Kenyans. And those who are being held responsible needs to be prosecuted. This is a serious issue, guys. Thank you.
Haya, Juliet, kabla ya uende, hebu tu nikuulize tu swali tu moja, maybe alafu tulete P Sugar, sababu nafikiria P Sugar ndiye hajaongea. Hebu niambie, hii story inasemekana ati Wakenya milioni 300.
Hata Kenya hata Andy pia hajaongea.
Okay, sawa. Ni swali tu moja nataka kumuuliza. I think unaweza tu jibu inaweza na mimi. Hebu niambie hiyo story ya Wakenya milioni 3. Hebu nieleze, what is your take? Ni communication error ama ni nini? Sababu whether ni time ama ni nini? Hebu niambie inakuambia nini hiyo story ya Wakenya 300 milioni?
Milioni 3 walikuja, ile wanasema milioni 3.
No, 300, milioni 300. Wakenya milioni 300. Inakuambia nini hiyo?
I mean, for me, you know what I think about that. It just brings a lot of integrity issues. That is what it does. And the integrity is 20. If we are saying the number of people who registered to vote, alafu tunarudi tunasema not everybody would have voted. Hiyo ni something that you have to think about. Alafu tena mkumbuke kitu kimoja. This is something that I have been meaning to bring about. Prior to Kenyans voting, kuna kitu ambayo Kenyans walikuwa wanaitishwa. And this has made me been thinking so much, could IEBC have been thinking otherwise? But mkumbuke mmeambiwa, Mkenya yeyote kama uko political party, lazima utuambie ile political party huko. Okay, unaenda unaweka ile political party huko. Haya, does that mean ati kwa sababu huyo Mkenya aliweka jina yake kwa hiyo political party, does that mean ati huyo Mkenya ataenda vote hiyo political party? Najua ukifika pale udecide umechange from ile political party ulijiandikisha. That is still allowed. So what is the purpose of to force Kenyans, mtu Mkenya kudeclare ati mimi niko hii political party? That again comes back again in governance issues, ile mnasikia nikikuambia. Kama ni political party, ndio inatakana ipresent sisi our members ndio hawa. But that's nothing to do with IEBC or any other, because to me that is easily manipulated. If I took the number of, if I was to be there, alafu useme hao wameregister ni 10, hao wengine ni 20. You can easily then do your mathematics. Oh, tutaenda kuongea na ile political party ingine. Oh, tukichukua hawa na hawa au watakuwa wetu. Mnaona, that kind of thing is not right, Chair. It's not acceptable. And that is why unasikia nikishinda nikisema kila saa, it's important for chairs not to be compromised, because that brings in the idea of corruption as well. Chairs, they get compromised. The chairs that are in other different political parties inakuwa, oh, tutachukua yule chair na yule mwingine. Alafu huyu chair pia kama hata ajali watu wale wanakuja kusimama na viti vyake, then what happens to those candidates? Mnaona? So bad practice, corruption inaongezeka inakuwa ni mambo ya pesa. So for me, I want us to fight this thing from where it's coming from. It is right grassroots. It is like it's embedded within. Inakuwa, oh, imekuwa sasa ni kama biashara. That's my experience. Inakuwa, oh, ati kama uwezi hata kuongea na chairman ndio hata committee ndio hata ita make sure ni nani anasimama. It's not right. Wa Kenya.
Sawa, Juliet. Thank you.
Yeah. So that number doesn't add up.
Sugar unaweza ongea alafu ande.
Thank you.
Sugar alafu ande.
Thank you so much, Kenyan. And also thank you, Juliet. Hi, kila mtu.
Hi.
Kuna issue hapa ya 300 million, Acha tuanzie hiyo. 300 million huyo lawyer alikuwa anamaanisha is like watu over 380 million walivisit hiyo poto ya IBC. Among the 380 million, 300 wa Kenya. So mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ile kitu alikuwa anajaribu kumaanisha the number of times watu walilog in kwenda kwa hiyo IBC poto. We might be like 100, only 100 Kenyans, lakini kila mtu aliattempt kuingia, aliingia like even 1,000 times. Kila mtu alikuwa na log in. Hizo logs zilionekana kwa poto yao. So it's possible. Ile jamaa kuelewa Kenya, yani hakuiweka mzuri wa Kenya waelewe. You know, of course yuko 300 Kenyans. Hizi zilikuwa zile attempt za kuingia kwa boto zilikuwa successful. So mimi ile shida niko nayo. Sorry?
Nilikuwa hapo. Ulikuwa unajua?
Okay, I'm back. Kuna mtu alikuwa anaongea I think. Sasa niko na issue na IBC sana. Hii swali ya IBC, I don't think IBC so far wamefungua servers. Of course hawajafungua servers. Na sidhani if they will open those servers. From where I stand, IBC will never open those servers. However, the court order yenye itakuja, they will find always excuses ya kupeana. Alafu you see that guy the way ana outsmart watu kwa court, the IT guy, the IT lawyer. He justified ya kwamba kuna vile unaweza upload hiyo, unaweza hold hiyo form in PDF form, you edit, then you upload it. That one was settled. Ile issue I think iko kwa court saa hii bending ni hiyo ya voter suppression. Of course kuna issue ya numbers. Mpaka saa hii sijaona wakipeana numbers, the exact turnout ya voters, valid votes. Hiyo bado ijapeanwa. Alafu kuna issue ya irregularities. You know, I expected like these people, we from Azimio, what I expected labda ni ile tukue na evidence, be it even 10 polling stations, whereby form 34A ina differ na yenyeko kwa poto. I think that way labda ingekuwa rahisi kidogo. Or let's wait tuone hiyo scrutiny ya the 40 something, tuone kama kesho results zake zitaonesha nini. About the outcome, me have already sensed something kenye kinaenda kufanyika, because I see an notification. I also see watu wakipewa discipline kwa IBC the way we want, lakini I don't see an IPC commission yenye itakuwa left which is able to conduct a free, fair, verifiable nini election. I don't see. IBC, we only don't have an issue na Jebkat only. We have some other malls ndani ya IBC yenye bado kuna shida kwa IBC. Not unless ikuwa uprooted the whole thing. Na sijui tufanya nini. It could have been better even to have like 5 people kutoka this side, 5 people from this side. We have a media coverage in between. They conduct that election. Labda that way tunaweza aminiana. Lakini we have 7 people from IBC. You don't know where they are recruited from, hujui wana support nani. Maybe hata wana support somebody from the beginning towards the end, kuna mwenye anapewa kitu. You see, kuna hizi threats zenye zinaendelea. Acha niachie hapo, wengine wachangie kiasi. Thank you.
Andy.
Hello. Hello, guys. How are you? To Juliet, Anyumba, Kenya One, Olara, and others. How are you all? So on my point, I think I can start with this point of there's this the Supreme Court judge who asked a simple question. The question was something to do with the Venezuelan. He asked that what was the purpose of the Venezuela person? What was he maintaining during a day of election or a day before election? What was he maintaining? Why was he allowed to access the server? That one, I think, is a serious and a critical question that should be answered crystal clear by the IBC judge or lawyer. Again, the question of from Madam, this is from Njoki Ndungu, I think so. She asked about no, not actually Njoki Ndungu. It is the Martha Koome, the CJ. She asked about why was the tallying was turned down all of a sudden without any notification. Actually, she made the same joke of the ping pong thing, the picky pong, where things were no longer clear, and the individual who could give the clear answer or the direct tally was the chairman himself, Mr. Chebukati. I think what is going on with the Kenya and the Kenya election is that each and every year things are taken cheaply, and even if anything happens, nobody has ever been put on account of whatever is going on in Kenya. And this one give that room of having a scapegoat or a way of doing away with it. I mean, like a thief is caught red-handed and then left scot-free without any charge. And being that has become a culture now, anybody seems that they can just do anything carelessly, recklessly, and nobody will question them. There was a question which was placed by, I don't think it's a Smoking Wanjala or Lenaola, I think, where he was saying that the position of IBC chairman, his qualifications are more of related to the qualification of a Supreme Court judge. And he asked the Azimio part, the Karua Raila lawyers, that at this time, if chairman could be held accountable or told to step down, will the IEBC still be able to conduct an election with somebody under the same position or with the qualification the same as chairman, Mr. Chebukati? Which I doubt if anybody like that is there or with the same qualification is there. I doubt. I'm not sure. You can clarify to me in the panel, please. So you see, for me, according to my analysis from where I am, I think that the chairman himself, Mr. Chebukati, took advantage of that. He knew from the start, because he understands the law, he knew from the start, even if I mess up, even if I do what, nobody can ever come and take part my place. So I think with all this, the guy says that, no, I can do whatever I want, I can go ahead and do anything I feel like. And that's when he changed the commissioner, the rest of the commissioners, because like he gave them like some chores, the in-house chores, where you were told now you today you are going to wash the dishes, and you today you are going to mop, and the other one today you are going to collect the rubbish and put them into dustbin. You see, he changes the roles with the sincere actual roles. Yes, Solare. May I allow you to say something? Kindly, the panel,
Orale, your
allow
mic
me.
is on mute.
My mic.
Orale's mic is on mute. Orale, unmute your mic, please. Orale, unmute your mic, Orale.
Olara, what is it? Unmute your mic. What is it, Olara?
Yeah, Olara is talking at I don't know what he's saying. I'm not getting him.
Unmute your mic, Olara. Olara, unmute your mic.
Blue thing or down thing in here. I don't know. I'm hacked. I'm hacked, in fact. Somebody hacked me. Just take me out of the studio, please. I don't have the leave. I don't have the red button. I don't have anything. They hacked me. Please take me out. I plead to the chair. Take me out. I'm not in the studio.
I've already unmuted you. So why did you want to?
I'm still on the studio.
Okay.
Yes, you are in.
So the chair should be able to take me out and unmute my. I don't know how the technology is happening now.
I've already done that.
No, I'm still alive. That's why there's a problem is.
Do you want the chair to unmute to mute your mic or what?
No, not necessarily. I don't want to reply to you before the chair allows me. But I see myself live here, and Juliana has my question. She didn't reply back to it, but I'm still on live. Please, chair, take me out. Then I can come back again. Let me just shut my laptop. We are hacked. We are hacked. We are hacked somewhere. Be careful, all of you, because if I can still speak to you, it means I'm cloned somewhere. That's why Chebukati can still claim that we are not hacked, we are hacked. They can give different. This studio is hacked. How can chairman cannot unmute me? Please, let's listen to that. Juliana, can you hear me? Or somebody give me administrative option, which I'm not an administrator in any. Okay, I'm logging out so that the choker can continue. I'm just shutting down my computer.
Sorry to ask this, Kenyan. Are you able to? Okay.
cannot.
I wanted to
Yes.
know from Kenyan if you can still be able to regulate the debate from your side. Unaweza manage ama bado kuna shida?
No, I can manage. Ni vile sikujua kwa nini alikuwa anaongea hivyo.
Oh, sawa. So Andy, you can go on.
Yes. So to my point, I think that as far as this election, either it will be nullified or allowed to proceed to the glorification or whatever, the winner does that, okay, wherever it goes on, but I think somebody should be kept or put accountable of whatever is going on in IEBC. Look, for example, I was following up the scrutiny yesterday of Mombasa. Imagine the old forms, form 34A, I think they say seat 1, the first seat, I think so, with the, I don't know, the second paper seat, something like that. None of them was signed, none of them, and everything is placed in that ballot box, placed there, dumped there, and then forwarded to Nairobi, recklessly like that. So surely, is that how an election should be conducted? So meaning nobody was accountable and nobody is asked any question. Did you do this or did you do? No, any question is asked to anybody. So the point is that you just do anything you feel like and nobody will question you. And that's how we call that is a fair, credible election in Kenya. No, that is not. It is not. We are playing with voters' feelings. We are playing with voters' time. We are joking with the Kenyan votes. Actually, in election of Kenya, there is no longer that part of sovereignty of the people. It's not there. It's not there. So we want the IEBC. I feel that they should be able to explain each and everything which was going on, starting from the foreigners logging in and out every time as they wish. That one should be explained very well. Not telling us that 3,000 people logged in or 3 million people logged in and out. That should not be the answer. Give us the reason why these foreigners are allowed to come into the system and live into this out of the system anytime they feel like. Those are the serious questions which Chebukati himself as a chairman should answer that. Again, he should answer why he changes the roles of the commissioners. That is a good question which he should answer. A question again which was placed down by one of the Supreme Court lawyers. This one was that this one was placed by Philomena Mwilu. The question of what are the roles of these other commissioners if Mr. Chairman and some 2 or 3 individuals can go on and give out the verdict and tally and do everything and say this is the right answer in absence of these other commissioners. What are their roles? Why are we Kenyans paying them? Why are they paid? Why are they there? Why is it a must? The constitution says that they have to be 6. Why? So these are serious questions which I need somebody to critically, kindly give me the right answer. And if this panel is able or can analyze that and come up with the right answer, then I think Kenya, we can be safe. And that answer can help somebody somewhere who voted like me. Thank you so much, Kenya. Probably I take it back.
So I think tutapata Pato alafu Duke. Pato alafu Duke.
I live in UK, upande ya Sheffield, and I've been watching this election keenly for 5 days. After that week, I was off. So I could not even sleep, just watching everything from my wife.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Pato.
You can't hear me? But my microphone is okay. Testing. Can anyone hear me?
Not yet, tuko chini bado.
Oh. On my side, it's muted on my side. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing.
Pato, we can hear you, but your voice is too down.
Okay. Let me see. This is my microphone. You can see on my head. I'm wearing the. It should be fine. How about? I don't know how to increase the volume.
We can hear you. Just go ahead. We'll figure it out.
Right. I was saying that I was watching this election keenly for 5 days, and one of the nights I was watching, this Mr. Tuju turned up and was being interviewed live by Citizen. If any of you can remember, Tuju was at Bomas around 10 p.m. in the night, and he was being interviewed by a Citizen reporters. Well, in that interview, Tuju mentioned something about hacking, but that reporter who was interviewing did not even pick on that. He was just blabbing about other things. And then early Saturday morning, there was that so-called portal froze for about 1 hour. There was nothing showing, nothing. Nobody could log in. So apparently, somebody claimed that at that time there was about 10,000 forms uploaded. Nobody knows from where. Then Saturday in the afternoon, Itumbi tweeted. You know Itumbi? Tweeted the results. According to him, Ruto was winning by the same exact figures that Chibukati has given as the final figure. Itumbi's Twitter. If you go on his Twitter page on Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, those figures are there. Exactly the same figures that Chibukati has announced to the public. So how did Itumbi know this? Whereas IBC was still working on the figures, if that is true. And the question of this scrutiny, the report has come out. I've read the report, some of it. It says out of the 45 stations, 6 are missing from 34As, and others which are there, they're using from 34 book 2. And according to the information we had from the beginning, they were only supposed to use forms from 34.1, not 34B, 34.2. And even Chibukati did what they call it, a gazette notice saying that those from 34B, 34A book 2 should be in a sealed book. They should only use from 34A, which is from 34.1, because those booklets were. The problem is now all these boxes that have been opened, people have been using from 34 book 2, which not have been used. Which means somebody opened the boxes and change the original from 34As to from book 1. I mean, that's what I can see. Now, on the issue of the servers, Smartmatic have written a letter saying that they cannot allow scrutiny of their what they call image of the main server, because that will infringe on the copyright rights. I don't know, intellectual property ownership, and they cannot use that server on any other election in any other country. The question is, why is Kenyan data being held somewhere in another server out of the country, which nobody knows what will happen to it? Yeah. So we need to find out exactly what. And this guy who was logging in from wherever, was he called? Mr. What do you call it? Mr. Judges. One of the judges asked this guy who says that 380 million people were able to log in. To download the forms, blah blah blah. And then he was saying, he asked this guy about this login from who was supposed to be doing maintenance up to the few days before the election. He asked him what was he maintaining. And if you look, Up to now, even up to 19th, those Kimkis were still sending information. Sending from what information? Up to 19th. Yeah. Around 600 Kimkis are still sending information from somewhere. Those so-called Kimkits. So there's a big problem with this technology. So I think Ruto and Chibukati prepared for this thing for a long time, maybe 5 years, how to rig this election. They knew what they were doing. If you think back, if you look at the Georgia election and Kiambu, that where Uda won miraculously, yeah, that was Chibukati was turned up in the middle of the night at Georgia, and then when the vote was going the other way, and all of a sudden the votes changed. No, that's before. Remember that those by-elections of the MCA and somebody in Georgia. That's the time we should have known there's something wrong. There's something between UDA or Georgia. I mean, UDA, Mr. Ruto and Chibukati. They knew this thing, what they're doing. That is why Ruto was very confident. He's saying, "I couldn't another kunibia kura." He knew what he had done. Yeah, I feel that before the election, days before election, people like let me see, Tumbi, people like David Chichi should have been arrested and taken away so that they're not anywhere near a computer. So that we have some kind of freedom. Anyway, that's my point. I'm really here and I don't want to talk too much, but thank you for welcoming me. Hello? Is it over?
Yeah, ni sawa.
Maliza, asanteni kwa kunikaribisha.
Yes, we are with you.
Haya. Duke sasa.
I will place my submission on the specific chapters of the Constitution because in Kenya, the primary reference of the guidelines of our nation is the Constitution. And Kenyans, or a group of people of a nation, they will always have difference of opinion. It's difficult for all people to agree on specific issues of interest. That's why when we have a conflict or a disagreement, we have mandated institutions which will solve that. For instance, in this case, there is a contestation that the election process was not fair. Some would say it was fair, others would say it was not fair. And as Kenyans, we cannot solve that. If we try to have a consensus, it will never end, it will continue forever. But that's why we have mandated institutions, and in this case is the Supreme Court, to decide. It's like a group of qualified people who have more understanding and who can accurately assess that and make a final determination. That's the reason for why we have the mandated institutions. And my argument today, I will base it on the articles of the Constitution, as I try to answer some of the questions that Andy has raised. He has raised an important question that the Commission, there's nobody who envisaged who foresaw that a commission can, the chairman of the commission can die. So you find that even the Constitution, people who wrote it know that a president can die, and then they give a protocol or a process which has to be followed in case the president dies. And even if the deputy also dies, there's also a process where the Speaker of the National Assembly takes the position. So the Constitution failed to capture that when it comes to the independent and electoral process. However, the failure is the legislature, that is the parliament, because they have the power to come up with acts, that's acts of parliament, which can be part of the rules of a nation. So because they should have captured that within the the Elections Act, so they will also fail. So it's actually the failure. It's a failure of more of the National Assembly because they are mandated to do that. However, we have specific articles which guides us on how to move about the process of the election. Actually, that's why I want to talk about the first one is chapter 15, which talks about the commission and the independent offices. And we have the commissions, independent commissions are listed, and the IEPC is one of them, among many others. And it goes ahead to talk about the way they can be removed from the office and under which circumstance. So there is a procedure of removal. Actually, a commissioner can only be removed by Parliament. So individuals who kickstart that process actually, it must start in Parliament. It's like when you are removing the governor from office because of gross misconduct also. So
yeah, pick that. You have to open.
Kenyan, please, can you mute this hii mic ya Stony PK? Amesahau akaiacha on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Have a good one.
Welcome.
Oh, yes. So to continue on that is, so if there is somebody who has issues with the commissioners or with the IPC chairman, that process of removal must kickstart in Parliament. That's the procedure. So the Supreme Court cannot remove him. That has to start from Parliament. So that's how the Constitution states it. Also, another mistake which is made is whereby there is a definition of the qualification of the chairperson, but there is no clear qualification of other commissioners, so that we have a chair who cannot be, you have a vice chair who cannot be the chairman. So even if you remove the chairman, the vice cannot take his position because the qualifications are different. So those individuals who are trying to appoint those commissioners made a mistake. They can actually, for instance, pick individuals with qualifications same as that of the chairperson. So in that way, it will be easy, for instance, for the vice chair to take over, because actually there is in other commissions, in other independent commissions, if maybe the chairperson resigns, the vice chair takes that position. But when it comes to IPC, it cannot work that way because Cherera is not qualified to be the chairperson. Regarding the issue
Sorry, Duke. Kuna mali utaniacha, labda nikuulize swali kidogo tu tafadhali.
Okay, go ahead.
Unamaanisha vice chair saa hii vile sheria imesimama hawezi shikilia hiyo kiti ya chair ama hawezi kuwa chair. Assuming sasa Chebukati amegonjeka, vice chair anaweza take over hiyo seat, ama unamaanisha assuming Chebukati ametolewa kwa hiyo kiti ama amekufa, vice chair hawezi keti kwa hiyo kiti? Hebu elaborate hapo tafadhali.
I'm saying there is specific qualification for the chairperson. He has to be an advocate of the High Court, something of that kind. So if the other commissioner, if the vice chair does not have the qualification, then by Cherera him, you take just this scenario, because Cherera is not an advocate, it's impossible for him to take that position. So I think you understand me that. That's what I meant. But in other commissions where there is no qualification of the specific qualification of the chairperson, then there is that room whereby the chairperson can take that position. But in this case, there is no clarification of even the chairperson the vice chair resuming that position of the chairperson. Actually, it's actually a new appointment has to be made. That's what the Constitution says.
Sorry. That's why I'm asking. If today Chebukati is sick, let's say Chebukati is admitted Nairobi Women leo, sawa, ameenda amepewa bed rest ya 1 week, na kuna uchaguzi kidogo inafanyika mahali, let's say kuna uchaguzi kidogo inafanyika mahali, is the Cherera qualified kukuwa standing in ya Chebukati, ama what you mean is that Chebukati assuming amekufa ama yuko, God forbid, Cherera, she's not qualified, of course we know. By law, ana hizo qualifications za kuwa equivalent to high court judge. Hapo tuko pamoja. Issue yangu ni title hii ya vice chair ni nini basi? Yenye Cherera amepewa. As in where ni lini ana deputize Chebukati? Ni under what circumstance Cherera anaweza deputize Chebukati? Ati sahi.
You see, I'm trying to say that there is no clarity on that. And the issue is more complicated by those who are appointing those commissioners. For instance, if I was the person appointing the commissioners, I would try to make sure that the chairperson, the vice chair, has the qualifications of which are required for the position of the chairperson. So therefore, it will be easy for that. If maybe we have a by-election somewhere, the commission can function even without the chairperson. You know, the chairperson is key when it comes to the presidential election because he is the returning officer. And that is affirmed by Article 138.10, which says that within 7 days, the chairperson must announce the results after verifications and tallying. That's one. And number two, he has to give a written notification to the incumbent president and the chief justice. So that's the provision of the constitution. And that's the point of contention which was witnessed in the court today. That's where does the chairperson act separate from the commission, and where the chairperson is part of the commission. The chairperson is separate from the commission when it comes to declaration of the results. He is the only one who can declare the result. However, he is part of the commission in other administration issues or duties. For instance, making decisions in which are the mandate of the commission. For instance, procurement, all those issues. But when it comes about declaration of the results, it is only the chairperson. So that is where he has a role as a person and a specific role as a chairperson and not as part of the commission. So that's the distinction between the two.
Sorry, Duke. Duke, unajua we are learning, si ndio? Usione mbaya tukitaka more information kutoka kwa panel. There's this guy who is protesting Orara, maybe akuulize pia swali. We are learning. It's not an argument, we are just learning. Hope unaelewa. So kuna jamaa hapa ana demonstrate anaitwa Orara. Orara, you can go on and ask your question, please.
You see, Duke is subverting the issues here. And Duke is very intelligent. He comes strategically to disrupt your panel. And in fact, Duke, we have allowed you we allotted you a lot of time. And a lot of times have come into Supreme Court. You cannot ask us as a panelist here that you don't know the duty of a deputy chair. This one. And this is a matter which a Supreme Court judge asked, when is the commission become dysfunctional or when it's not well prepared? Okay. One of the questions was asked was that in case your Chebukati, the one you are defending here, is corrupt, then is proven is corrupt, then some other legal arms of the constitution take him out, or if it's confirmed that he is incapacitated, like he had a heart attack, I don't wish him that, and worse off, is dead. All your argument here, the constitution avail the same for all of other commissions, including the president. The deputy takes over. Whatever you are saying here is a treason. And Bernard explained this for the last 5 hours. You chose an opportune time to come and bring us back to the. If you are sent, your devil is, I must say, alive here, because when we are here, Bernard, we explain this. We explain this. We explain this. We explain this. And why we have a Supreme Court? Supreme Court does not work with the laws only. They work also with an order. In this situation, that's why they are 7. They can also go wide. They can consult widely. You cannot sit there in a green curtain world with some information given to you with a base that you can speak wisdom to us. No, we are beyond that. You can do that when the matter of the cost are determined. And I can confirm to you, even today, if both Ruto and Kenyatta are dead, Constitution envisages that. Because why? We have a National Assembly. If National Assembly doesn't take action, if they dispute that, then we have the Supreme Court again. Even in the matter of presidency, they have to come back to the Supreme Court. Now, what this Duke is trying to intrigue, because when we started with Bernard, we are elevating the temperature. He's taking us to what we started with. Duke, go back to our video, just rewind yourself back when we started, and a lot of expertise and evidences, and including the justices' questions. They ask the same question you asked. You cannot ask us. Those questions are just it will be replied within 4 hours. I think from now, in Nairobi time, maybe another 7 hours, it will be replied to. So this panel here, specifically, we are not praying for any constitutional crisis, which you have implied, and we are not praying for any other thing. We're just praying for, if Raila was elected, why not? If Ruto was elected, how is it? This is what we are discussing here. And if you look at the small antidote there under your YouTube channel, you can understand we are not jokers here. We are keepers of this channel, and anything you bring up, we will still be with you until morning. Okay, I didn't mean any offense to you, Duke, but I was just stating that whatever you're raising now was raised earlier. And I think our able chairs are here. And I'm not any chair, I'm just subversive, maybe treat my comment as subversive to what you are saying. But I just want to remind you that as I'm cooling down, this country needs wisdom. You cannot come here and tell us that this country, all of a sudden, is left to 7 people. And this country cannot live accordingly about the Supreme Court questionnaires. They ask how they are even asked the infrastructure of the Supreme Court judges. They ask themselves, we don't have a Supreme President here. We can just, according to the law, we can tell her, okay, Supreme President, take over. But they gave their view. All of the judges, they gave their view. This is very important for you to learn. All Supreme judges gave their view, even in the questioning. And again, when they go to rest, Monday, tomorrow, today, after the hearing, they'll still go back to rest. I don't expect Mother Koome to come and tell us, oh, all these petitions were rubbish, all respondents were rubbish, and I'm hereby, including my, no, because in that situation, the deputy Supreme Judge will not be there. I'm taken anywhere from the wings. I just come and announce the judgment of all these processes. Okay, I submit respectfully to the chairs. Okay, maybe I'm a bit emotional. Treat me because the temperature is high and because Bernard used almost half of the other part of the program explaining that, but Duke didn't choose to come and challenge him. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Olara Lubietu. Yeah, one of the things that we will not be able to do very, very effectively is to tutor people on the already obvious ongoing. I hope you guys can hear me well. Yeah, we are not going to tutor people here. Supreme Court is doing its work well in the open. The submissions very clear, very open. Unfortunately, those who may not be able to learn don't know that you can listen, replay that, and then of course compare with whatever parts of law that is being quoted. But before I bring in Andy, I see your hand is raised. The basic, even what a nursery school kid knows today, when you are told that this is the Supreme Court of the land, what does that tell you? Supreme Court of the land. You don't debate what they decide. Una debate when they want. It is the epic. It is final, what they say. So you should really work hard trying to present and convince them about your case. Coming here to criticize, trying to say this, trying to talk about the Constitution. The Supreme Court, of course, they quote, they use the Constitution, but they make the final decision. The decision they will make will be final, my brother. And what people don't know is that Constitution, the Supreme Court can, they offer solution. They can decide this is the way. They can I don't want to call it recreate, but they set precedent. They set jurisdiction. That's why it's the final court of the land. And even most people say it's the final authority of the judicial arm of the government of a nation or a state or a country. Yani ndio mwisho wa maneno kisheria. Ndio mwisho wa maneno kisiasa. Yeah. So when you try to bring in you are just losing it. Yeah. And that's why at Azimio we are celebrating, because so far out of the 9, I think we have scored so highly. Apart from the yellow fever, they can't believe. They're always in denial. Because they are very, very, very simple points I wanted to raise when I got cut because of some emergency. We have 10 points that we are celebrating about. This, the court has asked. And when you hear a judge asking you a question, marambili, maratatu, you should think twice. They asked, what's the role of IBC Commission? What is the composition? For me, I want to, Duke, I know you are learned, but I want to break it to you like a nursery school kid, and it's not an insult. When they ask, what is the role of commission? What there are 7. So why are they 7? If 3 can do the job of 7. ndugu yangu, hata hapo uende rocket science, uende wapi, it is simple that they are supposed to be 7 because it was envisaged they have to work. Then you are told, number 2, what is the role of the chair? When does he stop being the chair of the commission and he becomes the chair of his own thing, doing his own things his own way? Simple again. Very simple answer. Don't give us the constitution here, Bwana Duke. When does Chebukati become now the oppressor, the Mudosi and the Idi Amin who cannot be told anything by the fellow 6th commission? It is as simple as that. Then you ask, there is another question that was asked now away from the commission. When this photo from the polling station was sent,
now says that it delegated its officials to meet to be independent.
Bernard, Bernard, your mic. So when the judges asked, tell us when this thing was taken as a photo, professional inaitwa JPEG. At what time does it transform into a PDF and why? They say don't answer us now. Go think about that. Because you have to explain why it transforms and mutates like an amoeba. It self-divides itself and transforms itself into that. I think that's metamorphosis. All right? Then they ask you, these things were being streamed alive and everybody was so happy. We had tallying and we had our own private tallying centers in the house. Then it stopped. Why did it stop? And we know, what can the commission tell us? It stopped. Why? Tell us why. Then you ask, tell us the role of the foreigners, the Venezuelans. Yes, there was support and all that. At what point and what was their role in getting into the server, in and out, having all those passwords? You explain. Explain their access to server, a national election of a country, that they could walk in and out as they wish into that bedroom. Okay? Then you should also tell us this voter turnout that is so, one you are saying is this, the other time you are saying is this. Tell us what is it? How come it's different? How come the figure turns around at one given time? Then explain to us about the 800,000 plus. Lastly, explain to us the streaming of results after results were announced. Ndugu zangu, do you need to be really a lawyer? Do you really need to carry a textbook, Duke, to go and sit and analyze what the case that is on the table of this? By the way, this to me at Stone PK is the easiest court case that has ever been put on Supreme. These guys went high tech. They forgot serikali ni mkono mrefu. They messed. They forgot waliingia kwa kitu tunaita kwa kikwetu ikerenge. Ikerenge ndio tunatumianga kuchika mawaruru. Nyoni zingine tulikuwa tunakula tukiwa wadogo. Tunangoja zinaingia ndani, tunavuta kamba. Sasa zinarukaruka huko ndani, unatoa moja tu ukivunja mabawa. That is what is happening to Ruto and his people and Duke and the rest. We are going to skin him polepole tu, tuwaingize kwa sufuria, supu na tuwakunywe. You are done. You are cooked. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard, for coming back. Over to you. Bernard, your mic.
Thank you, Stone PK. I appreciate that, and I'm back for one sole purpose to bring us up to speed with the proceedings at the Supreme Court. The questions that the judges were asking have been behovered upon to play those videos. Then when I'm done, I'll go back to my rest. It's good to.
Your friend Duke is here. Your friend Duke is.
And Pastor Bernard, before you even show us that, on your comment sheet, Mude, who is that person who has got he doesn't have a picture and he's busy abusing people there? I think you should take some kind of action there in your comment sheet. I think we need to be serious about people who are coming to comment and And if you don't have anything to say, you better keep quiet, but not to come and abuse people. And I think you should take him out.
Okay, thank you for
There were you. Have a look at your
citing
fan section there.
Let me find him, because
Please do. And look at the comments, and he's just abusive. And ukienda kwa hiyo Facebook yake, hakuna kitu. These are the sort of people who we are talking about, Kenyans. Mtu anaenda anafungua fake account hapo, alafu anaanza kutukana na mwangalie. Is that the sort of people he is supporting? Kina Chebukati. Akienda akisema ati Chebukati is right and all that. Look at the comment that he's putting for me there. Simuingie comment yake na screenshot, nime screenshot. Atuambia hao ndio wanakujanga hapa ama wanafikiria nini?
They are the UDA bloggers.
Yes.
Who have,
wanafungua accounts na ndio mimi nasema Facebook kwanza. Hata I will speak to Nick Clegg. Nick Clegg used to be the Liberal Democrats whatever. Nitamtafuta nimwambie it's a high time watu wanakuja wanajiandikisha vizuri. Nimechoka sana kuona watu wanafungua ma accounts fake.
Pole. Okay, let me deal with that. Okay, I was saying that I'm here to play those videos so that we remain in perspective. And my emphasis was the closer we are to the information, the better it is for us to interpret. Because when the reporting is too much, we lose track as we continue. And that's why people like these, I keep declaring what is not there. So let's get that. I think find for me that nini point here. I'm searching Simoni.
Nenda hapo kwa comments on your live coverage.
I'm there. I'm scrolling. I have to literally get what he has commented.
Okay, I'll screenshot it to you.
But let me. I have a series of videos to play. Let me be playing them as I search for the nini so that to malizane pamoja. Okay, we start here.
The challenge one faces when they talk about the same subject at the end of a conversation by many people is that they find themselves repeating issues. But I will still ask what I had noted down during the proceedings, and you can choose the manner in which you will answer them. For Tim Orengo, my concern is, and actually for everyone who has spoken about the commission, what we have heard is what about this commission is what some time back we had someone describing, was it an accident or something on TV, and we were told it looked like a video and drama. At least that's how I perceived the submissions on the commission. And so my concern is, when did this commission become this dysfunctional? The effect of becoming that dysfunctional? What corrective measures were attempted, if any, and with what result? My second concern is from 34A. Minor Care told us that this election is done not at Bomas, but at the polling station. And for the presidential election, the return of that form is first by electronic transmission. And so, the way I understand it is that a photo would be taken of the form at the polling station. A photo. I want you to tell me whether it's called a photo or what it is called. Is it called a photo? Is it called an image? Is it called what? That's the question I'm asking. And so that time when it is taken, and as it is being sent originally, is it in PDF form? So the journey, because this has to be understood, the journey from the polling station to Bomas, the things that happen in between must be described by the nature of that image at the original place, at the starting point. My other concern, which ought to have followed the first one before this PDF language, is what is to be done as a corrective measure against the chair of this dysfunctional commission. And is it to ignore the constitutional procedures and safeguards that are already in place? My final concern is concerning the relief to declare. What I have heard since morning, because of the dysfunctionality of the commission and a few other things, is that nearly everything about Articles 81, 86, the Act, have been impugned. In fact, one of you told us that everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong. So if every process that was undertaken in this process has so far been impugned, are we nevertheless to declare a winner? Are the figures, in the event that we arrive at figures that show that either the current president-elect has more votes than others, and or the petitioner in petition number 5 in fact has more numbers, what are we to do? Are we still to declare, irrespective of all the other processes having been impugned as you have submitted to us today? If you assist me with some direction in those issues, I shall be in a position to deal with the petitioner's case. We will see what we will do with the respondents when their time comes. Thank you, Judge President.
Thank you. I I think all the questions I had have been asked, but I'd just like to follow up on what
my questions will go to Professor Muigai, as we've been asked by a number of parties that they've asked us to settle the law around Article 138.3 and 10. In your submissions, you suggested that the term commission can be used in multiple senses. How do we know which sense will be applied when? As a former Attorney General, perhaps you can point out to us whether it is in regulations, it is in the law, but how do we know which sense is applied when? My second question goes to the history of independent commissions, and Professor Muigai, you sat on the CKRC together with my colleague, Justice Lenaula, and you do know that the drafters of the Constitution introduced independent commissions and independent offices to deal with issues of authoritarianism, accountability, transparency, and to do away with the issue of one person having power. But from the narrative that we're hearing here in the court, there appears to be an all-powerful chair who, so what is the check for this all-powerful chair if the commissioners have nothing to do with his role? What would happen if the chair was to announce the wrong results completely? Or if he was mentally incapacitated or sick, or worst case scenario, dead? Who then would announce the results? What is the role of the other commissioners? I think this is bothering me, especially because it seems to me that your client and the IEBC suggest that the chairperson works with the CEO, and I feel a bit concerned. The CEO is not vetted by Parliament. He is appointed, but he seems to wield immense powers over and above the other commissioners. I cannot imagine that that could have been the intention of the drafters of the Constitution. So what role do these commissioners actually do? Because it hasn't come clearly. Or, for example, if one commissioner says he's in charge of ICT, what does that mean? Does it mean he's in charge of ICT until the presidential election, then he's not? What does it mean? What is the role of these commissioners? And I'm asking this question more towards trying to understand the leadership and the management in the commission as opposed to the management of the presidential election. Because I think they're two separate issues, and I'm trying to figure out whether this is a Chebukati problem. Is it a leadership problem? Is it a commissioner's problem? What's this problem we're seeing? I'm trying to understand that, and I'd like to hear that from you. Thank you. One more question, sorry. When the results come for other elections, so you have returning officers for senator, for governor, for MCA, and they're all announced or declared locally at the polling station constituency county. How is that information transmitted to the public? And when that information is transmitted to the public through a gazette notice, are the commissioners involved? Or is it the CEO only? Or is it the chairperson only? Who is involved in the declaration or the transmission of declaration publicly of those results? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. My first question, I think, could be addressed by
the team led by Professor Gabe Muigai you can see what we want to understand is this disconnect arising from IBC. Because when we look at Article 88, the role of IBC is to supervise and conduct elections. I do not want to repeat this question. Why the chairman deemed it fit to allocate commissioners, I think what has been described as domestic chores, leaving the core business of IBC to the CEO to supervise. We've been told that they did a good job in the polling stations. Polling went on well, counting, tallying, and transmission until the National Tallying Center, where they are all there, but they are not doing the core business of, according to the Constitution, they have been given other duties. This is bringing a lot of questions in our minds. Then when we look at Article 138, 3C, we see they have a law, at least to look at the tallying results and ask questions whether the president-elect met the constitutional threshold before the chairman can go and announce the results, because we all understand nobody can tinker with the forms 34A and B the way they have come. And you have had IBC being likened to the Supreme Court, much to the chagrin of the judges here, because the question which was being asked, I think, by Mr. Otieno is that if 7 people are sitting on a judgment or a decision and there is a dissenting voice, why didn't the chairman tell Kenyans exactly what happened? That we conducted this election, we came to the National Tallying Center, we have these results, but some of the colleagues have a dissenting voice. They will tell Kenyans why they are dissenting. Another thing that worries us, and I think your team should answer, is why the live streaming of the results stopped. Because if Kenyans were able to follow the streaming from the beginning to the end, which was being done in the spirit of accountability and stability and transparency, then the rhyme which we were being told of the pige ponki would not arise, because there would have been no confusion. We know this is how things are happening, and therefore maybe the losing candidate who is being called to go to the National Tallying Center can decide not to go, because they know already the results they are on the screen. So I would also like a clarification. The question has been asked, and it was demonstrated very ably by Mr. Mahat. I would really like to follow his presentation because he did it with the passion. Mr. Kirago Kemani also did it, but I think I want you, Mr. Mahat, to, just demonstrate how the forms 34
What are you doing?
Hold on, I want to exhaust everything, so note down whatever you want to ask. Subiri wewe.
led by Professor Gidu Muigai, Senior Counsel. The first clarification I seek is as follows. As regards the requirements of Article 140, and just remaining within Article 140, and even considering that the 4 new commissioners only arrived in, was it September last year? And whatever it is they've been doing on a day-to-day basis, please clarify in my mind, because it's a major issue here, what the constitutional role of the 6 commissioners is under Article 140. And once you tell us what it is, just position their role against that of the staff of the Secretariat and of the chair. To the same team, and that is as per Article 138, 3C. To the same team, of course, numbers are critical. They are, for me, they are. Because that is a mandate of 138, 4A and B, the threshold, the 50% plus 1. And numbers are important for as long as they are not negated by any other process. And numbers would point to a good election, a good result, if they are not affected by anything else. And if Article 138, 4, A and B are not enough, deriving from them, this court in 2017 told us that although numbers were very, very important, other things could affect the numbers. Now, here is my concern. With the fact of the numbers being undisputed, they are important, kindly comment on whether or not, this question flows from the first one, the walking away of the 4 commissioners to go and hold, was it an IBC meeting at Serena, or was the IBC meeting at Bomas? But please comment on the walking away of the 4 commissioners almost at the same time as the chair was about to declare the results. And in fact, I recall, because I was glued on TV myself, among their first words were that we have done an excellent job as concerns this election. But the results that the chairman is about to release are his results. So please comment for my benefit that working out, and how was it timed? You've got to know, because these are your clients, that they would be walking out of Bomas to Serena to allow all media houses, in fact, except for the for the violence that occurred at Bomas, the split screens of media houses would have been showing each one of them addressing us, the Kenyan voter, at the same time. In fact, at one moment there, I thought the team at Serena would give us their numbers, and the team at Bomas was going to give us their own numbers. So my concern is, does their walking out mean anything under Article 140? If it does, what is it? If it doesn't, why not? Still on numbers, and answering all of us, yours and our issue number 4 and 5, we were told, and I need clarity on this one because it cuts across two main issues, that the turnout, the voter turnout, was affected by the postponed election. Now, this is my concern. On the 9th, we were voting for 6 people, 6 officers. And we actually voted for 6 officers, including in the places where elections were postponed. And we were told that turnout was affected by the postponement. And since you are the central player in this thing, you could pass this to Mahat or anybody else in your team. Did the postponement affect only the vote of the president? And since we are in the habit of taking judicial notice, and since I am in a position to take judicial notice of the fact that elections have since happened in the postponed areas, have the subsequent elections returned a different result as to turnout? Because that happened, was it Monday? And we have yet to write a judgment. If they are affected, in what respect? Mr. Mahat, you told us that there is a holy place, you called it a sanctified place for the agent, and that it is the responsibility of parties to have agents. Your sister, while submitting, Ngania, told us that in 2017, we also emphasized the position of the agent. This is my question flowing from that, and it goes to the process of the election. What if there were no agents? The Article 81, I think 81E, places the burden of ensuring that we have a fair, free, transparent, accountable, and all those things election, where, for whatever reason, agents are not present at an election, is it not the role of the IEBC to ensure that Article 81E is upheld? And in the event, I know you said in Tiati some constituency there, in fact, there were no agents from anyone. The process, and where there are no agents, the process. Finally, we have seen somebody named the 4 commissioners as respondents. One of these petitions, or some of them, named them as respondents. I think someone had even named them as interested parties or something like that during interlocutories. But by whatever name code, they remain commissioners. I have also seen, we have seen affidavits that they have sworn, which tend to show that they take certain positions. Now, what is the position to be taken by a commissioner? Is it a position of the party, any party, or is it the neutral position of the IEBC? And when they take, as I think they have done in this case, the position of any side, what is the court to do? Did I say finally? Then I'll say the second finally. That Kenyua's call, Mr. Joseph Kenyua's call, and whatever else that happened, the night meetings, the security issues, and so on and so forth. The name of this commission starts with the letter I, which says, I stands for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And in the body of 88 going down is that, and even in their act, they shall not be directed in the manner in which they do their work. But I want you to clarify in my mind, because it's now an issue here, when it comes to writing the judgment, what do you want me to write? There are commissioners, and we talked about the dysfunctionality. It came from you, it didn't come from this side of the bench. Of the commission, I'm glad today I have had an attempt at answering my question yesterday as to when it became dysfunctional, but I'm still waiting for answers from the person to whom the question was directed, which is the petitioners. But tell me what the IEBC was supposed to do. On the one hand, they are being told, hurry up and announce. On the other hand, the court, as represented by the Honorable Mr. Justice Isaac Lenaola, is saying, but there is still time. There is yet another day before you can announce. What is the IEBC to do? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, President.
Thank you, colleagues, for those questions. I think they were quite comprehensive.
Thank you, CJ. Sorry, I don't know whether it has been up, but time without number, the issue of the 27 constituencies whose results, it is said, had not been included in the final tally before the announcement was made, keeps coming up. We have been told that in fact, these 27 constituency results had been verified and tallied. But because of the commotion, somehow they would not be part of the announcement. But why did the chair, just before, when calm was restored, why would he not have included them? Because they had already been verified and tallied. Or did not include in the final so that they shouldn't be here bothering us? Why was it, where was the hurry this time? And already the results had been tallied and verified. Thank you, CJ.
Sorry, I just forgot a quick question, Professor Mwaigai.
Okay, the final one, then we are back to talking. A little patience, please. It's important that we wrap up everything together and then be able to.
Advisory Council, NSAC, now says that it delegated its officials to meet with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Chair, Wafula Chebukati, before the announcement of the presidential results at the Bomas of Kenya. Attorney General Paul Kihara, through Senior Counsel George Oraro, however, refuted claims by Chebukati that the NSAC delegation was at the Bomas of Kenya to influence and moderate the presidential result. And as Hassan Mugambi reports, Oraro said it was a routine meeting and not the first one that the NSAC was having with the commission.
The second day of the hearing of the presidential petition saw the National Security Advisory Council, NSAC, defend the August 15th meeting, stating that they had previously held meetings with Chebukati and there was nothing unusual with the said meeting. Acting for Attorney General Paul Kihara, Senior Counsel George Oraro told the court that Chebukati met with officials from NSAC in July this year, where he requested the assistance of the body in providing security during the election.
And briefed the NSA on the status of the preparation of general election and sought to involve it fully on matters of security, both in context of ongoing activities and also to help them from time to time.
Oraro further explained that the meeting was centered around the verification process, which had stalled several times, seemingly raising tension in the country.
As a result of the activities which had gone on 13th and 14th, when there was suspension of transmission and display of the result, and without explanation from the IEBC.
Oraro accused Chebukati of treating the officials with contempt, having kept them waiting for hours despite being notified of their visit in advance.
They were not met when they came. They managed to find where to wait, but they were kept waiting for 4 hours. Members of a security team in the midst of an election where tension was rising.
The AG, who maintained that he was neutral in the petition challenging the presidential election, lamented that accusing NSAC officials of attempting to subvert the will of the voters hurt the image of the respected council.
The chairman reported the events which unfolded at the Tallying Center on 15th August to the police, and they filed both an OB and also made a statement. There was no mention at all of this heinous act.
Questioning the submissions before them, the Supreme Court judges sought proof from the IEBC that the council indeed tried to interfere with the Commission's constitutional duty.
Are we to assume that by the time that call was placed and by the time these gentlemen paid this visit, they already knew the results? Because there's no way they would have been on that mission if they had not known the results.
In his affidavit, Chebukati claimed that the NSAC, led by Kihara, Solicitor General Kennedy Ogeto, Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutyambai, and Vice Chief of Defense Forces Lieutenant General Francis Omondi Ogola, cautioned him against announcing Ruto as the president-elect, as it would have plunged the country into chaos. Hassan Mugambi.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I trust we have gotten the drift and the soul-searching, piercing questions that the judges have put forth. I believe they will make a framework of probably the direction where the case may go. But as laymen and concerned Kenyans, we also need to ventilate on this with a wider spectrum, not the narrow-minded aspect of digging in the pretext of Azimio or UDA. It's the whole perspective. What are the judge asking for? The provision of the law and the Kenyan citizenry. We are talking of 50 million Kenyans. So the ruling is not about the 7 commissioners or the petitioners and all that. It has everything to do with the entirety of the country. And so I want to invite Alex into this so that he can lead us further on this drift. But I urge everybody, including the comment section, let's open up and embrace the responsibility we have over this country. Let's not pretend that if something wrong goes on in this country, we are secure. We are not secure. Even those of us who are in the diaspora, we are investors here. So whatever goes wrong, it will affect us in one way or another. We have our families here. We have our descendants here. And so it's important that we seek the truth the right way also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bernard.
Andy, I had already given out the floor to Alex. Andy, just hold on. Yes, Alex.
No, it's okay. Andy, no, it's okay. Andy, you can, because I may take like a minute.
Bernard.
Okay.
Alex, I'm sorry. Allow me to say something to Bernard. Bernard.
Yes.
There are members who are following on Facebook platform, YouTube platform at the comment section. Please kindly remind them to use some respective language, not any vulgar language or abusive language. Some tend to come in with some anonymous accounts and use some languages which can bring this platform into problem.
Thank you very much. I was just telling
Please,
that to Pastor.
as people comment, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Juliet. We are aware of that, and it's part of what we've been dealing with. Some of our people who suppose that this is an Azimio platform come here specifically to cause that havoc. They attempt to hack the system, or we have suffered a lot of things because of that. So we are managing that. But that's the very reason I'm talking about. When will we be Kenyans enough to speak for Kenya and not get caught up into this tribal, narrow-minded kind of judgment, other than understanding that when this country breaks down, the Kalenjin, the Luos, the Luyas, nobody will be safe. Everybody will be unsafe. So let's own up this country and do what is right. Forget this madness of being paid a few shillings to go and cause havoc, where you will still be hungry when we are all going hungry. Bei ya unga ni 250, okay? We are buying the same. Hakuna unga ya Wakale na unga ya Waluya, okay? So please, let's respect each other. It's important. And when you come to somebody's platform, respect the platform. Don't carry your madness to a wrong place. If you want to insult people, open an account in your name, then write all the insults so that when the DCI is looking for you, can find you without problem. The DCI also wants to know where you are. Usisumbue DCI ati tukitafuta hii account, IP address and all other things. Although we can still find you if we want to. So usifikirie you are safe where you are by using different names. We know enough to use to catch you. Respect people, debate with your brains. Don't debate with your insults. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody. Please, Alex, take it.
Yeah, today the two main people who spoke something that were directing us on where we are going was our madams Njokindungu and Mwilu. And I want to diverge what Mwilu said, and you have listened to what she said. Comments on whether or not the walking away of our 4 commissioners almost at the same time as the chairperson was about to declare the results, and how was it timed, whether they would have walked out of Bomas to Serena to allow each group to address Kenya at the same time. Does it mean anything under Article 140? Now, I want us to look what Article 140, because I know Duke is going to come here with some lies. Additionally, the role of the Commission under Article 81E was put into question by the member of the 7 judges bench. The DCJ highlighted the issue raised. The Azimio did not have this agents in some pooling agents, because we know very well Chebukati denied us to have some agents where we needed to have, because the 29 that he submitted were passionately on his side. Okay, according to Article 81E, the Commission is responsible to oversee a free, fair election. This is being transparent, impartial, free of corruption, and acting of independent body. No, conclusively. Now, this is what Justice Mwilu further sought answers to whether the results of postponed election in various areas affected the outcome of presidential election, which we believe was, because why did they do it? Especially in Mombasa, they put Sonko in the runoff, whereby you know very well Sonko, especially Koome, had said he should not even be part of somebody who can run for an election in any election in Kenya. Now, let's go further and dive off that. Conclusively, Mwilu further sought answers to whether the result of the postponed election in various areas affected the outcome of presidential election. Now, and this is where we want to understand where Kenya was going today. Now, there are three questions here that we need to know. The first questions: was Chebukati, in a legal way, capable of announcing the elections without the allowance of other commissioners? The answer is simply no, according to all the commissioners. Then the question is, how did Chebukati get the powers to announce the elections without the agreement of all the commissioners? And they are guiding us and asking us, how did that happen? If you see what the commissioners are doing today, is telling us it was in a legal way that Chebukati did it. And that is what we need to dwell in so that we can come to the solution where Kenya is today. What Chebukati did was illegal. And how can we illegally come up with a solution so that we can say Chebukati is a criminal and make sure that he is prosecuted? I don't think that our lawyers are doing a good job. And I don't think many people are going to agree with me. But let us use the UDA chapter to tell us, do you think you can tell us what happened today in court? You are capable of telling us that Ruto had the numbers. Thank you, Bennett.
Okay. Thank you. What is it? Olara, was your hand up or you are stretching?
No, I'm not stretching.
Yes.
I'm just re-emphasizing.
Okay.
And accordingly, Alex confirmed what I said earlier in the talk. This thing will just rely on Article 140. And Julie, she had a lot of time. She didn't respond back to what I subsequent 138 and 131. And I want to allow Julie, because I think she's patient enough tonight, comment only on 138 and 130. Okay, Julie, if Bernard allows, because we've been here we're arguing with Julie for almost 2 hours. You only come now, but okay, now Julie, you have a time to respond back to my original Article 140. I started this on 140. Please justify the spirit of 140. Then emanating to 138, to 138C, then come up to this actual questioning the Supreme judges were just supposing. They're not just supposing. They know the evidences. They just allow you to lie more. Because affidavit is final. You saw, I saw this, I did this, I didn't do that, or I didn't participate in doing all of that, including to use affidavit, because he said I didn't participate. So now, according to Bernard, you educated us when we discussed in your channel, you listen to the evidences. And you warn us here, there's no new evidence will come here. And I came here disciplined. According to Bernard, I pick only one item, Article 140. As explained with the Supreme, okay, I thank you, Bernard, today. You play my video at last. Ilikuwa ya mwisho kabisa. lakini Julia usitoroke, eleza
So,
138
Lara,
na
land quickly, please. Okay, thank you. Panda, Alex, Panda says, read that, is it Article 140? Section 140. Alex, you're still there. Yes.
Just give me 1 minute so that I can find it. I don't want to read something that is
I
not.
can read it.
Okay, Duke,
seems
go
to have it. Read it out.
Yeah,
Duke,
go
you
ahead.
can read it.
Yes, Article 141, it says, a person may file a petition in the Supreme Court to challenge the election of the presidential elect within 7 days after the date of the declaration of the result of the presidential election. But 2, within 14 days after the filing of the petition, under clause 1, the Supreme Court shall hear and determine the petition, and its decision shall be final. But 3, if the Supreme Court determines the election of the president-elect to be invalid, a fresh election must be held within 60 days after the determination.
Okay, I think that's clear enough. That's the procedure of how to get out of the stalemate after there has been a declaration of a president-elect by the Electoral Commission. But now the matter at the Supreme Court right now is the constitutionality of Chebukati's announcement, because the results are not supposed to be arrived at as a private affair, as much as they are coming from polling stations.
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard, Duke wants to lie to us. That is not what it is. And I want to quote it rightly. And that's why I said, let me find it, read it so that we can evaluate on us. Duke is a very smart liar here. Now, in the outgoing presidential election, the petition hearing at the Supreme Court, Justice Philomena on Thursday, September 1, wanted to know why the IEBC dissenting commissioners walked out before the announcement of that. Now, this is what he said. In the follow-up of the question, Justice Mwilu pressed the commission legal team to explain the role of commissioner according to Article 140 of the 2010 Constitution. And Duke, I want you to dwell on this. On the 2010 Constitution, Article 140 of the Constitution questions as to the validity of presidential elections. Also, the highlights, the timeline, the filing a petition as the Supreme Court challenging the presidential election. Now, Duke, I want you to understand that. Based on the same article, Justice Mwilu further asked Gidu Muigai.
Are you trying to say I did not read Article 140? What are you trying to say? Because I have the Constitution. Or can you read it?
Order.
Sugar,
Alex.
maybe let Sugar, we want to guide Duke. Sugar, maybe help me and then I will continue. Sugar.
Hold on, Alex. I would want you to conclude what you are reading first, so that the viewers can.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Now somebody can intercept, please.
And thank you for protecting me, Bernard. This is what Mwilu asked, because and this was the most important question today in the Supreme Court. He said, based on the article, Justice Mwilu further asked Professor Gidu Muigai-led team to elaborate on the implication of the 4 walking out on Bomas of Kenya to hold a simultaneously press conference led by the vice chair, according to whether or not the walking away of the 4 commissioners almost at the same time as the chair also was about to declare the results, and how was it was timed that they would be walking out of Bomas to Serena allow each group to address Kenyans. At the same time, does it mean anything according to Article 110? She posed. Now, and that is the basic question, because we want to understand, according to Article 140, who was able to give us the result of the presidential results of Kenya? Was it Chebukati or was it the commissioners? And that is the answer. It was not Chebukati, it's the commissioners. And the commissioners went to Serena and told us that the results that Chebukati is giving us is null and void. That is what Justice Mwilu is telling us. This thing, we have taken it, Mr. Duke. Musitudanganye hapa. Okay, let me say something because maybe Duke speaks. This is what she went further saying. The Deputy Chief Justice stated that when the media houses displayed split screens, they thought that the two factions had different presidential elections. Put it that the majority, therefore, had the validity to tell us that the elections that was announced by Chebukati was null and void, according to Article 140 of the Constitution of Kenya. That is what Mwilu said today. Now, Duke, I don't want you to laugh like a fool, because sometimes you come here like somebody who just graduated from kindergarten.
Alex, take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Order, everybody, mute your mic. Okay. I am not just here for us to talk. I'm here for my viewers to understand what we are talking. And that's my line of main protection. Okay. Now, Geoffrey, what did you want to say? You said before I leave, because me, I can leave anytime.
Okay, let's first finish the point Alex is trying to pass across, because
it is done. It's done. Alex is through.
Okay, I had something that I wanted you to brief us on. The issue on the report, the ICT report and the tallying on the recount. I don't know if you have passed through the document.
Yes, I've seen the document, yes.
Yeah, I wanted it before you leave, you can help us to understand with Alex, with Stony. I don't know if Stony have also passed through the document. Yeah,
yes,
can we
yes.
talk about that?
We'll look at that since it's different from what we are discussing. Let it hold on. P. Sugar, what did you want to say before I go to Duke?
Okay, thank you so much. Nilikuwa nataka tu kuambia huyu mse nani Chief Godfrey. I wanted to understand whether we are discussing hizi video yenye umeplay ama tutaingia kwa hiyo yenye alikuwa anajaribu kusuggest, lakini umefanya poa, umejibu hapo. So ile issue nyingine ilikuwa hii ya Alex. You know, I'm a bit confused. Did you read the 140 article ama ni nini issue? Kuna issue hapo sijaelewa. Duke just read the article 140. Alex explained article 140. So where is the difference? Duke bado haja explain, sijaona mali umetofautiana.
Okay, order, Olaro. Okay, Olaro, thank you. So Duke, what is your take?
You see, Alex is trying to accuse me malicious. I was told to read Article 140. And Alex tried to say that I did not read that article. And they say it does not have that article, so that's why I read. So,
order, Duke.
I want to request Alex to read.
Si unisikilize tafadhali. Okay? Let's not turn this into read or don't read class. Okay? We have played extensively videos that are attaching to that particular article. So I want you to respond to the video in light of what the Deputy President of the Supreme Court asked, okay? So that we can help out our Kenyans to understand what is going on, other than to say, I read, you did not read, I explained, at the end of the day, we are confusing Kenyans, and that's not the reason why we're here. So Duke, you can respond. You read Article 140 in view of what Justice Mwilu asked. Okay, what is your take? Was Chebukati constitutional in doing what he did, according to you, or he was out of order? Go ahead.
First of all, when you are interpreting anything, you don't just base it on one article. You have to consider all articles which are relevant to a given statement or a given allegation. Or if I will just connect what he said to that specific article. The article is actually giving a protocol of trying to challenge the outcome of the presidential election. It's actually the protocol. So he was just trying to ask, was the petitioners, was it right for the petitioners to go to court? That's yes, because according to the petitioners, it was wrong for Chebukati to announce the results without the consent of all the commissioners. Others like me are of different opinion, but therefore they were justified to go to court. So the fact that they were justified to go to court does not mean that it ends there. There must be a determination. A determination whether the division of the commission made the outcome invalid. So for me, I disagree because one, the outcome is based on different documents. That is, the documents start from the polling stations and they are from that 4As, from that 4Bs, which should not be changed. So regardless of who adds them, who reads them, presumably if the tallying and verification is accurate, results should not change. So it's not, the results are not generated within the commission. There is a procedure which is independent, which does not depend on even the IPC. It depends on us, Kenyans, on how we cast our votes. Then number two, I will add another article to interpret more on that. So if you read Article 138 C, 138.3 Part C, and I can read it for the avoidance of doubt. It says, let me read 138.10. It says, within 7 days of the presidential election, the chairperson of the IPC shall, it uses the word shall, not may, which means a must, shall declare the result of the election. That's Part A. Part B, deliver a written notification to the Chief Justice and also to the incumbent president. So that is specific. It's giving the mandate an individual to announce. So actually, even the Chief Justice says the chairperson has that article grants the chairperson the mandate to announce even without all the other 6 commissioners, because it's specific to him as the chairperson. So that's what I can respond.
Okay, but Duke, I get your point of view, but my question is, if Chebukati is supposed to announce.
Yeah, and I'm confused. Referring to earlier video you submitted earlier. Refer him to that.
If the chairman is supposed to announce on behalf of the commission, it's not just the chairman, it's the chairman of the commission. Okay, so in fact, what makes him chairman is the commission. Now, if the commission has withdrawn, all right, does he still have that legal capacity to function as chairman of
no Bernard,
commission?
that is not a question. No, Bernard, that was not a question. The question that
Bernard has asked that question as a person. this Bernardo is asking the question.
Alex, relax, Kwanzaa. There is something here that I want us to get. I'm not. We will prosecute Justice Mwilu's question. What I want Duke to get here is, if you've been invited to a party, okay, and the condition for you to attend this party is that you must come with your wife, okay? So your qualification to be allowed in the party is that you must come with your wife. In other words, you must be married.
The problem is that the Duke does not even have a girlfriend. How can he have a wife without a girlfriend?
Alex, wacha kumwaga mtama. Alex, wewe, relax, okay? Now, if you, or rather that your girlfriend or your wife refuses to join you, okay? Then you come to the party. You tell the bouncer, I am married, but my wife has refused to come. Okay. When the bouncer allows you into the party, okay, or refuses you to get into the party because you have not brought your other partner who was supposed to come, all right? Do you say, once married, always married, whether I'm with my wife or not, I am married, I must enter? Will you be eligible?
And I want, and I'm sorry, Duke, today I want to hit you harder. I don't know where Duke came from.
Alex, let Duke respond to me. I want to leave you with Duke.
Okay, let me respond. First of all, then you brought a different term in that. You brought a different term, the commission. So you have to be very clear about the word commission. What does the word commission means? And what the word commissioners mean? Are they the same? No, remember we have IEPC, Independent Electoral Commission and Boundaries Commission. So there is commission at the end. So that is like an institution. So we were having like almost more than 60,000 workers who comprises within that IEPC. We were having 46 polling stations, and we were having presiding officers across Kenya. All those are part of the commission. So the commission is not about the 7 commissioners.
Read for us the article that constitute the commission and what makes up the commission. You have the constitution there. Stop taking us on the polling stations and the presiding officer and clerks. What constitute the commission, the IBC commission, according to the constitution you're reading? That's how we can accurately interpret this.
Okay, let me guide Duke there. Duke, this is what Mwilu says.
You see, just a minute. You see, within the constitution, it is stating about the commissioners of the IPC. It's not saying that the IPC consists of the commissioners. It's just trying to say who are the commissioners of the IPC. But it's not trying to say that the IPC is the commissioners, or the commission is the IPC. No, you have to distinguish.
Duke, you are refusing to accept what is there. The commission is not a commission by just the name commission. There is what constitute the commission. Okay, the IEBC particularly, it has the chairman, it has the commissioners. Okay, then it has the secretariat. All right, that's what constitute the commission. Removing any of these makes that not to be complete commission constitutionally.
No, are you trying to say that a presiding officer at a polling station is not part of the IPC? Also, can you give me that article so that I read?
Stony PK, please help him understand. Thank you.
Pastor Ballot, if Duke was in my class, I would chase him away because he has no basic of English understanding. And honestly, with all due respect to Duke, my brother, I want to know what grade you got in your Form 4. Really, truly speaking.
I want that A's. Okay, the only subject you not get an A is Swahili. You want to give you?
Yeah, please, you are lying. Honestly, sincerely speaking, Duke, I'll challenge you to that. You never got an A. Never. Never.
Okay, Stony, just yes. one minute. Duke, what constitute the government of Kenya? The government of Kenya.
You can talk about that. We have the three arms of the government, and then we have the county government. So it depends on.
Hey, the three arms of the government of Kenya make the government of Kenya: the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. All right.
What?
So, when we say the government of Kenya, we are referring to the three arms.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Which is the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. All right.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
if one of these arms is removed, all right, do we still have a complete government?
No.
Thank you.
But when you remove maybe one, for instance, listen first, explanation. For instance, if maybe we are talking about a government and say maybe a member of parliament has died, or a fraction of members of parliament have died, the government still remains.
It's not a member of parliament dying. We are talking about.
I want you to give me the article which talks about the composition of the IPC. Which article is that? Which talks about what constitutes the IPC or the commission?
Thank you.
Which article is that?
Because I have the constitution. That's the question you would have asked. Alex, please help your brother. You say it is your cousin, huh? And Julie is here. He will be helping out. Stony PK, wewe ndio chairman wa standby, unajua wewe ndio returning officer main one with Alex. Naomba tafadhali muendeleze show mpaka mwisho. Lakini tafadhali mueleweshe watazamaji. Okay? Don't just argue among yourselves. We need our viewers to profit from watching and following what is happening. And let's also devote ourselves in educating Kenyans, not just to win arguments. Winning arguments without dispensing required information to people in an understandable way defeats the purpose of the whole show. Thank you very much. See you later. Hata kuse amefika, huyu ni analyst. Atawaambia kama hesabu za Chebukati zina add up kwa percentage ama bad.
Okay,
Inua
Bernard,
kamera tuone kuse wacha kujificha.
Oh, no. Bernard and Duke is there. The question for Mwilu was very simple. What does the walking away of the 4 IBC commissioner mean under Article 140? Under Article 40, it only stays properly and validated if the commission has 7 commission. Once they walk away and they are the majority, they carry the day. So this is what Mwilu was asking. What does the walking away of the 4 IBC commissioner means under the Article 140? The answer is very simple. They carried the day. They said whatever Chebukati announced was null and void. Now, Duke, what does that mean? I want you to read. Maybe you are embedded in thinking. And Duke, I will not even give you my daughter to be your girlfriend, because lately you are unbecoming like a person who doesn't even need even a proper woman in your life. Because the way you argue,
Alex, go slowly, please. I'm still here. Please go slowly.
Okay, let me leave him there.
Let me quote for you. Let me quote for you the Bible. I know you respect the Bible. He says, if any of you is caught in sin, okay, let those of you that think are spiritual restore such gently, okay, gently, not roughly, please. Restore gently. Apply that, and don't be too much into pushing away. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me. Rod in a chapa, okay, staff in a vuruta. So unavuruta mtoto karibu unagonga, unavuruta karibu unagonga, lakini ukisukuma hivi aende kabisa utapoteza. Thank you.
Okay, I agree. Thank you, Duke. Respond to me, Duke.
Now, he asked a question. Even if what you are trying to say is true, he asked a question. He did not give the answer to that. So as per you, you are seeing invalidation as the answer. As we are seeing it a different way, but they will make a determination. So why he simply asked a question? Why are you converting that to the answer? Just give your opinion. I also give my opinion and we wait for the determination.
Okay,
Simple
okay,
stuff.
Duke, there is a reference. Clevan Sarah gives us chapter 15 of the Constitution, Article 250, talks about the composition of commissions and independent offices. The composition, what constitute the commission. So commissions are not individuals.
And Bernard, let me guide you on that. We are looking and sitting and listening to the 7 judges of the Supreme Court. If one of them was even to be sick and is not even sitting there, we'll be having a problem. The question is this: what makes of the Supreme Court judges? And that was Nyang'au told us yesterday. The Supreme Court judges are like the IEBC. Once 2 of them walk away, we can't make a decision in Kenya. In fact, we are in a laguna. So the question Mwilu asked that was simple, and we need to ask today: what does the walking away of the 4 IEBC commissioner mean under Article 140? Duke is not answering that. I wouldn't even give you my daughter for you to be the girlfriend of him. Sorry for that. Sorry.
Alexi, well, you can be a very bad father-in-law. Take it easy.
Bernard, you are consoling Duke.
Now, okay, I think Duke is saying they are looking at it differently. We are looking at it differently. I'm choosing to inform Duke. The way you are looking at it is not as important as the reason you are looking at it that way. Okay? You must have a law that is informing you are looking at. Not just because you don't like this glass, you look at it, you say it's green. It is you seeing it green, but is it green? What makes you... So it is not just look at it differently, I look at it differently, and we will be considered. It is not that way. It's not hanging in the air. But all in all, let us agree that the commission is made of the chairman, the commissioners, the secretariat. That's what composes, that's what constitutes the commission. And then the chairman acts on behalf of what? The commission. So, in fact, what makes him chairman is that commission. In other words, what Justice Mwilu is asking is, you wanted to go out with your wife. Your wife has refused, okay? Why didn't you retreat? Ubembeleze, okay? Mkubaliane. Mwambia hata kama unabaki ni hivi na hivi, so that when you go, you have her mandate, her backing. But the wife has gone through the back door, okay? You are standing at the main door. You say, I will say the way I want, no matter what. That's exactly what we see being demonstrated. And that is what is being questioned. When you are acting like that, are you still constitutionally backed by the law? Are you the IEBC? Are you acting on behalf of IEBC? Not the figures. The figures can be the IEBC. The result is the IEBC. Lakini wewe ambayo unapasa kutangaza, like in a wedding, are you authorized to marry people? Okay, they can be loving each other. They have come to you, but do you have the mandate to pronounce them husband and wife? So if you are not been licensed to do that, then you go ahead to do that. Even that marriage can be invalidated because the person that pronounced them into existence doesn't have that capacity. Sijui kama tunaelewana hapa. Okay, so Stony PK na Alex, you are in charge. Kuso amekuja au wengine wote walikuwa wameongea. I think Geoffrey, you will go through the whatever, what are they called? The findings of the scrutiny with Kose and Stony PK, and whatever verdict mnakuja nayo nitaipata ama mnitumie kwa WhatsApp. Sawa sawa. The Lord bless you. Let this head please rest kidogo. It will pass if it continues like this.
Kabisa, I hope Duke minds are still fresh with the clips, because Duke 2 hours bana of tutorage utakipa mtembei. Duke hey, you are a very difficult student, Duke, my brother. Very mgumu kweli. Anyway, I think let's proceed. Kuseo karibu, all the others, I think we were together, including Duke, P Sugar, wow, P Sugar, Geoffrey Uma. So we will decide to welcome Kuseo, and then he can also tell us something. Oh, ndugu Makiadi, karibu bana. Good to see you. So yeah, because now all of us have spoken more than 2, 3, 4 times. Now the clips that Bernard played, I hope they are fresh in our mind. And as we say, ladies and gentlemen, let's not just, kind of rotate on one point just to please our ego. Or yeah, because when you just concentrate on your ego, you are not being educated to other people. Let's face facts. Okay, let's not try to circumvent the fact. Once you see that clip, those questions were asked should be what we are looking at. Fine, you may be allowed to interpret them in whichever way you want, but the truth of the matter is some things are very direct. What is a commission? So kindly let's stick to that. And from there, I bring in Kuseo.
Stone, give me a minute.
Machadi, you may take over. Yeah.
Give me a minute. I sort out a small issue here.
Okay, thank you. I'll call Joe Godfrey. Godfrey can.
No, Stone PK, just give me 1 minute. There's something I'm sorting out.
And I'll call Juliet. Oh, Juliet, no. Yeah, Juliet, then please.
Thank you so much, Chair Stone. My submission is, the question is very valid, and I feel that that question is something that Kenyans, need to understand. And my concern is there seems to be abuse of process. When there is an abuse of process, Stone PK, what happens? So if, for instance, that the chairperson or the IEBC chairman is deemed not to cooperate, which is what these commissioners are arguing, and their only way of saying that if you're not listening to what we are saying, we also have a right of actually holding you accountable. And that's what they're trying to do. So if they're trying to do their job and the chairman is not allowing them, then the question is, why is that happening? And to me, that is abuse of process. So should the chairman should the chairman had wait until you resolve the arguments between yourselves and the commissioners? And I think the answer is straightforward. Holding that, holding the results, even if it's for a few days, and also compromising Kenyans into chaos. I mean, we see that if, let's say, the head of police, our police service, has gone to see Chebukati and is saying, are we ready for results? The question is, how respectful are we to our heads of police service. And if we are not respectful to our head of police service, when he's probably feeling vulnerable as well at the condition at which those elections have been conducted, and we've just seen bombers of Kenya flying chairs as citizens of Kenya, is that really acceptable, Kenyans? Are we ready for chaos in our country? And I think the answer is no. And despite the fact that we give responsibility to the head service of the police, whatever you want to call it, I believe that the process of due respect to our police service is also important. And we have to respect what the police service concerns would be, right? To such a vulnerable results as per se, which has led us to Supreme Court, you know, and to me that is a concern, because if things were to go wrong, it is we Kenyans that would feel that, and we would turn back to the same police service that we are putting down. And so I would ask, was Chebukati respectful enough to consider what he was being told? And if not, what support mechanisms have been put in place in such conditions? And if Chebukati did not follow the commissioners, which we see they've worked out, wameondoka, alafu kuko na hiyo case, alafu kuwe na shida. What exactly abuse of process I'm talking about, Stone PK? So that is something that worries me as a Kenyan, as a patriotic Kenyan. And for that, I still feel that he should be held accountable for the reasons that Baba has stated and many others, and also for the reasons that Kenyans feel vulnerable to what is going on in the whole IEBC process. I feel that Chebukati has a lot to answer, or the IEBC has a lot to answer for whatever is taking place. Now, with regards to that question that has been asked, just to answer that, could it be that Chebukati as well, you know, action speaks louder than words. Saizi nikitokea hapa, hata nikikuongelesha, naweza kukuongelesha rude, lakini niangalie hii pande nikikuongelesha hivyo. Is it my mouth that is speaking, or is it my action which is walking the other side that is speaking? And time again, we hear from different, maybe in the meetings, that the last person to speak was always Chebukati. So the question is, those roles, namnaskia, the roles were always delegated, and those delegation of roles, the commissioners were doing something which is not even supposed. It's like you're employed as a chef, but actually the job that you're doing is a kitchen porter's job instead of actually cooking. Actually, that is breaking the law in itself, because you're meant to be cooking, but actually you're cutting the vegetables. In other words, your customers are not being looked after. So the key thing is, was Chebukati doing that deliberately to distract the commissioners? Ama, what exactly was happening? Because they're supposed to be on the same table. You're supposed to be sitting in a committee with people making those decisions, ndio munaangalia. So my fear is, if that wasn't shaping up, that means that the whole election becomes void. The whole election becomes void. And in fact, it really begs a question, if we really think about it, for this presidential election. Let's say that, but really and truly, to me, that really is scary, because it means the whole election becomes void. That's what we are saying, right? In other words, if we were really to translate that, yeah? So I think we Kenyans really need to figure out what the abuse process is all about. And abuse of process means that the hostility and the environment that is positioned in the effect that unakaa na watu hapo, lakini wewe tu ndio unaweza kuongea na wewe tu ndio, whatever you say your answer is final, na uko na team. That is what I'm calling microaggression. That kind of microaggression, which is that it means that if you refuse, utadu, ile kitu imebakia tu ni kwenda kwa koti. Endeni kotini. Huyo mtu anakuambia endeni kotini. Alafu kotini huyo mtu anajua ni chapa. Sasa huyo mtu anashindwa. Unaona? Alafu sasa now we look at the conditions which Cherere amekuwa one of the commissioners amekuwa, it's not acceptable, walete pande yake. I beg, why Kenyans wants the truth? This is not about even commissioners and Chebukati. This is not about them. This is about fair elections in Kenya and how they were conducted. Was it favorable? Was it aiding to a particular candidate? And in my position, I say it again, that is what I experienced right from day one. Hata si ati ya mwisho. Right from day one, I said it. I said this election seems to be going in favor of order. Si mara moja nilisema hivyo. Right from day one. Kabla hata hizi ati zitoke sijui ni 34A, sijui ni 34B, I had a very big concern for that matter. And I will say that. I had a very big concern. Yeah, nikasema, why is it happening? The deputy president of Kenya is the deputy president of Kenya at the time for all Kenyan citizens, not for one Kenyan citizen, for all of us. So in our position, because he's also a candidate, issues of favorable conditions being placed on him is questionable. It is questionable because you're in a contest. And so this is about all of us. It's not about me. It's about you and me, about kila mtu hapa. So, and it's about Baba as well. If you were positioning them too, why was one candidate being placed favorable conditions amongst every other candidate? All the whatever candidates were sub-wote. Why is that? What is going on here? What exactly? Na mimi I spoke, and I thank God I spoke my truth, and I remain with my truth, despite the fact that there was all kind of challenges. I remain with my truth because I believe that the truth is important in our, as Kenyans. Yo kweli itoke, ndio isirudie. So what are the solutions? The Supreme Court needs to ask Chebukati, why is it seeming that there was favorable conditions to one candidate or two candidates or whatever? Why is that? Na niliwauliza, nimeshinda nikiwauliza mara nyingi sana hapa na sijawahi patiwa jibu. Two-third gender rule was broken. It was broken. What did Chebukati, the IEBC do? They took it to court. What did our judges do? They said, oh, the two-third gender, whatever they ruled out, those two groups I told you were not, they did not meet those conditions. So let me speak for Akina Mama. Why was those conditions not met? Because of favorable conditions. Those favorable conditions that create corruption in the first place. Why was I complaining? Because that's what we were seeing. Why were other candidates being blocked in the whole system? Because Chebukati was the center of all this. He had the say. He had the say. And that's why I keep saying he has to be held accountable for his decision. He has to be held accountable for whatever decisions he was making. And if he was compromising our commissioners as well, the Supreme Court needs to know. I submit soon. Thank you. Habari, Richie? Hey, Richie. Richie, I remember your question.
Umesalamiwa na unanyamaza bwana.
No, I actually
anasikiliza.
I waved back. Nadhani aliniona.
Oh,
I-
sawa sawa.
po-
Mheshimiwa
pole
akisalimia unasimama bwana Riti.
Stone, pole sana to take one of extra 30 seconds. And to Duke, thank you for raising your points, and I hear you. But I think that what you need to consider is the role of the commissioners and the role of, which Bernard has explained to you very well, and the role of the chairman. And once you understand those roles, you'll be able to see that Chebukati should not be making decision on his own. He needs to be making decision with his committee. And once ukikubali hiyo, and that means that they can divide. Okay, kama wako sijui ni wangapi, mnasema ni wangapi, mpaka saa zile mtasikilizana, hawa wamevote, hawa hawajavote. So should we give the decision? If it means they are taking 6 days, they have certain days that they have to announce those decisions. Did Chebukati follow those rules? Again, the obvious answer is no. He was in a rush to give those decisions. So that's where my concerns are. And that is why these judges have a very important factor to play in protecting Kenyans, in protecting us from the harm. It is harm that has been caused to Kenyans from
Thank
our
you, Juliet.
Yes.
Thank you, Juliet,
Pastor, please.
for sake
Thank
of
you.
progress.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've belabored too much. Duke only needs, number one, to understand. He should go and look for what is a commission before he goes to the role. Just get to know what it is.
Correct.
Acquaint yourself with what is the commission, and then also now you go down and see the role of that particular commission, because you are still at a misfit in terms of defining the commission. You can't tell the role before you know what the commission is. Then we have P Square. It's your P Sugar. Sorry, I'm calling you P Square.
Stone, I sent a link. I sent a link to him to read about the roles. I sent a link to the funds.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Okay. Okay, P Square, karibu bana. Fungua mic.
Thank you so much. Unajua Julie, Honorable Julie ameongea mpaka hata tukasahau amekuwa na points zingine ameongea mpaka hata zetu zimeingia ndani. So niko na issue moja nataka kuanza nayo. According to my understanding sasa, in fact we are learning a lot also. See at our viewers only are learning, we are also learning a lot. 4 commissioners decided to walk to Serena, and kulingana na mimi na vile nimeelewa ni kumaanisha that invalidated our votes or the whole process. So now I'm wondering, assuming the tallying process plus everything was correct, and the only argument was to announce to do the presidential final announcement on day 7, let's say on day 7, and do some 1, 2, 3 issues. Chebukati plus the 2 commissioners decided to say like let's announce this result on day 6, and the 4 commissioners decided to catwalk to Serena. Are we trying to say like hiyo kura zetu bado zingekuwa invalid, the whole process ingekuwa invalid, ama nini ingefanyika? Kuna swali hapa Justice Mwilo anauliza kwamba the 4 commissioners decided to go to Serena. You know, I expected the 4 commissioners to do the announcement or to give us the numbers. They never did. And they never announced the winner because si hakuna chairman alikuwa hapo. Okay. At what point are they still commissioners to the IBC, or they stopped being commissioners wakati walitoka Bomas wakaenda Serena? As we speak today, as we discuss here, do we have the 4 commissioners as commissioners of IBC, or they ceased being commissioners wa IEBC on that hiyo siku yenye walienda Serena. Also, Justice Mwilu aliwapea challenge akauliza, if they had internal issues as a commission, the same way you can have issues with your wife plus your kids if you have those kids who are above 18, because the small ones hawatakuwa na shida, assuming you have an argument kwa nyumba zenu. So Justice Mwilu is throwing a question in, wangefanya nini wao kuchukua fare kwenda Serena? Was it a one way of solving the issue? Where do we stand as Kenyan? You see now, wale watu tunaumia hapa ni wa Kenya. Juu wao wameenda pale, wameinvalidate our votes. Our votes zinaweza kuwa the numbers are valid. Let's say assuming now Chebukati what he announced, assuming it's ni ukweli. But them now going to Serena, it may invalidate the whole process. Chebukati alitangaza I'll give the result in quotes akiwa na hiyo ati you should announce the result within 7 days. Yeye akakimbia na yeye akatupea results zake. So where are we as Kenyans now? First question is swali linanisumbua, do we have a commission inclusive of the 4 commissioners who went to Serena, or we have a valid commission less the 4 commissioners? Thank you so much.
Thank you, P Square. I don't want to give you answers, though I have them. Let's hear the panelists, what the panelists think. Mumesikia maswali ya nani? Olara, please, just 1 minute. 1 minute, and I'll time you. Just 1 minute. Makiadi akipitisha utanisaidia kufunga mic yako. 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Go now. In fact, I never took all my time. Go. I just come in specific. Okay, the Bernard left us with 56 declared. No, 65 declared with the same Chebukati, and the lawyer comes back with 56. It's almost 5.9 differential. I don't go to that mathematics. But my response is this to last submission, including Duke here. The argument still remains the same.
Olara, answer P Square question. He has 2 questions. Please address the question. The P Square. Simple as that. Question the P Square. Ya kwanza, do we still have a commission? Ya pili, whatever is the election, the points were correct. Okay? What should we do as Kenyans? Please.
So what I'm saying is, he can accept either of both. But for me, I stick with what Chebukati spoke on 11th hours of the declaration. He declares 5%. So anything brought to the court is subsequent. It's not the actual fact. The fact is, if he was a bright guy like you and me, he will qualify what he declared. He can subsequent. Okay, we have this so much disqualified votes amounting to this.
Olara, with all due respect, votes are never disqualified. Votes are still the way they are, tafadhali. Kura ziko vile tumepiga. So just, do we still have the commission? That's the question. Isn't it? From P Square. Olara, just take a break. Let somebody else come in. We hear. No. Duke, you'll be last. Anybody who wants to answer Olara before Duke? Yes, Kuseo, please go.
Let me just get to understand the question. Is the question that do we still have a commission?
Sure. That's question number 1. Please.
Then that is very, very easy. Good evening, Richie, Stones. Why are you saying P Square? I think it is Sugar. Ile Mumia Sugar.
Oh, sorry. I love the P-Square, the musician.
Thank you, Stone.
Duke, how are you? Alex, Uma, and Olara. You see, to answer a direct question, if that is the question, the answer is very direct. How is the commission constituted? It is created under the Constitution, and since it was created, it also has a way of dismantling it. Since it has not been dismantled in the prescribed way, the commission still exists. The fact that they have differences is neither here nor there. And that is why you see Philomena is asking what she was asking, that what is the implication or the impact of the 4 walking away? I think she was trying to remind the team there that how is the commission created? What constitutes the commission? And if you go back to that, I think it is, I'm not sure, but I think it is, the creation is under Article 88. I'm not sure. But you realize that the commission, IEBC commission, is the commissioner, the 7. Chebukati is not just chairman. Chebukati is also a commissioner. So the 7 of them plus the secretariat makes the commission, which is a corporate. So assuming that you have the commissioners, but you don't have the secretariat, it will still be incomplete, the way I think Duke is trying to say. Now, but the main issue which is at the center of everything here is to do with the role of the commissioners. The role of the commissioners.
Point of interjection.
Let's allow Alex for the point of interjection. Yes, Alex.
Point of information.
Interjection.
Okay, go ahead.
And because I respect your views, because Kuse, you seem to, not just because you're a professor, but also you give us views sometimes, because some things I don't understand. Sometimes you bring views that are very important so that we are able as individuals to understand. Now, let me ask us, in Njokindungu today, the 2 people that said the 2 important things today was Philomena Mwilu and Njokindungu. This is what Njokindungu said, and I want to read what she said. From the narrative we are hearing in court, there seems to be an all-powerful chair, which the checks for this chair, if the commissioners have nothing to do with his role. What happens if he announces the wrong results or was mentally incapacitated?
That's what I was talking about. They cut me off.
Or dead? Joking Ndungu asked. Now, let me say this. And I think Joking Ndungu was trying to play our games today. What he was saying is that Chebukati is drunk with power, which means that he was mentally incapacitated and he was sick and he was dead with powers. What do you do with that kind of chairman? Now, Kuseo, you are our IEBC leader here. Tell us, how do we do and how do we deal with that kind of chairmanship? Because that is the question we're having. The person who announced Ruto is Chebukati. Did he have the capacity to do that? Hell no. Did he announce him? Yes. Are we having a problem because of that? Yes. How do we negate that and bring our country into? Okay, can you help me answer that?
Let me say this. The genesis of
justice. Chair moderating. Kuseo, just a minute, please. There is a follow-up question. Geoffrey, are you adding a follow-up question on Alex's, or it's a different one? You are okay. Godfrey, let's hear that so that Kuseo, then you can tackle
Alex,
all.
I just want to add something. Remember, the guy announced Ruto at almost at around 6+ minutes. But look at the time Ruto came in the Bomas. Alikuja saa ngapi? Look at that time ambayo alispent. I think even the same Chebukati, he was not going to announce this guy, but naona ni kama aliforsiwa. Because the way he behaved at the Bomas, ni mtu ambaye alikuwa amewekewa pressure, akasema wewe endo ufanye kitu fulani. Na ni lazima ufanye hivyo. Kwa sababu the time wale Chebukati, the chief agent wa Azimio, and the Masai senator, our senator Masai, they had some argument pale kwa court pale ndani. Now there's something about I heard Chebukati.
Honorable Ole Dama, please.
Yeah.
Let's call him by that name. Thank you.
And by the time Ole Dama told him, you Chebukati, is your concerns clear? There's a woman, I don't know who was the woman, who said his class is not clear. Alafu akamuka, wakasema mkutano imeisha. I think that guy alikuwa kwa pressure. So let's talk also about the issue on Ruto, why he came early and why everything changed. Kwa sababu alikuwa amesema atatangaza saa 9, mara ghafla akachange akasema saa 10 na ikaenda mpaka mwisho.
Thank you. Okay, Kuseo, Olaro,
Okay.
are you adding or is a different question?
No, I think we are missing the point here. The point is still the processes of announcing the president.
Sawa, Olaro. Let's answer the question first. We come to what you are talking about. Okay, Kuseo.
Okay, let me say this. What Philomena and Njoki Ndung'u were trying to deal with was trying to make the people who are doubting answer themselves as to the role of the other commissioners. And that is why Njoki Ndung'u, for example, started by saying that, it is the 2010 Constitution that introduced all these commissions all over the place. And what they were trying to treat was the centralization of power in one place. And that is why Njoki Ndung'u was trying to say that, does it mean Chebukati is such a powerful person that everything now, everybody is feeling the impunity with which he takes, is handling his role or his position. Now, that is where it's all coming from. Now, then that quickly takes you to what Philomena was trying to deal with. What exactly is the commission? And I think Bernard's scenario of if you are invited somewhere as a family, that you go there with your wife, and for whatever reason, your wife is developing cold feet, is not going. Would you still proceed? And you know that if you go without the wife, you will not be able to enter the venue. Would it not make sense for you to try and persuade her, convince her, despite all her issues, or if necessary, she can give you an explanation as to why she's absent, so that when you reach there, you'll still be able to go. And that is why some judges were saying that Chebukati had still one more day to go. Now, the unexpected disagreement has arisen. Instead of trying to deal with the disagreement, he is trying to ignore them. It's as if trying to imply that they have no role, that all the roles are with him. Now, we keep saying here that, go back to the Maina Kiai case. That case tried to indicate that the work of the commission, which is basically the commissioners, so to say, the commissioners. You remember the commission is made up of the commissioners, for which Chebukati is one of them, and then the secretariat. That is what makes the full body corporate. Now, the commissioners, not commission now, commissioners, their work is, major work is oversight of what this body corporate is doing. And one of its work in elections is to conduct elections. Conducting elections involves this tallying, verifications, transparency, and all these manner of issues. Now, even Chebukati plays a role in that. Once the commission has done all this, they have done the tallying and blah, blah, blah. Chebukati's work is not to do tallying. That is the work of the commission. They come as a team, that rather. When it comes to now going to tell the public, Kenyans, what the commission has done, Chebukati is the spokesperson. Now, but what did Chebukati himself do? He ignored the constitutional mandate of the commissioners and started giving them those domestic chores, the way they are now being called.
Okay.
Now, some people are saying that why did they not complain? I think it would not make sense to complain if you are given a domestic chore, as much as it did not categorically say that your constitutional role is taken away. No. If a disciplined person would add the domestic chores to the usual constitutional role that you are given. And I think that is what the commissioners did. Now, you remember some people were saying that at what point, I think the question will be answered tomorrow, did these issues arise? And what happened? Philomena was asking, what action did anybody take? Was it successful or not successful? But nevertheless, we want to hear what it was. Were there attempts to solve this problem? Now, some people are thinking that because the commission has walked away, now there is no commission. No, far from it. You only need to remember how is the constitution, the commission made up? How is it made to be a full operating commission? So there it is. Now, how does the commission conduct its activities? The law, again, I think from the Maina case, it says that in the absence of a unanimous consensus, the majority will carry the day. Now, it doesn't have to be consensus on declaration or on the tally. All other issues that the commission is supposed to do, for example, conducting the elections. Like Duke says, even the commissioners, the ROs and the POs in the field, when they do their work, those are delegated powers from the top end, the board of, call it the commission, the commissioners. When they go doing this, it is the commission who is conducting this election. The commission, the IBC commission. It is made of the commissioners as the leader, taking the leadership, and then the secretariat as being the secretariat, the clerks, so to say, and their management, the ROs and the POs. All those people are exercising delegated authority from the senior management. Now, there was the issue of the question of when, if the one, I think, again, Joki is the one who was asking, if Chebukati drops dead, what happens? Now, yesterday I said here that the Constitution did not put those powers in Chebukati's hand. That was done by Parliament. And remember, in the event that Chebukati is not there for whatever reason, remember there is a vice chair. Now, those are like temporary things. You may then imagine to start the mechanisms of replacing Chebukati, but work has to go on. You will find that by the end of this, I predict that the Supreme Court will say that in the absence of Chebukati, going to announce the elections, you don't have to be a lawyer. It's the day-to-day management, you need to be a lawyer. But a one-off thing like announcing the results, there is nowhere where it says that you have to be a lawyer to announce the results. No, that would not be the case. But in the event that, assuming that these people did agree in their oversight role, the way they did, what was supposed to happen? Then you have to now ask yourself, for that transaction to be undertaken, does it require a quorum? If it requires a quorum, then the way from the BBI case, the commission will just require three. But that is in the event that the commissioners are absent officially, maybe somebody is sick, not that you disagree in a meeting. If you are in a meeting, the 7 of you, and you disagree, the majority, and there is no consensus, the majority carries the day. And that's why I agree with Alex. Under those circumstances, that is basically the question that Philomenas are asking. Is there still a commission? If you come to the decision, yes, there is still a commission, then you ask yourself, even when they went to Serena and they tried to conduct whatever they were conducting, they were doing that on behalf of the commission. Never mind that the circumstances around Bomas did not entertain, facilitate their doing that.
Hussein, you are taking too much time talking and not allowing submission. Should be 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Alex.
Alex, I mean,
1 second
who
to
is in charge?
summarize
Is it
what you are
Stone?
saying.
Stone, let me come
We
back
still
earlier.
have time. Kuseo,
Yeah,
we still have time. You're
Alex,
coming.
when we are executing issues, you let us finish.
No,
But so
let's
you
be
should
fair.
give us
Some people will
points.
start dozing.
So when you go like
Okay,
30 minutes,
Alex, this
okay,
is a
Alex.
critical
Let's
matter.
not dwell
This
on
is a
that.
critical.
you can't go
Let's go. Let's move
30
on.
minutes.
Let's move on. Wachana na Kuseo sasa. Tutamrudia baadaye, Professor. Let's go to.
Okay, let me
I want
do
to
it
welcome.
later then.
Yes, please. Let me go to first. I welcome Julia. Kanzi mwalimu umeingia pale. You will have, utakuwa na kazi ngumu sana. Tulikuwa tunajaribu kusaidia hapa kusomesha, lakini thank you, you have come. Nitakuonyesha mwanafunzi ule uta-enroll kuanzia kesho. Kwanza umfunze inaitwa nini, basic English, and so with all due respect due respect, Kiingereza unajua ni ngumu.
Julia
Okay,
Makiadi,
then
just give me
Joshua
30 seconds. No, just give me 30 seconds, because I think we want to head in a direction whereby we want to give our views instead of giving the views of the judges, and the judges are the most important people in this direction. They are guiding us, and we don't want to be guided. Okay, let me say what Smoking Wanjana said. Why did the chair, when calm was restored, why didn't he not allow the 27 constituencies, if they had already been verified, to be tallied and just be announced, and the presidential results, which they knew? Why was the hurry? You know, this is Smoking Wanjari saying that at that time, Raila was going to be the winner. And is asking, why? Why did we allow the constituencies, the 27? We have a winner, but we are not talking about it. We are talking about our own issues here. Who was the winner of this election? And Smoking Wanjana is telling us, why did the chair, when calm was restored, why did he not include the 27 constituencies if they had already verified and tallied just before the announcement and the presidential election? Why was he in a hurry, and why did he not announce it? Makiadi, do we have...
But Alex, you have just given us the answer. I don't know whether that should be a debate. I don't know. You know, again, I'm really finding it very difficult to... Some of these questions are so straightforward. Like, why would he not announce? Maybe UDA should tell us. Because for us in Azimio, we know why he didn't want to announce. Indeed, I was even of the opinion that with all those questions being asked by judges, we are not able to deliberate on them, because I don't know really what we are deliberating on, because the questions are just telling you that the entire exercise was just mediocre. And it is not even the exercise 2022. It has now dawned on us that Chebukati has been alone and a dictator since 2013 with Ruto. Of course, Chebukati is Ruto. So there has never been any election since 2013 in this country. And that's why for me, I always say, in a debate, we're supposed to lynch Chebukati in whichever way. Lynching doesn't mean fire, muweka kwa moto. But it is the citizens now. Listen, the citizens, I mean, the judges are talking like Stone PK. They were asking, now, the 4 commissioners went there. So does it mean that they are not in the commission? And all of us are saying no. Then they asked, so what should we do? Because we are supposed to give these supreme judges the power. The people should tell the judges what we want, ladies and gentlemen. For us going round and round and round, and this is where as me also tuliteleza kidogo, tungekuwa na finality for everything tuna propose. Okay? If it is Chebukati tunasema it is totally incapable, is totally kila kitu, and this is what we want. Now we left it to the 7 judges, which is wrong. We are supposed now as the as the petitioners to give the way. What do we want? Because if all the 34 A's are a problem, kila kitu ni shida. If I was asked as Stone PK, I would first of all say that it's not even the issue of nullifying. It is kwanza kuenda up to when this guy was being defeated. The accustomed to Bomas. It was outright amepigwa 10-0. And I can pronounce Raila Amolo as the president-elect on the basis that it's not Raila who was rigging the election. I punish the person who came and rigged the election. The Chebukati and the one who stormed. It is as simple as that. As Pastor PK, hii kitu ningemaliza asubuhi. And then nitangaze Raila, alafu niambie Ruto na akina Duke waende kule watataka. If they want to hang themselves, it's okay. Because ule aliharibu game ni nani? Why do you want Kenyans to suffer again at rerun and all this? This is my opinion. Why do you want to call us for rerun? When you messed everything, and what were you? Why were you messing it? To favor a certain candidate. Who was this candidate? The deputy president. It is simple as that. And remember the commissioners, the seven supreme judges. They have 2 mandates they can do.
Stone PK.
Let me finish, Alex. Alex, let me finish. Because I will not talk again. I'll leave you and Makiadi and Julia to do this thing. Because we are going round and round wasting our time and talking of things that are non-existent. The commissioners, 7 commissioners, can design their own it's called whatever. They can design on how this country will go. They are the supreme, they are the apex court. They will design, they will cut, they will form, they can even make a law within them. It's them and the parliament. In the absence of the parliament, they are able to design based on the given situation. They cannot leave the country hanging. Take that to the bank. Thank you. Back to you. At that point, I will hand over to Makiadi. You take over. And after Alex, you'll give it to Joshua Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Littering.
Kwani when am I completing?
Hold on. Julia, you are a lady here who we respect you so much. And I already said what the judges are telling us. They are asking us to give us the reasons why Chebukati must be prosecuted criminally. And I think we are not talking about that. Makiadi, I'm sorry for taking this. I'm sorry. Let me keep quiet, but I hope you will direct this debate in the direction whereby we want to prosecute Chebukati to be a criminal. And I will leave it there. I'm sorry, Makiadi. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. You know, when you go into a hotel, there's something called a menu. And our debate here is like a hotel. You have a menu crossing across your screen, so you pick what you want. If we narrow our issues to one issue that Njoki said, we might be closing this debate very early. And so I don't want us just to handle one issue, because we will tutakuwa tunafungia ideas za watu, to be fair. As much as we want to talk about what the judges say, I think we also have other ideas that we might want to input. And so let's also be open to other ideas, because we are here to teach each other. Having said that, I also want to weigh in on something here that people are talking about, the IEBC, where you have 4 commissioners and 3 commissioners on the side. I think most of us do not, even I, we do not understand what the policies and procedures of the IEBCs are. Bob Papa Azimio, I think huko kwa chama, hata kama ni ile chama ya kutoa 500, there are decisions kwa chama ambazo zinahitaji quorum, na kuna decisions kwa chama ambazo zinahitaji majority. So if we do not understand what constitutes a quorum in the IEBC for a decision to be made, and what requires a majority, then I think we'll be misleading ourselves here, trying to pronounce issues with regards to the IEBC. I think that is a critical issue that the court will decide. And we probably will know if Chebukati has the powers to pronounce the presidential election results unanimous, by himself, without any input from the other commissioners. So that's something that the judges have addressed. And so I would probably let us leave it to the judges. Now, there's one thing I want to also mention here that is very important. I think today, I would want to say that one thing that I liked about the Supreme Court, and from yesterday today, I think when you look at the bench, the 7-judge bench of the Supreme Court, I looked at very brilliant sons and daughters of our land. Whichever the way the court decides, whether it's Azimio for a rerun or it's a UDA, I don't care about that. Right now, I think the Kenyan courts are setting the standards, probably not only in Africa, but also in the world. I looked at very brilliant minds, and I would want someday that our politicians could reach such a level. Because when you look at the questions that the commission, the judges were asking the lawyers, sometimes you feel that all the lawyers do not know what they are saying. Because one of the lawyers today was very showing a lot of bravado when doing his presentation. And a very simple question here. Sometimes you get yourself into trouble by saying much. These guys went to the Supreme Court with a strategy of trying to rope in the National Security Advisory Council. And Justice Smokin Wanjala, smoked them out from what they intended to do. They tried to paint Chebukati as a man under duress, a man who was being forced by the powers that be to make a pronouncement about an election. Unfortunately, the question that Wanjala asked that lawyer, how would the National Security Advisory Committee go to force Chebukati to announce the results if the election results were being tallied? If the election results, nobody knew who was going to be the president. So I think, Duke, your lawyers did a bit of disservice to themselves by talking too much. And I believe tomorrow it's going to be, I think it's today now, it's going to be a war. It's going to be a war zone. I would want to sit back and get some popcorn, listen to the Supreme Court, to listen to the lawyers do their thing. The IBC chair, the question we should be asking ourselves about the IBC chair, is the IBC chair indispensable? Even the president, without the president, the country can still move on. Without the deputy president, the country can still move on. Without the chief justice, the country can still move on. Without the CEO of a company, the company still moves on. Without the governor of a county, the county still moves on. What is so special about the IBC chair that makes him untouchable? That even with all these illegalities and irregularities that we are seeing, that he cannot be touched, even by the Supreme Court of Kenya. He's given an order to open the servers. He takes his time the way he wants. He does not comply the way he's supposed to comply within the time limits that are set for him. He decides to do whatever he wants. What can we do about a rogue IEBC commissioner who calls himself the chairperson? I think that is one issue that we should be discussing moving forward. If at all Chebukati, as the IEBC chairman or chairperson, cannot be touched, then what are we going to do as a nation to cure this? The issue about the election of the governor, president, senator, MP, women rep, and MC. I think that was something that we've been discussing here extensively about the issue of the other 5 ballot papers. And Kuse, I think you had that today being addressed in the Supreme Court. What happens to the other 5 ballot papers? We've discussed here, we've been told so many times.
You mean the inconsistency in the ballot for president, women rep, in basically all levels, the inconsistency in the number of ballots in any given polling station?
Yeah, we've been discussing here extensively, and most of the people here came. The people who are aligned to Duke told us that you can only decide to vote for the president and walk away. So the other issue that arises here from Judge Ouko is, what do you do with the other 5 ballot papers? I think that will be a very, very crucial determination tomorrow, probably tomorrow, the other day, when it should be tomorrow, when they answer that. So I have a lot of things to talk, but I don't want to take so much time because there's a long queue. I want to go to Julia, and so we can at least move forward. Julia, karibu.
Asante Makedi, asante Bob, Stone, P, Sugar, Duke, Alex, Kuseo, Joshua, and Juliet. I think I should not say so much. There's a long queue. I was very impressed, like you, Makiadi. I think we have brilliant minds in Kenya. And I think moving forward, they're going to take us places. If these judges choose and decide to remain above board, I think we are going places as a nation, as in a country. And at one point, I think these people should be the president, the deputy presidents. I mean, I thought so. I didn't like, I don't know, maybe Joshua made me be suspicious about Renaula yesterday. But today, when I saw the question, I heard the questions he was asking, I was very impressed, and I thought, these are the minds that we need. And more, I want to say this. The attitude of Chebukati is just an attitude that is in the Kenyan government, or even just Kenyans. Now, if you look at, I can see that we have about ballot box scrutiny outcome. You can see that many of those ballots did not have from that 4A. While we want to think this was rigging, some of it could not have been rigging. It is just the usual attitude of Kenyans. I don't have to do everything right. I don't care. I don't care, Mutadu. What will you do to me if I don't put the form that 4A there? What will you do to me? You remember that returning officer in Kiambu, mwenye aliambia mtu nipeleke kotini. Mnaona hiyo attitude? That's the Chebukati attitude. And I like the questions they asked that, who is this Chebukati? And I'm looking for those questions that I think it is Justice Ndungu who is asking. Chebukati appears to be a not powerful chair. What would happen if he was to announce the wrong results? Who would announce the results if he died? The IBC CEO seems to wield more powers than the commissioners. Also, they had questions as in why the CEO was doing the work of the commissioners. They had questions like that. And the question, Duke, you are quoting the Constitution about the role of Chebukati and the commissioners. And even, I think Makedi has alluded that we need really to dig and find out who is supposed to do 1, 2, 3. And I agree with you, and I agree with Makiadi. But I want to ask each other, or ask ourselves one question. What picture did that give when they didn't agree on one thing? That just tells and shouts and yells, something was very wrong with what Chebukati was doing and with what was happening. Because one judge said that he had 1 day more to scrutinize and come out to Kenyans and tell them that, look, this is what is happening. You see? And then another thing that why the results stopped streaming. Suddenly they stopped streaming. And the next thing we had Chebukati announcing Ruto as the president, as the president-elect. Now, what about the 27 constituencies? You see, even before now we go to the server and we say he refused to open the server. Everything just smells wrong. And this shows that we have a commission that cannot be a rogue commission that cannot be controlled. Now, and I think we have rogue public officers in Kenya. And I'm thinking that this is the attitude that is coming from, I'm sorry, Duke, this is coming from the Ruto side. Mutadu, what will you do? Take me wherever you want to do because I buy the judges, I'll buy who? What mtadu what? Nyinyi watu mmesikia hiyo msemo imetokea hivi karibuni mtadu what? You people, your children have not told you utadu. Stone picker, your kids don't tell you utadu what, or do they tell each other utadu what? That's a thing that has come in the Kenyan society. What will you do? Take me wherever you want. And that is the attitude with Chebukati. That is the attitude with the Ruto side. What will you do? So that came out very clearly. And now going forward, and they were asking now, what they also, Getho Muigai brought something. And you know, Getho Muigai brought this dictatorial attitude when he was saying that he was trying to rubbish the petitioners' claims, and he was trying to rubbish the things that the other commissioner said about Chebukati. And he was trying to say that Chebukati is protected by the constitution. Getho Muigai brought out that attitude in court. He stated and he wanted to imply that there's nothing you can do to Chebukati because he's protected by the constitution. So Getho Muigai was telling us Chebukati can steal, can change results, can announce anything, and there's nothing. Getho Muigai said that in court. And I think when I listened to Getho Muigai, I was very irritated. And I think the judges were equally irritated. I don't want to say what they are thinking, but I can imagine somebody telling you that all these allegations you are bringing about Chebukati, there's nothing you can do about it because he's protected by the constitution. So he can read, he can lie, he can announce anything. There's nothing we can do. That's what Getho Muigai is reminding us. So that tells the Supreme Court it is time to do something about it. It is time to do something about this. That is what the Supreme Court is announcing, that the time has come and the time is now. Now, for me, I won't say like Alex that I think they are pronouncing Raila is the winner. I don't think so. I don't even think that is a direction. Because even as we speak now, we don't have any evidence of any numbers. We don't even know what are the numbers. Somebody asked, I think it's Joking Dung, what is a picture? I think she's like me. What is a photograph? When does a photograph become PDF? What happens? You know?
Yeah, the Photoshop.
A Photoshop. What is this? What are we having in the photo? What are we having in the server? What exactly happened? What? And somebody asked that did you people, you do tallying in there's the returning officers, the consider level, you do tallying at the polling station. Does this communication go to the press? Does it go to anybody? Does it go to anybody? So that is what I was telling Kuseo the other day, that in future we need cameras, we need live streaming of the results from the polling station. Alex, may I finish? We need live streaming from the polling station so that all of us know. I use my polling station, Tomotomo Primary School. There were 700 voters. 500 voted for this person. So if Kusea wants to stay there overnight with a pen and paper writing, it's okay. We need something recorded. And this live streaming should go to Citizen NTV, should go to the parties, to the coalitions, so that each one of us has a record. We can replay it. Sasa wewe ukitokelezea na hizo kura zako za kuchange sijui JP, sijui photo, sijui kakua picture, sijui kakua PDF, sijui kakua nini, you won't get away with it. Somebody ask them, do you tell these things to anybody who hears what you have announced at the polling station?
Let it be recorded.
It should be recorded even by the press, not you, IBC alone. Even the press should record what you said at the polling station. So me, I liked those questions. And me, I don't even think that announcing Baba as the president-elect is the right thing. I think the right thing is just nullifying this whole thing. Then Getting Mugai was trying to insult us and to annoy people, saying that if you are saying that there were irregularities, and if you are saying that this election was a failure, then I think the whole government is a failure. What does he think he is? We don't care even if the parliament is dissolved and governors thing are dissolved. You know, Getting Mugai is trying to tell us that if you think the presidential election is not valid, then the governors and the parliamentary, the senators elections are not valid. Yes, we agree with him. They are not valid. It is only that case was not taken to the Supreme Court. So if Getting Mugai is thinking by making that statement, anashtua watu, mimi ninaweza kumwambia aende akashtue watu wengine, because if he thinks by alluding that we will withdraw from invalidation of the presidential election because we don't want to invalidate the senators and the parliament, I even think Getting Mugai should go there and say even this other should be invalidated, because now what we are seeing, my conclusion is that from 2013, even from 2017 to 2022, Chebukati has taken Kenyans for a ride. And the Supreme Court should tell Kenyans the time is now. It does not matter even if we take the next 2 years to decide who is our next president, but the time is now to make electoral reforms that will make sure that nobody and no one in Kenya will ever even imagine stealing a vote. Asante Makiadi.
Okay, let's do this. Mtu akitoa submission yake, tafadhali usiakishe microphone kuongea katikati. Nakaa ni kama tunacheza reggae hapa. Ile unazimanga volume, nasema namsalimia sijui nani akiwa wapi. Alafu naendelea kuwekelea music. Let's have some decorum, ndio mtu amalize kuongea, then we can interject. Alex, dakika moja, and then nani alikuwa ameinua mkono mwingine? Just a minute each, and then we move to the next person.
Makede, I'm sorry. I think I was guilty of that because nilikuwa nimewashwa na kitu fulani hapo. Katika and I want to read what alisema, what was his name? Smoking Wanjala. Just let somebody talk and then nitakuja kwa hiyo. Nataka ku upload alafu niongee. Give somebody else and then I want to read the actual statement that was said. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, there's another hand that was raised when Julia was talking. And no, it was not your Juliet. Juliet haikuwa wewe. I think it was there's somebody. Pishuga ilikuwa wewe. 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, nilikuwa na swali nilikuwa nimeuliza Koseo. Koseo was responding to my earlier questions about the commission and the rest. I wanted to add him one more question. Kuna hii swali yenye Philomena Mwilu aliuliza, ilikuwa inakaa ni simple lakini sikuelewa alikuwa anamaanisha nini. Aliuliza where were the 4 commissioners supposed to be? Were they supposed to be in Serena or at Bomas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Joshua. Bob Papa uliingia baada ya Joshua, right?
I think I've gotten my answer. Can I make a quick?
Patia Joshua Makiadi. Joshua.
Let me just proceed. I'm a bit cut up kidogo.
Okay, sawa. Alex, sema 1 minute alafu tuende kwa Bob Papa.
Yeah. This is what the questioner huyo ameuliza. And this is what was said. Based on the same article, Justice Mwilu further asked Professor Githu Muigai, led team, to elaborate on the implication of the 4 commissioners walking out of Bomas to hold a simultaneous, which means wakati ule alikuwa anatangaza na hawa pia walikuwa nakataa. That's why I say a simultaneous press conference led by the vice chair. Yeah. Alafu anasema comments on whether or not the walking away of the commissions. Almost at the same time, the chairperson was about to declare the result, and how it timed that would be walking out of Bomas to Serena to allow each group to address Kenyans at the same time. Does that mean anything under Article 140? Makiadi, you know, tunacheza na Article 140. I want you to go to Article 140. Read it. Article 140 is going to determine this election. Article 140 is the determining of this election. Makiadi, can you read for us Article 140?
What did Duke ulisoma article gani? Juu nilisikia ukisoma article hapo awali.
Wachana Duke is reading a love letter to her girlfriend. Duke does not know Article 1.
Alex, I was listening to what Duke. I was listening to what Duke was reading. I had my phone on. I even confirmed that he read Article 140. So I mean, if I start reading Article 140, okay, so I am still trying to get your point there, because you have to explain to the panel what you want to get from Article 140.
But he was reading a love letter to his girlfriend who does not exist. That was not Article 140. Let's read Article 140.
No, Alex, you're out
Makiadi,
of order. You're out of order.
Why can't you read it yourself if you are purporting it's different? Read it yourself to us.
Duke, mute your mic. Let's go to Bob Papa.
I'm sorry. I'll apologize for that for all our panelists and everybody. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hey, yes, Makiadi, Bargani Makiadi, Julia, Stone PK, P Sugar. Hii jina itabidi ubadilike. Hii mambo ya P Sugar sasa hatuelewi sisi. Wazee kama sisi tunao mambo ya sugar. Juliet, Joshua, Hussein, Alex, and Duke. You know, I have, for the last 2 hours, the same thing has been debated, and I'm wondering, why are you going to the bush to look for the meat? And the meat was on the table. The meat was on the table the minute the Chief Justice talked about why Chebukati decided to give the other commissioners duties other than what the primary goal of the IEBC is. And the IEBC, she said, is to conduct elections. But at the time of conducting these elections, everything went well, everybody voted, there was proper transmission. But when it comes to performing their constitutional role of ensuring that the president-elect met the constitutional threshold, they were not there. What did that tell you? That essentially told you that this election has been nullified, because yesterday I was talking about what is going to nullify this election was the constitutional violations by Chebukati, and the person who brought it out very well was Otieno Willis, because he started by talking about the primary document that takes you to vote, and it was the register. Then he brought out and explained the role of Chebukati and how he conducted himself towards the election, all the steps all along, and that is what she ended up saying has brought about the picky ponky thing. That was the Chief Justice, and whatever she was talking about, that she believes that the role of the dissenting commissioners had a role to play, and she believes that they have a role to play because of Article 138(3)(c), of which it says, after counting the votes in the polling stations, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally and verify and count and declare the result. Essentially, whatever Chebukati was doing, he did it alone. Therefore, you can take this to the bank. In fact, I'm not going to listen to anything else because I know this election is going to be nullified. There is no way it can escape because that Chebukati's pronouncement, regardless of the numbers, was illegal. And she made it very, very clear. And remember, she was the last one to speak. So, hiyo mambo ingine yote nimesikia sijui hapa na pale. The Chief Justice was very clear. Anyway, but let me wind up by saying, unajua Waswahili wanasema soko ni asubuhi. Mambo ya soko ni asubuhi. And yesterday I was put off by the whole proceedings because I think Kenyans, we have lost values. And when I say we have lost values, we had a gentleman by the name Professor Gitu, who came and told us that Chebukati is a hero. So I want to understand how Chebukati can be a hero, a man who has sunk over 100 billion shillings in 10 years, not 10 years, actually 2 elections, and it's a whole professor who participated in actually writing this constitution that we have, comes and tells us Chebukati is a hero. Do you think that is what the description of a hero entails? A man who essentially violates the constitution at will just because he has security of tenure? Essentially, I think Kenyans, we have lost morals, we have lost our values, and even, all said and done, the so-called Professor Gitu guy, who calls himself a senior counsel, I think should be stripped that senior counsel title, because when you call Chebukati a hero, I mean, it's like an equivalent of even blasphemy. Because it was a very sad thing to get Gitu Muigai to say that. And lastly, it looks like UDA took their narrative. They were still on campaign mode because they tried all the gymnastics they could to rope in the president, like Ngatia was trying to do. They tried to call the first petitioner names. Essentially, UDA and the team brigade, including Chebukati, who are one and the same thing, are still on campaign mode. They as much as their supporters think that they made their case out there, they made serious blunders in front of the judges. The judges are never moved by flowery language and big words, and when you look at some of their presentations like that gentleman called Mahat, is it Mahat? And you fail to read when a lawyer who has got the opportunity to get to the Supreme Court and fails to read the mood of the judges, then it is a very sad affair, because that gentleman messed up himself, but the Chief Justice, in her wisdom, complimented that guy and told him that he would really want to hear him again, because he explained with passion. But what he was explaining with passion was wrong. That is, in fact, if you looked at the way she explained, she was inviting that person for slaughter. But the UDA brigade don't see that. It's unfortunate. But the next time he comes, he will be slaughtered properly. Thank you very much. Let me leave it there.
Asante, Bob Papa, I want to drag your feet off the line just for a minute, and I would not expect you to respond to these. A few days ago, before the Supreme Court began its deliberations, we had Bob Papa drive a canter to the Supreme Court with the boxes of evidence. I want you to explain to me how come that we have a lawyer who can display 34As, one from UDA, one from the portal, one from the IEBC, all reading the same, but Azimio's has different figures from the three. In a minute.
Yeah. Repeat that again. I want to internalize. I heard it, but then I just repeat it again.
Okay, as you internalize, let me go to Joshua Kwanza. Well, take your time. I'll come back to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Makiadi, Bob, Stone PK, P. Shuge, then you have Duque, Alex, Guzeo, and Juliet. Now, I just want to react over what Bob has said, that the statement that Gideon Mugai gave, that Chebukati is a hero. That was wrong. I think that's what is his work, to defend the Chebukati. So using that time, he's a lawyer, and lawyer always behave like that. So for him using that term, I don't think that's wrong, because his purpose is to defend Chebukati up to the end. Now, I think the issue here, the UDA are trying to bank themselves on numbers, while Azimio, they're trying to take another direction of process. And I think if Azimio just try to dance the tune of UDA, then they're finished. Because to realize very well that however much Azimio, they have those forms, but it seems that I don't think that those forms are complete. So to me, I think that Azimio should try their level best not to dance the tune of numbers. They should just check themselves in the process, illegality and regularity. But if they, because I remember by the time Guido started talking yesterday, he said very well that this election is about number. So IEBC and UDA, they try to look the numbers. And I think they are played smart, such that if you try to dance the tune of numbers, then the game is over. And the question that Alex tried he was trying to say about the when Justice Milu asked that the four commissioners, were they supposed to be in Bomas or Serena? Even when that question really bothered me, because I asked myself, why was he asking that? And I thought maybe he wanted to corner these four commissioners, because at the end of it, their working station was in Bomas. So the question, why did they decided to go to Serena? They ought to give that statement in Bomas than them walking to Serena. So that statement asking that were they supposed to be in Bomas or in Serena, unless somebody give me an answer, I think that he was trying to corner these commissioners, that however much you are dissenting opinion, your working station was in Bomas. You're supposed just to give a statement in Bomas than walking, going to Serena. So to me, that statement, unless somebody clarify to me why he asked that, because I'm a little bit disturbed with that question. Thank you very much, Makiadi.
Okay, so Stone PK, I'll give you a minute, Juliet, and then utapeana submission. Let me just give Stone PK a minute and then Juliet a minute.
Yeah, mine is just a minute. If you can hear me clearly. Why Serena? It is, again, it's another very simple and basic thing. Bomas was hostile. terribly hostile. And these commissioners were going to give a contrary opinion. That's why they had to look for a safer place. It is as simple as that. And that is why Mwilu wants to establish, why would a splinter group move away from the area they were in? And by the way, there is no restriction. Even Chebukati would have gone and announced those results in his toilet, in his bathroom, in his kitchen, wherever he wanted, he could have announced it from. So Bomas was not, it's not that it is, designated. You can announce this from any country, any place in the country. So these four, they were insecure, they were unsafe, they were brushed off by their chairman, and they took refuge. Thank you.
Santi, Stompike, Juliet, 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Richie, Makandi, and everyone. Mine is, I'm quite concerned with some of the citing that Chebukati is making, and especially in relation to him saying, he cited, I think, let me just go to that article on, I'm quoting something that was published by Ian Omondi, published on 27th August 647. So according to Chebukati, the alleges were orchestrated. So he claimed some IBC returning faced threats from candidates themselves, their agents, and even their supporters. And I actually want to argue differently, because all candidates were required to sign, an agreement, and even with their political parties. And there was quite tight, what you could say, tight micromanaging in those processes. So I do question Chebukati and what he's alleging, because it was throughout micromanaged. And in fact, the chairs were also managing those processes. And I kept telling you that that was the case. So I also find it very insensitive when he quotes the case of the person who passed away in with the sad reality that we saw. And on this occasion, he puts it that the person who passed away uses that as a case study. I find that very insensitive in my case, because seriously, to bring that man in his case without even pali tumefika, and you bring that man in this kind of case, are you then saying that, he cited the case of Embakasi East returning officer Daniel Musyoka, who disappeared on August 11, 2022, only to later be found dead in Loitoktok, Kajiado County. Musyoka was buried in Mwala, Machakos. So for me, I find that to be a little bit insensitive from Chebukati's irresponsibility. And I find that he actually owes the family an apology in using that as his case. And finally, I submit, Richie, but I find that some of the allegations, and if you look consistently, he just quotes Azimio. He goes ahead somewhere and says that Azimio did this. Why is he quoting only Azimio? Why? Is it that he was looking only for Azimio, whereas it is actually Kenya Kwanza and Azimio? There were two candidates. That is why I say he's aiding one side. So that's why I'm very concerned at his submissions, because that needs to be looked very carefully. Why is he saying that he was threatened by members of Azimio when it's actually, like Julia has explained, perhaps the opposite?
All
So
right,
we
Juliet,
need,
I have to cut you short. I have to cut
that's
you
okay,
short.
my friend.
Yeah. I need people to move. I need us to move forward. Duke, 1 minute. Kwanza, alafu tuende kwa Alex 1 minute. And Demba.
So I want to answer the question. The reason why that question was asked is the answer you can find at Article 250, Part 1. It's about the quorum of the commission. And if Bomas of Kenya is the workplace, remember, if you are talking about quorum of the commission and there is somewhere where you are having a meeting, the quorum is based on the number of the commissioners who are available. And as per Article 251, which was used in the PPI, it stated that the quorum is 3. Therefore, if there is a determination that the National Tallying Center was at the Bomas of Kenya, and the 4 commission went away. So it's like they did not, they moved away from their work point or workstation. Therefore, we can say that the 3 commissioners who remained have the quorum to proceed with the execution of their mandate. So that's what I can say. Also, regarding, there was a question about which Alex was asking about the what if the chairperson announces false or wrong results? What happens? That's the question. I think the answer is that an individual goes to court and the courts find that what was announced was wrong and a determination is made. Also, the same question should be asked, what if the majority of the commissioners want wrong results to be announced? So it's not that always the minority are right, or the majority are right. So the majority also can be wrong. What happens in that case? So the question is
Thank you, Duke. I like the way you bring that out. So you're saying if the chairman announces the wrong results, then an individual goes to court. I don't know which court that would be. Maybe you can explain to us in 30 seconds.
It is, you know, if wrong results are announced, also there would be individuals who will actually contest that or protest that.
No, I'm asking. So we have just mute. We have a magistrate court. We have a high court. We have a court of
the Supreme Court, and that's at 140.
So will you be contesting wrong results, or will you be filing a petition against a presidential election?
Whichever what you use, even if that's charged, you will file a petition against that. That means you are protesting or legally challenging that. It depends on what term you use.
Okay, sawa. Ndemba, karibu.
Thank you. I wanted first to start by highlighting something that Joshua Maka said. Joshua Maka, you are erroneously suggesting that Azimio lawyers are directing or are being led by what UDA lawyers are doing. Azimio lawyers had their day one. And yesterday, the respondent said their day. And then now tomorrow there'll be responses. Now, when you're saying that if Azimio talk about numbers, this thing is done, that is not true. You know? And I think it's important for us to appreciate that even in the scrutiny, if you look at the report by the registrar, there are several things that are coming out that you need to, I don't know if you have bothered to read. For example, Kakamega High School, extent of compliance, status produced, Form 34, booklet 2 of 2. It was not produced. Those are the simple things that you want to look at. Gorgor School Stream 2 of 2, not produced. Where were those book 2 of 2? Where are they? Right? So those are some of the intricate matters that will come out. So when you're saying that if Azimio follow UDA, this and they are finished, that's not true, but it's your observation. I mean, and you see the questions as put forward by the judges. If you listen to them, if you're bothered to look at the questions, they have a sense of seeking to understand certain aspects of the operational part of the IEBC, you know, and the judges are being a little more detailed if you compare to what they were asking the Azimio guys. And this is because these are the lawyers for IEBC, you know. So when you are the lawyers, we expect that you will have appreciated certain things. For example, Are there voters who just walked in, voted for president only, and left? How many are they, and can you break per county? You imagine that question. That's a question that they probably did not anticipate. Was Chebukati, now this is very key. There's a gazette notice that Chebukati has gazetted himself as the presidential returning officer. Assuming the commission works as a unit, was the gazette as a chief of IEBC or as returning officer? That was the gazette notice that came out. Who gazetted him as a returning officer? He gazetted himself. Were there resolutions, and have those resolutions been produced? You see. So those are some of the things that you need. There's also a question. Omtata said 1.6 million votes were streaming in hours after voting closed. What's your comment? So this election is about the numbers. It's about you might produce, because some of those things, like there's a question that I think Lenaola is one who asked. We had Mahat to explain. I think Lenaola, at what point did the image change from JPEG to PDF? Because in the report, when you read the report from the registrar, it says that the IBC says that the thing was scanned in PDF form. So some people are saying that they were seeing the document, that 34A, they were seeing them in JPEG. Others were being seen in PDF. So the question that is being asked, if all these schemes kits were operating together, at what point was one bringing PDF and another bringing JPEG? Yet all of them were supposed to be operating the same. That therefore means if they were supposed to bring all of them PDF, we are supposed to have all those documents in PDF form. If they were supposed to be operating in JPEG, then they should be in JPEG because it has been scanned and it is sent straight according to their protocol that they gave. It is there in the report. So you want to look at it in numbers, and numbers not just we have come to give you this because it tallies with this and this tallies with this. No, they have actually not even opened the real server. You know, the main server that is supposed to be open, where those guys were coming in. So you, according to the report, they say that, oh, there was no major interference. But if you look at what had been sourced, there was. And so they're coming with, like Makiadi is asking, how come they had this and this? Obviously, they would have it. See, they are IBC. Azimio would not have that information. That is what they were supposed to be bringing. You know, so I want to say this. I don't think I agree with you that, oh, Azimio is going to be invited to this. No, Azimio lawyers are going to be responding to the questions that the judges want to know. And the judges have been very specific on the areas they want them to respond to. They are going to respond to that, right? And any other issue that might have arisen from the presentation. Remember, it is not just technology. Technology is just one aspect, number one, procurement of it. It's not just technology. It's not just having those Form 34As. They have not produced some Form 34As. They haven't given, they haven't shown. 27 counties, if you remember smoking, I think, is it smoking? One of them asking, what was the hurry? No, Lenaula asking, what was the hurry? You still had a day, with or without violence. You still had one more day. Why did you have to hurry? So that's an explanation they need to give. You know, it's not about these people hitting Azimio. I think we, and that is something I've noticed with those who are supporting Azimio. We tend to become overly, you know, so critical of our whatever, that we even lose sight Yesterday we were busy criticizing our lawyers, even before we hear the respondents and the questions they'll be asked. So when the respondents and the questions are asked, now you are busy saying now even ours were better. So now we are busy saying, oh, if they go, Azimio lawyers are not preparing based on what these guys came and said. They will come, of course, they have already read the responses. Azimio are the ones who put the petition. These responses are being put after already the submissions have been made. And obviously, Azimio lawyers have gone through all those things, you know. So that's one thing I needed to just highlight, that by saying that, oh, this thing is not about numbers, it's about numbers. In fact, there's a question that, let me see, the judges were asking. I think it's Smoking Wanjala, who asked about the turnout. And he said, Wafula Chebukati came and said that Kim's kit has recorded 64 point something % without the manual voters. So if you include the manual voters, should that number go up or go down? But Mahat comes and says that the turnout according to Kim's was 56.1%. Now you see already that's a discrepancy that they need to explain. See, it's about numbers. And by the way, if the numbers are not telling a story, if the numbers are not adding up, any other thing that you talk about, even you can come and claim and you say, oh, Chebukati, there's 27 counties that were not declared. There are from 34 A's that have not been produced. It is about those details. And now they're going to look to what extent did it affect the final outcome. You know, that will be it. To what extent of that interference with the turnout, to what extent did the lack of transparency affect the final result? It's about numbers. So you cannot start to scatter around. Let's focus on Chebukati doing this. Let's focus on these. Those ones. How it is going to be sorted is a secondary matter. The primary matter: did the voter turn out? Did the voter vote? Did the vote count? If there are irregularities, to what extent did it affect the final outcome? Those are the things they want to ascertain. And then from there, now the other matters will follow. Finally, I want to say that the bubble that had been created by the nainua mikono hata sijamaliza, ama niachie hapo sasa, kwa sababu inakaa already nimesema ile mnataka kusikia. Back to Makiadi. Yaani hata sijamaliza, mikono iko juu.
Maliza submission yako alafu ndio tuende. Hii mikono tumeinua tu, lakini ningetaka umalize alafu ndio tuende sasa kwa open forum. I think mtu hajaongea ni Disha peke yake.
Haya, wekeni mikono chini. Bob Papa Son PK, wekeni mikono chini, una distract. I want to say that the judges were kind of, they produced an interesting view in looking at this petition. And I think that's similar to 2017. 2017 was that sense of questioning an incisive interrogation of what someone comes to say before the judges. They moved away from the politics of it to the substance of the case. You remember when the respondents were coming, they were more focused on the politics of the case, not the substance. So when the judges now separated that and they gave them the key questions, I remember Kilukumi talking about the Solomonic wisdom and the lady And Smoking Wanjala asking him, therefore, the lady who owned the baby gave up the baby to the other person. Would you be willing to give up the baby? You see, when they come in and they're skirting around, they are put back to their senses. I mean, I liked the way Professor Gidu Mugai had to struggle and say that we need more time to go and think about these questions. Because to them, they'd not envisaged. They thought it was just a walk in the park, coming to just, gloss over it, say that it doesn't matter any other thing. They could not even prove there was 50+1. When Smoking Wanjala was asking, okay, fine. When there was settlement, why didn't you count these 27 counties? And what's the import of them being in the ballot? So in a sense, they brought us to start thinking beyond just the politics of this case. It's not just about Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. That's limiting the scope. If you listen to the judges, they're giving very incisive questions that we need to start asking. They are moving away from the other parts that these people want them to focus on. The Kenya Kwanza guys wants to focus to paint Raila as someone who never accepts defeat, or you have been brought for just drama and stuff. Now remember, in 2017, there was PLO Lumumba. PLO came with all manner of English. And of course, they clapped for him and they smiled. But that did not make him win the case. Now, I think that when the judges will retire, and based on what I'm seeing, I've seen the report, probably these people had envisaged that there's going to be some scrutiny, and to the extent of which they were going to bring it out, they probably did something to clear some of the stuff. There are servers that have not been opened, so compliance is not complete. And if you read that report, there's compliance that is not complete to all, and that is very key to the case. So I'm thinking that is going to determine the trajectory of how the ruling is going to be. I will not want to be as sure as Bob Papa is that take it to the bank. I don't want to give that kind of thinking, but I can give a consideration, because it's all about numbers and it's all about what is likely to happen in the event they make a certain kind of ruling. So that is what I want to finish there, because I know we are going to chime in and discuss it more. So back to you, Makedi. Okay. You wanted me to take over?
Yeah, I think it's Stone PK 1 minute, Bob Papa 1 minute, and then Osea had not finished his submission, and then Disha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and Bwana Themba for your submission. Mine is just a point of concern. I hear now there is this narrative about numbers, and people are emphasizing so much on numbers. I just want to know, how do you attain these numbers? That's my big question. How do you get the numbers to really work on the numbers, to question these numbers? How are they generated? That brings me to my thinking that I will not be really putting numbers as a priority. That is, if the process has been rotten, if the process is adulterated, then what number? It's like the way we talk about Uhuru and Ruto being president 2013, 2017. When I hear people saying Jubilee won and all, and we all know servers were never open. So I disqualify anybody who talks about numbers. Uhuru won with the CV, whatever point something million. Now, the 2022 thing is so jumbled that you cannot hold any number anywhere unless I'm really confused or wrong. If they cannot even open the server, whatever they opened it's nonsensical, doesn't make sense. So what numbers are we going to lay our hands on? For me, I think, number one, the judges will be looking at the process of producing these numbers, right from polling station. You voted. Yes. Did we get the right numbers at polling station Stone PK, Stream 1? Yes, we did. Was it well recorded? Yes, it was. Now, when it was posted at JPEG, did it go? Yes. Then at what time did that number change, that form transform into a PDF? Then when it is transformed, did the number change? So for me, the carrier, which is the process, is key. Because now I don't know what numbers we'll be talking about, honestly. And number two, I would still think that our pleas should be, disband this thing, and rule out that whoever has mangled this election, what was his primary objective? This is where the judges have to go to the extraordinary. That what was the objective of disbanding or mangling or spoiling this election? There are two victims here. Chebukati with his commission. Why did you bungle the election? It was because you are favoring a certain candidate. I still insist I would punish these two arbitrarily. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Was it Bob Papa?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to echo what Stone PK has talked about. This issue of numbers, it is the same argument that Grand Muller tried to use in 2017, and we departed from it, and we set a precedent that numbers is not the only issue. And numbers, yes, they do count, but when the process is wrong, it is done. And I want to insist that in 2017, the gap between Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta was almost 1.2 million. So when the numbers did not count with that kind of figure, and yet the processes carried the day and the irregularities, then you can forget. I want to discourage the people who want to hinge their hopes on numbers, to give it anything less more than 30% of success rate, and more so, especially on the processes. The fact that Chebukati violated so many provisions of the law, and other than that, the primary document that sends you to the polling station was essentially flawed, because they did an audit by KPMG. Even after receiving that audit, they lied to us that they have implemented that audit. And yet the same figure is using to calculate the so-called winner is the same register, which is uncleaned. So how does he expect the election to be upheld? So I want to believe that numbers will have very little weight on the determination of the case. Thank you. That was just a short contribution. Thank you. Back to you, Ntepa.
Okay, thank you, Joshua, Mark, and then I can give Desha time to say something before we.
Yes, I think that I want to join Stone PK and then Bob. I say that the Azimio should not bank on numbers, and think Stone PK has put it well. And I even Themba, you said it well. The issue of the lack of either form in a ballot paper, that's a process. That's not a number. If there was a form that is lacking in the box, that's a process, because process saying that we should have this ballot this form in this ballot box. The issue of server not being open, that's a process. So to me, I think that the numbers I'm talking about are figures. They should not go and start saying that this polling station has this number. Now they want to compare. They want to compare whatever the Azimio have and whatever they have, because you realize that some of the polling stations maybe they don't have those figures. They should leave the issue of turnout to this guy, the senator of Busia. So he's the one who should deal with the issue of turnout, but them they should only basically deal with the issue of process, irregularity, and anything that went along that they did not do it right. Thank you.
Okay, Disha.
Okay, thank you. Let me say, as I've always said before, I think people need to manage the expectations. I like the reasoning that Demba you put it the question here we're having is were the elections accurate, verifiable, and transparent? And the other thing is was the elections that were declared valid, was that the true position? I followed through the proceedings, and on my side, and I'm sorry to say this, it is not a coincidence that the forms that were transmitted via the KIMS kit and the original copies that were taken by the returning officers are the same. So in terms of accuracy, and for myself, my opinion, I think the process was transparent. There's a question that Amekiadi asked, that how comes there was a form that was presented, Form 34A, that the agent of UDA has the same copy, the agent of Asimia has the same copy, the one that has been downloaded from the portal is the same, has the same results, and the original copy has the same results, but the Asimio team are having a different copy. That is what Richie was asking. And the obvious question is here. I am an Asimio supporter, but let's have the facts. So if the 5 copies are the same, but the only copy that has presented in court as an affidavit or that means that form was cooked. It was cooked. In the process here we're talking about are the numbers that have been declared. Remember, IEBC are presented the court with originals from 34A. All of them, the 46,000.
That's not true.
That's not true?
Mm.
Okay. From the submission that I had today,
the report indicates otherwise.
No, I'm not saying the scrutiny.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the form. On the affidavit, they say they've supplied the court with the original Form 34A, all the forms. And on the portal, they said, I think 99%. Okay, let's argue this objectively. Let's get the facts. Whether my argument is, do I think the process was transparent, and do I think the results that were declared are the position according to the polling stations? I don't dispute that maybe there were flaws, like in terms of the process, and there was no Form 34A put in the box. There was this, but let's talk about this. When the court asked, like, the results should be verifiable, like when they canceled the elections of 2017, they asked the IBC, you brought me the results that you declared. Where did you get these results from? The question has been answered this time. Like, if IBC wakiulizwa mumetoa wapi hizi results, wanasema these are the results from the polling station and the forms are here. You get it? So when there are so many questions that the judges are asking, but the two main things that will settle this case will be, are the results verifiable? Are they accurate? And are these the results that are declared at the polling station? So for me, managing my expectation, if I get a nullification for this case, I would be expecting too much. I can tell you with certainty, with 70% certainty, that the elections will be upheld as it is. Thank you.
From your submission, I think you're more of a Kenya Kwanza guy, but it's okay, because that's also you're right, because number one, have you checked the report of the registrar?
I'm not talking about the report. I'm saying I'm not talking about the scrutiny. The scrutiny, I'm told there is no form, there's no copy in the box. There's some 32 2 of 2 the 34 2 of 2 is missing, right?
So what does that mean for you?
That tells you more of the process. But
now,
my question is,
mean to you? Wait. What does that mean for you?
Yeah. What does it mean to me that somehow
let's move slowly. Yeah. There's a scrutiny is done.
Yes.
Then there was the 34A, the second book.
Yes.
Which was supposed to be put together, okay, and not touched. Now, this is what the report says, which I'm finding it interesting that you are saying that does not bother you as someone who would want to see. According to you, even with that report, for you still think that's a good thing for you. Let me just give you.
I'm not saying it's a good thing for me.
Wait. It's not one. It's not two. Kamwangi Primary School, Stream 5 of 6. It was not produced. Book 2 of 2 for Chebunyo Primary School, Stream 1 of 2. Not produced. Where did it go? Right? Gorgor Schools, Bomet County, Gorgor Soti constituency, Gorgor School, Stream 2 of 2. Not produced. Kagasik Primary School, Stream 1 of 1, not produced.
Kongotik.
Kakamega High School, not produced. Chebunyo Primary, not produced. Kamwangi and Kawaida Primary School, Stream 1 of 6, not produced. Used with 3 populated carbon copies. Now, glaring irregularities.
Okay, let me tell you that. Let me speak about it.
Hold on. Because you have said they produced all of them and they gave. Now, where was this being used? You and I should be concerned that now the other thing on the electronic system. I'm giving you time, Stone PK, just hold on. On the electronic system, they say that because I looked at the scrutiny on the electronic system, IBC says that the scanning was taking place in PDF. That is what IBC said. That they scanned all the documents, all the 34 A's, after they have been filled, and they were in PDF. Now, you and I know that is not true. There are some documents that were in PDF, some were in JPEG. So if all Kim's kit was scanning in PDF, then we ought to have seen all the documents in PDF form. So already that's a contradiction, which I think when you come and you say that for you, that does not raise a concern. You know, and those are the questions Smoky Nwanjala was asking. You have scanned the document. Though I've tried to ask some people, I mean, people that I know how to convert a Word document to PDF, and I can convert it from PDF to Word. When you take an image, is it already, as you are scanning it, does it make it PDF? Maybe Disha can tell me that.
Okay, let me react to what you're saying. I think you're confusing what I'm talking about in terms of scrutiny and what the IBC says they presented.
And what is the role of scrutiny? Why did the court?
I'm not talking about the scrutiny. I'm telling you, the forms 34 original copies are before the court, right?
Where?
At the Supreme Court. Did you hear the submissions of IBC?
And what was scrutinized?
No, the scrutiny. No, I'm not talking about the scrutiny. Was to find out whether. No, Stone. Don't. Can you hear me?
No, you see, Disha
Disha, what you're doing,
Yes.
why would the court order a scrutiny of those documents?
It was a request. It was a request by the youth advocacy team, right? It was a request.
No, that's true. But let me ask you, it can't order scrutiny of 291 Form 34As, right?
291.
I mean, 446,000. You can't order scrutiny of 46,000.
No, you can't. With the time they have, they can't.
So what they do, they sample, right?
There's a sample.
What is the purpose of that information to the court?
It is to find out whether the process was followed.
Exactly. Now, when it finds out that there are some missing in those sampled,
yes,
it finds out that there were some that were not produced, some were not signed, some were carbon copies. How does that information help the court?
It will help the court in determining whether the court can determine that the process is flawed, and the court will go to an extent. The go to an extent is how does this fraud, or how does this the faults in the process affect the results? So they put a weight on it and see how much is it sufficient for us to annul the results, or is it sufficient for us to uphold the results?
Why do you think they asked for the login policy?
The login policy, they wanted to see whether the people have been authenticated to look at that, to do the process of tallying and maybe transmission are the right people.
Right? What if they find that some people who are not authorized did that? What part of the election does that affect?
Nevertheless, however it affects, the question would be, what is the impact of the logs on the results?
No, you see, you are not answering the question.
Yes.
What if unauthorized people access? Yes. And that's the question of Smoky Nanjala. What kind of maintenance were the Venezuelans doing?
I am not an expert in IT, and let me confess in that I don't want to deal so much on that, but I'm just trying to look at the simple part of it.
That according to you, all those things don't mean anything. Anyway, just hold on right there, Makiadi. Hold on right there, Makiadi.
Let me say this, and I
think I thought.
Okay, Kusel, let me yield my time to you first, and then I'll come later.
What is the problem?
Ngoja Kusel. I think Makiadi, you're the same one who said that we follow.
See, Makiadi even told you that I had not finished.
Yeah, I know Kusel was supposed to make his remarks.
Watch Makiadi make point. Then I know you have a lot of substance.
I can't do that.
Just calm down. Calm down.
Then I'll do it tomorrow. Then, if you don't want
I'm gonna interrupt and say good night, honorable gentlemen. So see you later. Bye bye. Temba, lovely to see you. I'm sleepy now. I'm just going to bed now.
Okay, you go to bed. See you tomorrow. Okay, Makiadi.
Temba, Makiadi has said that I take his time.
Sasa nimeoverrule. Utakuja Kuseo kaa hapo, wenda kupatia
then I'll do it tomorrow then. Thank you.
No, Kuseo.
Don't go, Kuseo. Just stay there.
I'm not even gonna take a minute. Just hold on. I'll give you the mic after this. Briefly, let me say this. I think, Disha, it's unfortunate that you only think that the election results can only be fair, verifiable, only because you can see the numbers. I want to remind you that the election process begins even with the procurement of ballot papers, deployment of technology and all that. That's still the process that leads to verifiable numbers. So unfortunately, the commissioners, the 4 commissioners that are called right now the splitter group, I think these commissioners even raised the issues as to whether the ballot papers were procured in a way that is proper, and the issue was just swept under the carpet. So the numbers really matter because it's a constitutional threshold that needs to be fulfilled, but actually the process that leads to getting this number is equally important. So let's also look at the process that leads to getting the 50+1 and not just the numbers. I yield.
Thank you. And Kuseo was not listening to you, he was just waiting for his time. Kuseo, go ahead.
Themba, how do you know? How can you say I was not listening? Ukotuna issues.
I was looking at you. Karibu.
You know, there is a place where Justice, I think Wanjala had asked that what is the role of the other commissioners? And then the Chief Justice asked, were they allocated other domestic chores, contrary to what the Constitution expects them to do? And that was followed by, I think, when the other gentleman, I think Karori, had indicated that the work of the commissioners is to oversight the commission when it does its work. For example, when it's conducting elections, their main role is to oversight what the commission is doing. So then that was followed by yet another question where Philomena asked, what was the impact of the walk away of the other commissioners? And then that was mirrored against what happens when the Supreme Court, the 7 of them, are deliberating on an issue. And assuming that they were now at the plenary and they did not agree on the figures, even today, if the Supreme Court, they have to make a decision, they will come to the front and say, well, the decision of the Supreme Court is XYZ, but Judge so-and-so were dissenting, and they can give the reasons why they were doing so. Now, then that takes you back to, if the 4 commissioners walk away, in other words, they are not agreeing on an issue, then I remember Lionola asked that what was so urgent? Chebukati still had another day. He could take the effort to try and resolve the issue. Then as he goes to declare, which is his role, declare the winner, he tells the Kenyans that XYZ happened. Now, I do not expect you people to answer these questions. I understand that tomorrow the respondents are going to give their responses to those questions. Remember that the Azimio team had also been asked these questions, but for whatever reason, I think the procedure requires that the respondents will do their bit first, then the Azimio team will do what they call the rejoinders. So tomorrow we are going to get answers from the people who are put on the spot on all these issues. Then from there, I think our predictions as to the way forward regarding the Monday ruling will be very clear to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. Very important insight there. Yes, Don PK. You got him.
Sorry there, but just a minute or even less. You know, Kuseo has made me happy. So, yeah, tomorrow we'll start kucheki ama suti zimekunjana mahali. But now tell me, Kuseo, for questions such as, why did the streaming stop? Because that was asked. What answer do you expect from Ruto people? Why did the streaming of resources stop at one time? I'm picking an example.
Let me tell you something, PK, you need to understand. I do not trust. I read between the lines. You cannot think that what the questions the Supreme Court were asking is not that they don't know the answers. The various parties had made contradictory submissions. Now, the issue, for example, why did the 4 commissioners walk away, and their absence, what impact does it have? They were trying to remind these people that the issues at the IEBC are on consensus. Forget
you,
about
but
the
how about the
declaration where
results?
Chebukati has got the
How
sole
about the results
responsibility.
topic?
All other issues, this oversight thing, if it is at the plenary, it is by consensus or the majority. Now, I think Philomena was trying to say that the majority had the contrary view, that the tallying has not been done properly. You get? And that is when they disowned it and told Chebukati, those are your own results. What is that impact on the role and work of the IEBC, which is oversighting the tallying, oversighting the conduct of the elections, and all these things? Now, to come to what you are you are saying regarding these issues of tomorrow, I think the answers are known. There have been a lot of social media versions of these things, and I don't want to conclude that they are going to say in the affirmative for Azimio because of this and this. But I think they were just giving them food for thought, that when you come tomorrow, put yourself in those positions.
So there's a question before I bring Bob. I see Bob now. It's an open. At least tusiingize watu wengine, tukiwa watano hivi, at least tuko na muda wa kuongea. Sasa msijali, msiwe na haraka. I want to Makiadi, usiingize wengine sasa, tuchape gumzo sasa, na hawa dume watano wako hapa, watu waendelee kusikiza pale chini. There's something that Joaquin Dungu was asking the good Professor Githu, because Githu tried to give a definition of a commission, and in his submission he tried to say that anybody, a returning officer working in Mombasa, that's a commission. A PO working somewhere, that's a commission. And so in that sense, he was asked, so what definition do we take of the commission? You know, and the other question was, why would you have a CEO who is so powerful than the commissioners? A CEO who has more powers, and yet it is the commissioners who are the policy drivers of the institution. The CEO is the accounting officer. He implements what has been passed by the commissioners. So commissioners are basically the policy drivers of the organization. But you have a CEO who has more power. At what point did they sit for the chairman to allocate these duties to these commissioners? You know, those are very pertinent questions, because the argument by the purported side that have been declared, they said that Chebukati did his job. Is it therefore the preserve of Chebukati? And that is where Jokitungu was asking, in the event that something happens to him, will we not have a president? You know, so those are some of the issues they want to bring up, and they want them to go and mull over and come and tell us. When you are coming in and you are talking about a CEO who is rogue, who cannot be controlled, where is the oversight role of the commissioners? You know, because the oversight role should be somewhere. How do you oversight each other? You know, so I'm going to we are going to find an interesting, you know, argument coming forward. I want to compare that to the questions that were asked to the Azimio guys. If you guys can remember the questions that they were given, and compare with this, you compare and contrast the questions that have been given to these other guys. I mean, just for purposes of discussion.
Some of the questions were similar.
Yeah, you know, they were similar, and you find that they were pretty much asking Azimio questions that Azimio cannot might not necessarily. They are asking hypothetical questions to the Azimio guys. For example, they're asking the Azimio guys, if we if we nullify the election, you know, that's a hypothetical question, as opposed to the questions that they were giving to these other guys that were very specific questions. You know, a question like what you're saying there. A question like, what are the numbers from the 235p? Those are very specific questions. You know, at what point does the format convert from JPEG to PDF? Very specific question. Together, you have different definitions of IEBC. How do we know which definition to apply? Very specific. Commissions were made independent of.
And when?
Yeah, and when, yes. How then do we have an all-powerful chair? You see, that is very specific. What is the role of the other commissioners? Specific. Are commissioners involved in declaration of other results? You see? So the question that they're trying to ascertain, that if a commissioner was called to declare, to read a result, for example, that Raila Odinga got this in this place, that's a commissioner, right? Why would it be so much of an issue when now it is declaring the final result? You see, that's the question that this one is what they're asking. Are commissioners involved in the declaration of other results apart from presidential? But as they were coming, they were declaring the other results. You know, they were reading this from this place. So that's a declaration of the results from that place.
Remember, you know, there are also others where Chebukati himself is the one who read some of the constituencies.
But it's the same. You read Raila in Mbere, you read Raila Ruto.
That's what we are saying, that all
same.
commissioners
He was reading
were
like others. Yeah.
So the question that they were being asked were very specific, as opposed to Azimio, where they were asking them a question like, I'm trying to get the questions that were given to the Azimio guys. I think they were somewhere. You compare the two, you realize the questions were really hypothetical, and it's more about what the judges are going to arrive at. You know, that leaves Azimio guys with you know, whether you answer, like, for example, let me see, can anyone get them, maybe one or two, the Azimio questions?
Yeah, I think there was an issue about the voter turnout in Kakamega and Mombasa. And now I think the IEBC, I don't know if it's the IEBC now has to explain why.
Okay, I've gotten them. I got them. The question was, did the 4 dissenting commissioners ever complain about Chebukati's action before they walked out? Right? What are the ingredients to be satisfied before the court that can invoke Section 84? What is the relevance of spoiled votes in completing presidential? Can handwriting be capable of being changed in the Form 34As through staging? Now that question is, at what point does that, what they're being asked is, at what point does JPEG move to PDF? That is related to this question. Does the voter suppression as claimed by Azimio affect only presidential election? Now this is tied to the question that they are asked. Is there someone who just walked and voted for the president? You know, what is the relevance of the voter turnout in the presidential election? Why could the dissenting commissioners protest against Chebukati's harassment? You know, it comes differently. On the other, feasibility of the relief sought. When did the commission become dysfunctional? But then they're being asked, on the other side, what was the relevance of the walkout of these other commissioners? So you see, to them, it is very specific because they would have more to answer. Yes, PK.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, you know, what we call the Azimio. The Azimio, they are the, what is this term? What are we in Azimio?
Petitioners.
We are the petitioners. You know, I've sat on this this chair mpaka nimetoka. So you see, as petitioners, you have you have kind of I would call it a safer side, although there is the burden of proof, which is actually lies on us as Azimio. But also now when it comes to questions, you are being asked, okay, now you have said, you have petitioned A, Y, Z. Tell us, in the event it goes your way, what would you advise? And for me, that's why I've been all through very particular with us not. We should have completed, although we have done in some of the petitions, but I wanted us to be very concrete. What is it that we want to do? You know, we fell short of actually, in a more defined manner, a definitive and assertive way, say exactly what we want for every count. This is what we want. Because the Supreme Court wants to maybe change the it's called what? Jurisprudence. You know, the Supreme Court can they can modify a law into which they can perform. You know, that's what I know about Supreme Court, that the situation is so tight, but they have to get out of it. So that is one. The other entity that can do that is the Parliament. But now in the absence of Parliament, okay, the Parliament is there, but it's not sworn in, I think. They are the ones now remaining in such a tight situation. They're allowed to actually get a valve, an escape valve out of this, because they cannot throw the country into a quagmire or into a standstill. And this is what Azimio has not spelled out very clearly, you know, because they can have a venting valve. Whatever they will do, it will be law. Whatever they will decide, it will be law to put this country out of the situation that we are in, out of an very obvious reason. They cannot leave the country in a bear. No, that cannot, unless they are not as who we think they are. They have the decisions. They are very simple, and I like what Mwilu was doing. Mwilu was leading people. Give us a menu of what you really would expect us to do, because we are citizens. What do we do now for this country? When we realized that the election was 120% bungled, because that is what will happen now. Now, after we have realized all this, guys, suggest what you feel we should do. That's what I was thinking, Temba, that they should use that one card they have out of the two. The obvious one they have is that they can reinvent themselves out of that, and whatever they decide will be law. It will be law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Good. How are you?
I'm fine.
I don't know how you got in here. We were closing.
Yes, I always get in very uncertain places.
I don't know how you
I think he switched places with Bob Papa's Emil.
Yes.
I would not have wanted to allow you to come here, but now that you're here, can you give your thoughts? Because now we want to go into another mode that we do when we are closing. And it is not friendly for you because, wewe ni mpenda Mungu.
Now, I think I heard one of the contributors trivialize some of the issues that are being done at the Supreme Court. The purpose of scrutiny of the boxes was to find whether there was consistency according to the law, how the boxes should be handled, what forms should be filled, how they are filled, and so on and so forth. And when you find maybe out of the so many, at least 80% have inconsistencies, you can form a mind whether there were some games that have been played across the country. That is
that's very crucial. Some of the people may dismiss 1 or 2 or 10 votes that may be found to be missing, yet the forms say otherwise. And then you find that it is what is obtaining across the scrutinized stations that can lead to a nullification of the results of the whole results. Now, on the questions that were asked by the judges, somebody told me yesterday that they already have formed their mind. At least most of them, they know. You remember there is a question that Smoking Wajara said, you have asked us, who can you brief? And he said, we will answer that question. Because here everybody is putting up his case or her case, but the truth lies in somewhere in between the other activities that are taking place in the background, the scrutiny of the votes, the opening of the servers, and so on and so forth, and any other activity that we may not even be aware of, but tied to the affidavits. What people do not know is that the affidavits, as written, could even be more powerful than the submissions, the verbal submissions in the court. Because right now, the guy who was called Maharat ama anaitwa nani, he talked about 56% turnout according to Kim's kit. But at the same time, you go to the chairman, you are talking about 60, 64, 65, I don't know. So you can see obvious contradictions in their submissions, meaning there is something there which is not clear. You also remember Smoking saying, at one time the chairman said that there was 65.4% turnout. But the figure will change as we are waiting for the few that are streaming in and also those that voted analog. Now, he said the expectation was that the percentages would go up, not down. But in this case, the turnout went down to 64.7 something, from 65.4 to 64.7 something. Those are the contradictions that are being scrutinized. Is it that some people are seated somewhere trying to fit in numbers and then maybe come up with an agreeable result? These are not trivial matters. I've heard some guy here trying to trivialize these small things. They are not, because even 0.1% is a big number in these elections. It will make the difference. Number two, the issue that Omtata raised, I heard Smoking Wanjara ask about the 500,000. Is it 500,000 to 1.6 million who voted between 5 and 6? That's a big issue. That's a very big issue. That's a very big issue that should be explained. Then on the issue of commissioners walking away, the issue as stated by the judges, at what point should the chairman be so strong to a level that the other commissioners don't matter? Then why are they there? What is their work? Are they just there to escort the chairman to make the announcement? Okay? Are they, what is exactly their role? And do they have a say in what is finally announced by the chairman himself? Then there was the issue that Chebukati gazetted himself as a national returning officer. himself? Was it an agreed plenary discussion, or was it a decision by himself? These are weighty issues because they could mean that the scheme to hijack the whole electoral process started long time ago, right under the noses of Kenyans. Remember, the decisions have already been made. Those judges know where they are going. They have scrutinized the affidavits. They have seen the contradictions. And what they are just trying to fill in are the few loose ends that they may not be understanding in those affidavits. Thank you.
Yes, Makiadi.
Just to pick from where Guru left, I was looking at the preliminary report. If you look at the Daily Nation, you'll see the report. And it looks like from the scrutiny report, IBC actually in 6 polling stations failed to provide, like you read, their sets of from 34As, Book 2. The second set of 34As sampled were from Kericho, Kiambu, Bomet, and all those. But of most importance is the way it is said that, like, is it in Kiambu? I was just reading right now. For instance, in Kericho, I think you read that. I'm looking for the Kiambu one. In such, let me, Kiamba. Yeah, they indicated other returning officers had no explanation for the absence of Form 34A, Book 2. They indicated that they had just learned of the anomaly together with the scrutiny. The Kiamba constituency returning officer explained that her presiding officer used Book 2 because he had spoiled Book 1. They, however, were asked to provide Book 1 and they said they don't have it. So they, however, did not provide the spoiled Form 34A, Book 1 for the team's scrutiny. And the PSD, I think, what is it, presiding officer or what? What is the PSD? And the PSD did not indicate that the Form 34A, Book 2 had been spoiled. The report further states. The second set of Form 34A sampled were from Kericho, Kiambu, Bomet, and Kakamega. Now, there's another issue on the forensic image, which says on the scrutiny of IBC servers, the report states that the voter identification kits used in the election have an application that converts, images into PDF format. By the time the scrutiny exercise was concluded, the IEBC had not provided a forensic image of Form 34C, the final results transmission document for the presidential polls, to the judiciary team. The IEBC, however, committed to submitting the forensic image. You know, the forensic image is intended to assist in finding out how and when the document was filled with the results. The report has been submitted to the Supreme Court judges for review and will be subject to proceedings on Friday. So they refused to provide the Form 34C for forensic. Unajua tulifungua laboratory. Sijui kama unajua tuko na lab Ndemba. We have a lab. We can tell Stony PK ukijaza hiyo form hata ukijazia Kariandusi, we can tell what time, who filled, where, when.
Yeah.
So they refused. And this brings into issue the form that Chebukati alitumia kule.
Now the next question is, how much time does it take to convert the form from JPEG to PDF? And how many of those forms were converted from JPEG to PDF?
And for what reason?
And for what reason?
Yeah, so it's really crazy. And I think the other issue I wanted to point out here that the judges talked about, which is very critical. How does the chairman of the IEBC delegate duties to the CEO to help him tally the votes? because the commissioners were sidelined. They were given other, it's called domestic chores, like the CJ called them. But then they
waenda uoshe choo, ukikula mali kwa
enda
dining
osha
room.
vyombo, letea sisi chai, we utapanguza meza, we kazi yako ni kuhakikisha mlango imefunguliwa, vitu kama hizo. Lakini CEO, somebody who has not even been vetted, anapatiwa kazi ya kufanya tallying. And that is very crucial.
Lakini wacha nikuulize Makiadi, this image is taken, it goes straight to the commission, whatever. By the time it's going there, it is arriving as what? As a PDF or as JPEG?
It arrives, if you send it as JPEG, it arrives as JPEG.
No, Stone PK, you should be asking yourself, is the transmission process encrypted? That is the big issue. It doesn't matter whether it is arriving kama JPEG ama PDF. Is it encrypted? Ukienda kwa WhatsApp unaonanga your communication is encrypted, which means hakuna vile mtu anaweza pull your communication from the other end. In between. There cannot be interception. But with what happened with the IEBC transmission, I don't think there was any encryption, because how do you explain, like they said they had already set up that you cannot transmit a form that doesn't belong to that polling station using that kit, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So how do we end up finding a form 34, is it 34B or 34A, ya Lagjera, Starehe? How does that happen? Unless somebody messed with the settings of that system.
You see, now those are the things those are the things they need to answer. They are trying to play with their mind, especially your issue at the form at EOCG, there's a converter that converts it to PDF. How many of those were converted to PDF? Then all of them should have been in PDF. How come there were some in PDF and there were some in JPEG?
Remember in 2017, when Paul Mwite was the lawyer for the IEBC, he was asked by the CJ, former CJ, Maraga, about the security features of a ballot paper. He was asked, do they have a security feature? And then he said, out of abundance of caution. Then the CJ asked him, so if these things are supposed to have security feature, right? Then why don't we have all of those ballot papers with the same security feature?
Exactly. So we if you are saying that the thing, the KEMS kit or whatever, after scanning, the document is converted to PDF, at what point? After 9 minutes, there were upload of about, 11,000 forms. And they were in JPEG. Until what point do they change? And that is what I think we'd want to hear when the answer is given to Lenaula today later. That it is at this point that it changes. And what triggers the change? Is it a normal process? Then you should have 46,000 Form 34As in PDF. But that is not the case. So that means that for those that were changed, or maybe those that changed, there was a certain trigger. And I think that is what Lenaule is interested in. And when it is changing, you come with the original. Who are these Azimio agents who are coming that, this, I have this, then you have a different one. Now, this that Azimio has, where did they get it? Did they get it from the polling station? Because that's the question we want to ask. Who gave you, if you have a particular, they were given at the polling station. It didn't come from anywhere else. It came from the polling station.
Yeah.
So if it is coming from the polling station, then I've gone and bought an agent like Guru, and I told Guru, you will be an Azimio agent. You come with this. Then they come with another one. Those ones look similar. Then the one that you have looks different. Which one is different now? I think these are the questions that we will be hearing, and we will need them to tell us. Personally, I'm stuck at the explanation. Actually, you know, Richard Makiadi, what you said here is not what they said according to the report. According to the report, they're saying they scan it in PDF. There's nothing like converter. You have just inputted. The idea of it has something that converts. No. According to them, the scanning, their scanner scans in PDF. Is that true?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is the right position. I listened to the lawyer and he said they scan it in PDF, but you can see from what I read here, it's different. So it means somebody is lying to the court.
Yeah, there's paging.
Now, because they are lying now because they were caught.
Can you scan in PDF?
I think there's an app. I think there's an app that you can use.
No. We are not saying an app.
Hold on. The reason why I'm saying this. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, Demba.
Goja, I know you want to explain something, but we are not talking about apps. Can the schemes kit scan in PDF? How many KIMS kits could scan in PDF? Therefore, if KIMS kits, all the 46,000 plus was scanning in PDF, we should not see a JPEG. That is what I'm trying to say. You see the consistency. Go ahead.
Okay, Guru ngoja kidogo ni make point. You see, my issue is this, like I've read for you what is in the report. They said you scan the document first, and then you have an option of sending it as a PDF or a JPEG. So you're not the way the lawyer explained that you are scanning it as a PDF as per the lawyer's explanation, but you're scanning the document and then you have an option of either sending it as a PDF or a JPEG. Now, the question we should be asking is this: why do we have documents appearing on the other end that are either PDF or JPEGs and they're black and white? That's another issue.
Yeah, those are the questions. Then you see the issue, even these people telling us that what Chebukati says that an image, that image, you'll take, they'll scan it and send it. Now it's not, I don't think even it's scanning and sending. As you scan it, it goes. So how do you scan and then now convert to PDF? I mean, we will need to be, probably they'll need to demonstrate it physically. I think that is what the court should ask them, that kindly come and, scan one and send it so that we see what this thing you guys are saying. I think they should ask for physical demonstration of this scanning thing. That for me is what is not, I'm not getting.
Okay, I before I lost my point in them, but there's one thing I wanted to tell you. There are Form 34As that people noticed came from a CAM scanner. I don't know if you've heard that story. It's not. I don't know PK Yama Guru Meskeyo story.
Yes.
There are documents you've heard.
I have a CAM scanner on my phone.
Exactly. We had forms that came from a CAM scanner in the IBC, whatever.
Those are from phones.
You should be telling us, were these documents sent from the KIMS kit?
Exactly. So you see, those are the inconsistencies that I think we need to debunk, maybe as they ask tomorrow. I'll give Guru, I want to give us probably 1 minute to now, because this cannot end. We still have tomorrow today, so that now we can start taking our winding down comments. So Guru, maybe 1 minute, and then now we take our winding down comments.
Oh, yes, I'll close with only two issues. One, the issue of photoshopping was raised. I think it is one of the issues that will be explained, because as you are saying, there is a pursuit to know the truth on the conversion of these forms and whether they can be manipulated mid-air. That's what they are saying. Okay, let's wait for that one. Then you also know that there was an attempt by the defense to push that responsibility of making sure that your votes are secure on the side of the of Raila and Karua. But what I got from one of the commissioners was that it is the role of the IBC to make sure the elections are free, fair, and verifiable, whether you have agents in a station or not. Because one of the lawyers had argued that agents are like, is it spouses? And you choose your own. Therefore, meaning whatever could have happened in the stations is up to the Raila and Karua. If they did not post their agents there, it's up to them. Or if they posted agents who are not trusted, it is up to them. Whatever result came from there, they should not be taken responsible for. But what I got finally from the commissioner is that it is not the role of the contestants leading, it is the role of the IEBC to make sure the elections are free, fair, and verifiable. Thank you.
Yeah. That's an interesting observation, because we had also said here, I think 2-3 days ago when we were here, you remember Makiadi, when we said that with or without an agent, I mean, we actually were analyzing the role of an agent in the voting. The agent is just there to observe and not, and if there's anything that will happen, it will find, when now you go to court, you'll say, this is what my agent noted. Nothing more. But it is the IBC that does the tallying, does everything. So with or without an agent, you shouldn't be disadvantaged. I think that is the point. It was wrong advice to the lawyer who tried to argue that since you are not there, your votes should be stolen because you are not there to see them being stolen. It's just like me walking into your house and I say that, you left your house open. So I walked in and took, yeah, you are the one who left your house open. That's a very interesting argument that they're trying to introduce. But anyway, we can have a closing remark, PK Makiadi. Then we have some few minutes of salams alafu tufunge. Yes, PK.
Yeah, Tempa, thank you for picking where Guru has, stopped in regarding agents. And it's good that it came out because, one very interesting thing is that Kenya Kwanza, even if, God forbid, anything was to be ruled to their side, it will just be a disaster because all their arguments are just pedestrian. Very pedestrian. Oh, hawakulinda kura. Oh, they didn't do this. Pedestrian, ile hawezi kabisa. Anyway, it is good that the Supreme Court has said, if I can't afford agents, I don't really need to have them. It is the role of IBC to ensure that my votes are safe and they are counted as I receive them. Whatever I've been voted for is what should be recorded as my vote. And that is really good. It's going, as a clarity. And I hope they will be able to really make sure they cement this so that we have a new beginning. I would want to pick one thing that really stood for me, like when they said that IBC, they ask and try to ask what is the definition of IBC core business. I picked that as very key. What is their core business? What is their business? And did they ever run away from their core business and started doing other things that diverted them from concentrating and administering the elections as they are supposed to be? And it was dwelt on, and most of the things that came out is like they started side shows and all these kind of things. And that's where they even brought out the issue of the leadership. Is it the leadership that has gone disarray? You know, because if the chairman is supposed to be the team leader for the commission, what role did he play to ensure that the team held? Okay, and at what point did he, or rather did the team disintegrate? And is that fair to the Kenyans? You know, and that came in the issue of the money spent and all that, you know, time in, time out. Thank God that most of these judges were there 2017. And therefore, I would think and call upon them to be the harshest, you know, bench ever. They should not, you know, of course, they are soft spoken, but I want them to be like Hitler. Hitler was soft spoken. Apart from only very few times that you watch his movies, you would hear him shouting. But most of the time when he was nyongering people and spilling blood until he said that mpaka aone imemwagika kama mtu ndiye atasmile, he was soft spoken. So let them be soft spoken and administer the harshest judgment that can be available. The only drawback I felt is when they were asking. So if, for example, they find, I mean, what do we want as petitioners them to do regarding, you know, Chebukati, if he's culpable and all this? Those questions made me a little bit uncomfortable. Lastly, they also talked, I'm dwelling on the IBC because there was a lot of weight on them. They addressed the issue of dysfunctionality. So they said, as all we are seeing from the petitioners, it amounts to a total dysfunction of this commission. So in the event that we find them, you know, we agree with you, what should we do? I'm really waiting to see, you know, the answers or whatever they meant by pushing those questions. Then last but not the least, I would say, with all due respect, this for me is the easiest Supreme Court case that we have, easiest in quotes, because they made so gaping mistakes. Yani, that does not need a lot of research. It's straightforward, because I think ni kama vile ukiingia kwa nyumba ya guka yako unakuta ile mahali anawekanga ile hani alisahau kufunika, ilikuwa tunaita kidhembe, alisahau kufunika hiyo top, na hiyo top ilikuwa ikifunikwa kama una makucha mzuri kuifungua hawezi. So unaenda unakuta amechota akasahau kufunika, unachovya mpaka unajipaka all over, nyuki zinakukujia, so you can never hide that you are stealing honey. so IBC went on a holiday. You know, they knew they had circumvented all the systems, and they stole left, right, and center. It's being indicated even by the sampling that have been done. And look at them; they have not learned. They are refusing to open the so-called server. What they have shown and what they have done is unbelievable. So for me, I tend to think the judges, the Supreme Court, as one of the easiest courts, and I still insist they have to disband it, nullify it, and pronounce Baba as the leader. No rerun. Thank you. Back to you, Themba.
Thank you. Makiadi.
Yeah, I would like to begin on a lighter note. I think all of us are sunk into what is happening at the Supreme Court. But I was actually impressed in a way with what the governors are doing in the counties. The other day, we saw our new kid on the block called Sakaja walking around town in Nairobi asking where all this garbage is coming from, you know, the heaps, as if he had landed from heaven. The other day, I think yesterday, nimeona Simba Arati amesimamisha madriver kwa stadium, kila mtu asimame kando ya gari yake, and I think that is very interesting. Stone BK the guy is asking kama county kona magari 67, why do we need 200 and something drivers? I think that is funny, because there's a comedian ambaye anaitwa Njugush who captured it very well. Alienda mahali amefuga kuku akasema anataka kusimamisha kuku wake wote kando na mayai yake ndio tujue ni nani ghost chicken. I think that's very interesting. So that's how the
Hiyo inaitwa
government.
head count December, na ilikuwa inafanywa kwa City Council during my dad's time. Head count, City Stadium. I
So
witnessed that.
I asked myself, so huyo driver mwenye unahesabu akiwa amesimama kwa gari yake akichukua off, ni nani atabaki na hiyo gari ama ataenda nayo nyumbani?
You know, but Makiadi said that even if you'd allocate one car, 2 people, then you'd have at least 84 times 2, 168.
170.
Yeah, so
168.
yeah, so when you're having 256, I mean, there's some genuine concern, you know, even if alafu some of those key things that came out. I know I do not necessarily agree with that way of doing things. It's a Magufuli way that is a lot more populist, and its sustainability is wanting, but it achieves results in the moment because he was able to ascertain that they are paying for a comprehensive insurance, yet what is given to the drivers is a third party. You see, that is one. 2, you have 84 vehicles, but a few of them are not even, I mean, just a few of them are working, I mean, are operational. Most of them are not operational. But you have 256 drivers who are earning salaries. You see, that's something that is wanting. Is it the correct approach? I don't think so. You know, you can do a head count. That requires a lot of you trust of institutions. You know, when you want to build an institution that's gonna sustain delivery, you need to first of all, truncate it, in my view. You know, make it a more, because it's a systemic issue. It's not just the driver. You know, it's not just the driver that you want to fire or the driver that is being paid. It is a system issue. It's a whole system issue. Because the driver was not bringing himself to work. He was not paying himself. There were those people who were paying him. There's probably someone who was benefiting from that too. So it's a whole system thing, you know, from the person in charge of transport to the person in charge of payment to the person in charge of procuring those services. I mean, it's a whole system. It is climbing a tree from the top. That is what I can say. He might achieve the populist agenda that it comes with it, that is working, but I don't think it's sustainable.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But I might be from a different school of thought, because I think in ile tunasemanga moto ya makaratasi inaishanga haraka sana, and then we are back to default. On the other side, the Trans Nzoia governor, who is from the security background, is saying that kama yeye anafika kwa ofisi saa 12, then he expect all county workers wafike before him asubuhi. But that is just besides the point. Niliuliza Bob hapa ile truck yenye tulipeleka Kanta, tulipeleka Supreme Court PK ikiwa imebeba mabox. Hizo box zilikuwa nini? Na tulikuwa tumepeleka uniform huko. Because it looks like we have not achieved anything with our Form 34As, but I don't know the strategy that they are doing. Anyway, that's just beside the point. I want to say this. I was actually impressed by our judges, and I want to reiterate that our judges, we have the best judges in Africa. I just love that quote. I would sit the whole day listening to Martha Koome, listening to Smoky Nwanjala, listening to the brilliant Lenaola, listening to the ever smart Njoki Ndongo. I think we have the best brains kwa ile Supreme Court yetu, and I think whichever way it goes, I think we are setting standards. The only people that are letting us down as a country are the politicians, because when you listen to the arguments that are being prosecuted in the Supreme Court, you feel like we are at a level that no other African country has reached. So I want to actually.
Where are our lawyers?
No, the lawyers are a different breed. The lawyers are there to make money and to sell false hope to their clients. You can't blame them for that. That is what they are being paid to do. So whichever way it goes, I still insist that we have set precedent. We have shown the world that truly we have the brains. Hata kama wanatudharau huko nje, at least mtu akikaa chini aone Supreme Court proceedings, you can see the substance. You'd love to see what is happening at the Supreme. Ni kama movie, Ndemba siku ile unaonanga game ya Arsenal na Man U na wote wanachapa. Utaki hiyo 90 minutes ishe. So hata jana nilisikia wanataka kufunga maswali, nasema jaribuni kuuliza zingine. Naona Smoky Nwanjala anachukua 9 minutes, but you feel it's still not enough. You want them to ask more questions so that you can learn. They are making this constitution very easy to understand. So I just look forward for another great day. I know we are about to kwenda huko sahi. So let's hope to see wonders today. Now, I want to also mention the issue about the Marjan. Marjan is another Chebukati. I think Marjan has elbowed the 4 commissioners. Marjan, Chebukati, Bolu, and Gulie look like they are a cabal of cartels. It's like they have entrenched themselves as dynasties in the IEBC, and they are working as a unit to sell the democracy of Kenyans to the highest bidder, and that is what happened in this election. Whether the Supreme Court upholds or what do you call the other, upholding, invalidates this election, tumejua watu ambao walikuwa ni highest bidders wa hii election na ni hao watu watatu. But Marjan, with the role that he played, I think the Supreme Court should hold these people accountable, from the chairman hata CEO
anaitwa Marijuana.
Yeah, kama alipatikana alihusika kwa kutali easy votes, he must be held accountable. I think we have to set a precedent whereby vile Supreme PK unasemanga unaweza chukua hii kitu mnyang'anye huyu kama alijulikana aliba upatie mwingine. It's possible. It's the Supreme Court. It can make its own laws. If they find it necessary, hata kama ni kunyang'anya huyu apatie mwingine, ndio ikue funzo. Unajua kuna kitu unaambiwanga na unaambiwa na ikue funzo kwa mtu mwingine ambaye atafikiria kitu kama hiyo. Let them do it. Let them do it. If they are afraid that if we go for a rerun, we'll be in a constitutional crisis, then let them do the necessary according to their wisdom. But we can never, ever as a country allow fraud to dictate our future. Because if the Supreme Court says that I think tukinalify hii kitu basi tutakuwa na constitutional crisis, kwa hivyo tumwachilie tu, hata kama aliba kuiba sana, wacha tumwachilie tu ndio tusiwe na constitution. I think we will be showing the rest of the world a bad trajectory, and I hope that the Supreme Court in its own wisdom will try to make things right going forward. If we let this one go, then I think there will be no election in future in our country. That is it. That will be it. Mungoje 2027. Ujamaa run for a second term. I don't think people will vote. Now, I don't think there will be any need to vote because it will be a land of cartels. People will just go to declare themselves winner as long as you know that you can talk to the IEBC, or you can talk to the person who has connection with the IEBC, na utafanyika leader. And then finally, on a lighter note, wacha tu niseme, I think ile kanta tumekuwa tukiambiwa tulibeba nazo boxes, jana ilitoka kama imebeba maswali. I think Githu Muigai was the driver. I think Tanboy wake alikuwa Kioko Kilukumi. Hiyo maswali walirushiwa, I think walitoka na kanta hapo. So let's hope we see. Let's wait and see ile majibu watakuja nayo. I hope wako na trailer ya kuleta majibu. Thank you.
No, you're right. You're right. You know, Makiadi, that counter had the documents, and the documents obviously had to be sampled. So those are the documents they used to sample and get to know what the other thing. But they are there, all this, the irregularities that they noticed. Now, I want to say this. Give it to Simba Arati for his populist ideology. Personally, I'm not. That's not my ideological approach to solutions.
How would you do it, Simba? Tell us, for those who have, just share how you would have handled it yourself. Today you are governor of Kisii. How would you do it? Just
if I was Arati and I'm the governor of Kisii, I would first of all create a system. You know, a system is as strong as the weakest link, and the driver is a small person in that chain. These people don't employ themselves in the county. There's a point at which they were employed. So the road starts from the person at the head of the employment. And even the person at the head of the employment has another boss, right? If you clean that system from up, then you spread, you know, it starts percolating slowly. You know, it's something that if like they say, the fish, if the head has rotten, even the other body will rot. So huyu driver alijiajiri? No, someone employed him, right? So who is the head of transport? So start from the management. I believe that each county has county managers. They have people, HR managers, who are in charge of those positions. You bring them on. There's someone in charge of transport. How often will you be having to carry out this kind of thing that bring all the vehicles here? You are doing a job that your traffic commandant should be doing, where you tell him, hey, I need this report by Monday in my office. All right? At that point, you've already sent, of course, your own people who are going to do that work. But this thing, because these drivers, say 256 drivers, those are give each person, let's say he wants to remain with 84. So he picks the 84 minus 254. You have 100 and something. Let's say 170 drivers who are left there. Now each driver, give him a family. Say each person has married one wife. All right. See, each of them has 2 kids. You see. So it goes on and on. So by the time you're thinking you're solving only a driver's problem, it translates into another social issues that you'll have to deal with. Issue of unemployment will follow. Issue of probably children not going to school because their dad was unceremoniously relieved from his work. So it's a social economic issue. It's not just an issue of a driver driving one particular vehicle. So you would come up with a program to get off these GOTS workers, but that is going to solve the whole of social economic issue that is facing the Kisii people. So for me, just coming up and saying, bring this vehicle, do this, that is populism. It will work. Probably people will think he's doing a great job. But you wake up, and then you are going into a county. Your first week of operation is to call drivers to see who is a ghost worker. That's in my view is an interesting approach. The drivers don't like you, Stone PK. If you walked into your house and you found someone working in your farm, you know, where do you start?
What does he do in that farm?
No, where do you start? You start by asking him, "What are you doing? Get out of my farm."
No, I want to know what he's doing. What does he do? What is his assignment? Because you need what we call quick impact solution, and they've worked. Remember, if you want to cut wage, that is the way to go, and then you deal with the management. That's how we do it in NGO and all this. You go to a project, you find it goes.
No, NGO doesn't work like that. NGOs that have used that approach in Africa, let me tell you, John BK, NGOs that have used those approaches in Africa, they have left Africa with unsustainable projects.
Let's leave it at that.
These things people tell me NGO come from the US, go to Africa, you're doing a project. You do what you want, not what the people want. You want sustainability. That's why you talk about sustainable development goals. If you can't sustain it, you can do it immediately, but after you leave, that thing is not sustainable. So I mean, this, but it's populist. He will be saying he's working. Like I see people saying, "Oh, and he's big." Head count of drivers can be done with your chief transport officer. Clear the top. Okay, let's say hi to people down there. Yeah, someone thinks, yeah, and it's okay. I mean, if you think I'm wrong, that's okay. It's okay for you to think I'm wrong.
Umesahau Guru Ndemba.
Guru si alikuwa ametoa yake, alisema ametoa yake mwisho.
Oh.
Okay. If you think I'm wrong, uko sawa. If you think I'm right, uko sawa. So don't worry. I mean, this is a room, house of debate. The answered will. So if you think kuna mtu ananiambia, Themba, you are wrong, completely wrong. It's okay. You are right. I'm wrong. That's okay. Yeah. So usijali. Yeah. Uko sawa. Alright. So let's say hi to people now before we go. Salimikeni sasa, na kama kawaida tunasalimianga tu watu ambao wamesema wamepiga blue. Kama hujapiga blue, enda tafuta salamu zako Sugoi, eh?
Anu wapike yasha salimiana kabisa.
Ay.
Anu tunakuona. Thank you very much. Sasa mbona mnacheka bwana, ni kama
unajua KBC PK KBC ilikuwa na jamaa mmoja alikuwa anajulikana kama anachelewa mwana wa Nanjero. So Anu wa PK hapa anachelewa.
Alafu nakumbuka John Shoto Mnyololo.
John huyo na Dugire mwana wa Dugire.
Alafu Kiango Mmanyi na Kadengo mwana wa Lea alikuwa anasalimiwa kila wakati.
Nakwambia.
Nakisikia tu PK hapa mbio.
Wacha anachape blue kwanza ndio tufurahi.
Unajua jana ama ni juzi kuna mwingine alikuja pia anachezea anang'ang'ania PK hapa. Unakumbuka Makiadi?
Alikuwa nani?
Sijui kama alikuwa ni nani. Ni Joy Njoki ama ni nani? Joy Njoki.
Na Joy Ombesa amekuambia Themba wewe uko power sana, na Richi pia. Hata PK na Guru tuko BA.
Joy Ombesa huyu anapenda Lingala. Sasa yeye ni fan wa Makiadi. Makiadi alimpigia wimbo hapa the other day pigeni blue hapo chini. Naona unafurahi sana vile Dennis
Bianchi blue kabisa. Hata leo na mimi pia nimepiga blue bana. Naona tuko poa kabisa na Makiadi hapa.
Mliamua leo
Blue is the color eh.
Makiadi tutajuaje? Labda ni Chelsea.
Blue is
labda ni Chelsea.
Mimi hapana fuatana na Chelsea. Mimi ni mtu wa Arsenal. Piga blue. Watu wapiga blue.
Joki ampiga blue hapo.
Ana hapo. Pigeni blue bana. Pigeni blue na mseme mko wapi ndio tuweze kuwapatia shout out. Makiadi hapa, Stone PK napeana shout. Sisi hapa sasa ni salamu, wakati wa salamu sasa. Sema uko wapi? Yeah.
Father Darius ndio huyo mzee. Kumbe yuko
Dani Darius mtu wa nguvu. North Carolina, Dennis Dianga ako North Carolina. Makiadi uko wapi wewe?
Huyo ako North Carolina huyo. Jirani yangu.
Margarita. Unajua kwa nini kwa Kitaliano wanasema Margarita? Margaret
ndio huyo. Amepigia blue.
Chapa blue na unasema uko wapi? Mr. Ondigi yako Minnesota. Nasema nimesora. Zafran Ali ako Washington. Asante sana. Ukipiga blue ukisema mahali huko tunataja wewe na tunakupatia shout out hapa. Makiadi, tuko hapa Makiadi jamaa. Sisi ndio tuko. Wale mnaonanga hapo wanakuja wanapiga kelele hapa. Msiwazoe sana tio sijui Sara au sijui nani. Sasa unaona sisi ndio tumebaki. Ni sisi ndio tuko.
Sisi ndio tuko sisi. Usiache mbachao kwa mswala upitao ama
wanasema mswala upitao.
Wale wanataka kutajwa na Makiadi mwanze sasa. Makiadi anawataja chap. Makiadi kuna Joy Obesa hapo, endelea.
Joy Obesa anasema yuko New Jersey, asante sana. Naona nani mwingine? John Kamau anasema yuko Nyeri. Sijui yako Nyeri pande gani? Mokoroini ama ni wapi? Inaonekana yeye ni constituent wa Rigiji, Unajua Rigiji ni nani Ndemba?
Jamaa Mshere.
Walisema ana jina ya kizungu sasa wakamuita Rigiji. Rigathi Gachagua. Nani mwingine hapa naona Moses Kuria, wacha uongo. Okay, sawa. Hakuna mwingine anasema yuko wapi? Dennis
kuna jamaa umemruka huyo. Huyo anaitwa Mohamed Isse ako Toronto, Canada.
Asante. Tutafutie mtu anaitwa Mise huko. Sijui alisema ama alikuwa observer.
Swagmoto Calvin sako Australia, tunasema asante. Anaitwa nani? Mohamed Isse. Jamaa mwingine anaitwa nani? Anaitwa tupe mali huko. DP pia anasema ako Dallas, Texas. Baba waache mchezo, we will get him the presidency through all means. Safi. Nani huyu anasema? Joseph Ogilo anasema niko Kericho. Au toa ujumbe. Manchester United fan kwa South Sudan. South Sudan anasema namna gani?
Stone PK ongea na vizuri hapa bana. Stone PK. Hapumui bana. Stone PK. Blue.
Anasema yuko Buruburu, Nairobi kuko vipi? Doha, Metrin Tumu anasema yuko Doha na hata loud and clear, safi. Tiara Oscar anasema yuko Barcelona City.
Inajulikana kama Barcelona. Usisahau hiyo R.
Espanol wanasema. Española. ¿Cómo está Tiara Oscar?
George Mengich anasema kwamba Ruto will be sworn in 13th. Ujaluo utapeleka Kisumu.
Huyu anaanza na makali. Yaani sasa wewe
Mengich.
Watu wako na raha, wanafurahi asubuhi, wewe umekuja na makali yako.
Tunaambia Mengich Kongoi misingi borwe.
Asante sana.
Nasema Corale, North Carolina.
Unasikia unanisumbua, anasema watu wa Nakuru. Hoye, ni Nakuru gani? 58 ama gani ama ni inaitwa Kimunyu, mahali Nyomba huwa anatoka. Ni Kimunyu ama ni Kimunyu?
Kimunyu.
Nasa Collect
Nasa Hassan. Laughing the show from Don Hall, Nairobi.
Doni. Nasa Hassan anasema akolokti kutoka Qatar.
tar namna gani? Unanisumbua. Diana, tuambie uko wapi na unapiga blues. Sasa saizi ni wakati wa blue. Watu wa Kayelo na watu ambao waliiba drum na wajui mahali pa kuicheza. Toeni jam sasa. Estoy bien, gracias. Ay, gracias. Gracias. Yeah. Sasa como estás? Hasta la vista. Tuonana kesho. That's how it goes. Hasta manana. Yeah.
Viniest Kirui anasema the fifth will be Kenya William Ruto. Keep cheer. Nasema tukutane Kasarani. Kasarani utaenda, itakuwa Kisirani ndugu.
Kasarani itakuwa Kisirani.
Kasarani itakuwa Kisirani.
Hamna neno.
Ndush anasema Mutua things fall apart. Sijui ni Mutua gani huyo.
Elizabeth Nafuna Makanu wako Saudi Arabia. Asante sana.
Inaitwa Mahanu. Usisahau hiyo H iko hapo. Usiseme Makanu, useme Makanu inakani Mahanu, Elizabeth Nafula Mahanu. Usisahau Masakhala. Unakumbuka kulikuwa na minister anaitwa Masakhalia. Masakhalia alikuwa minister of finance, jamaa mmoja mfupi lakini
Dr. Masakhalia alikuwa daktari.
Jamaa alikuwa amekula kitabu sana, nakumbuka.
Ellen Mzalendo ako mali kunaitwa Hamburg, Ujerumani. Gerald Mondi. Mko wapi jamani? Alafu mnapoendelea kusalimiwa pale, tafadhali kama huja subscribe kwa channel yangu Themba and Lulu Show, tafadhali pitia pale tu. I mean ni bure kusubscribe, na subscribe tu pale, pitia pale tafadhali subscribe. Themba tunapoendelea kuwapata salamu. Hiyo ni channel yangu pamoja na msichana wangu.
Hebu Themba nisomee hiyo David Angwenye anasema yuko wapi? Soma hiyo jina.
Connecticut.
Inasomwa hivyo kweli? Stone PK sijui kama anatusikia. Stone PK
wacha nisome Kikenya, inasomeka Connecticut.
Stone PK nisomee hiyo jina, iko katikati hapo. Hata asikii Stone PK.
Yuko busy.
Inaitwa Canary Cat. Unasikia hiyo?
Asante sana Joe Beza, uliweza kusubscribe. Asante sana tafadhali, tumeshukuru sana. Go there, Themba and Lulu Show, subscribe. Unatusaidia, unatupa motisha, unapatia msichana wangu ile motivation ya kuweza kucheza. Anacheza violin, nenda pale uone amecheza violin. Mimi na yeye tuna discuss. Ali turn 14 jana. She turned 14. It was her 14th birthday yesterday. She's so excited about it. And of course kuna vitu mingi nafanya. So nenda pale Themba and Lulu Show uweze kupata story mingi sana tunaongea juu ya mambo ambayo labda si zingine majamaa wanaogopa kuongea na their daughters, so sisi tunaongea issue kama issues to do with the adolescent relationships, drugs, vitu zote, sex and all that tunaongea pamoja. So just go there. You can get one or two. If your kids are grown, that's okay. But for those who are still, want to learn something, kuja hapa, and many other life skills. So hiyo ni ya kule.
Hapa kuna taabu sana hapa iko taabu. Sijui Stone PK alifanya nini huko.
Ile siku walipotea hapa. So unajua Stone PK alipotea the next day.
Ile siku tulimtuma kutafuta gitaa, nakumbuka. Achukua mwaka mzima. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Jose Makopio anasema from Eldoret ROA, yani RAO, hiyo ni Raila Amolo Odinga the 5th.
Man, thanks Themba. I'll find in a 17-year-old. Yeah, come there. Come. We talk about everything. Even you guys can come there. You give us. We were going to start live shows coming soon, and you guys can come join us. That's a 17-year-old, any teenage. Kama uko na teenager, that's a place to come. Learn a lot. Yeah.
Tiara.
Anakufuata.
Tiara nauliza Themba, ina maana ushahidi tushamaliza, yaliyobaki ni maamuzi ya mahakama? Hapana Tiara, leo ndio utajionea sinema.
Leo itakuwa ni kama sinema, ni kama video leo.
Hii ndio ile unasikia inaitwa video na drama leo. Enda utazame, hujajionea sinema. Hiyo ya juzi na hiyo siku nyingine haiko hata video. Ngoja utaona sinema leo.
Kwanza leo silali na iangalia yote.
Leo
silali. Naenda tu
wewe hata
ana kidogo.
Hata kuruhusu kulala. Unaona vile
lazima tuwe pamoja ndio tushinde hii kitu bwana. Hii nataka watu wawili
huyu anasema huyu Alan Onyanda anasema prime tiers loading. Walikuja akatuambia ati prime tiers loading wakati wa Kakamega na Mombasa. Bado prime tiers zetu bado zina load tu.
tumezoea kutishwa.
Hapa Mbesa anasema tuko pamoja. Thank you.
Heidelberg ni wapi Ndemba? Wewe umetembea?
Heidelberg is in Germany.
Ujerumani, sawa.
Yeah.
Simba Umar Said anasema
inaitwa Heidelberg. That is Deutschland.
Ni Deutschland.
Simba Umar, guten Nacht. Wie geht's?
Watu wapige shout out waseme wako wapi bana. Tuwasalimie.
Wakati wa salamu.
Tunataka kutuma salamu sasa. Watu waache mambo.
Hapo sasa.
Tunataka kusalimia watu sasa.
Unajua lazima watume salamu
Brian Richard anasema yuko Bedfordshire. Hey.
That's UK?
I think so. UK ndio ina majina mingi zimeshikanishwa namna hiyo. Bed na ni Ford na ni Shire.
Emba na Makiadi wa Kenya wametamba dunia hii. Wallahi sijui ni wapi wanapata Kenya.
We are global. Wakenya wako global.
Niliambiwa hata ukienda Iceland utapata watu huko.
Utapata Wakenya.
Naona nani Miriam M anasema yuko Bayern. Wewe ni supporter wa Munich, Bayern Munich, unajua
Bayern Munich
Ujerumani.
Wajerumani wanasalimiana aje ile? Wanasema guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Anasema thank you, anasema bitte.
Bitte, ich liebe ihn.
Na Wakenya mumetamba kweli. Magi anasema yuko Nakuru. Nani mwingine?
Kuna Abdullahi anasema yuko
Gothenburg. Huko ni wapi huko?
Germany tu.
Germany.
Abdullahi.
Beatrice Akinya anasema
ukiona hiyo mabagi hiyo mifuko ni ya huko Germany.
Aha. Beatrice Akinya anasema yuko Midland, Texas, kule kwa mafuta sasa huko. Ndemba.
Wow.
Huko ndio kwa mafuta sasa.
Guten Morgen. Yeah, Guten Morgen.
Alles Gute.
No, anasema Guten Morgen ni Sweden bana. Gothenburg ni Sweden. It's in Sweden.
Sweden. Gothenburg iko Sweden. Okay, that's Europe, So jamaa wa Europe.
Kuna Julia Ngi anasema I love your discussions. Niko Orongai, yani Ongata Rongai,
wow.
Unajua akiweka ile apostrophe PK anafikiria ni Ujerumani. Ni ile
alafu Bakiadi ambia watu wanaishi Rongai waache kuambia watu Ushagat wanaishi Nairobi. Rongai is not Nairobi.
Ni Kajiado huko.
Ni Kajiado, huyo ni Kajiado County. Ana anasema kesho ni tomorrow is my birthday. Stone PK.
Happy birthday. Ke chocolate
nani akona birthday? Nani akona birthday?
Huyo.
Happy birthday. Tomorrow today. Is today,
Ndemba angekuimbia, ungesema mapema Ndemba.
Kuimbia happy birthday kesho. Amesema ni kesho.
Sirodumo anatutazama kutoka Phoenix, Arizona. Nasikia Arizona hakuna maji saa hii bwana. Nasikia kumekauka. Mito haina maji.
Wewe nani Richie, hebu highlight hiyo message ya Ann bwana tuone tena. Unajua inatuliza roho.
Wewe najua ile unataka kuona si message. PK unaona sisi ni wageni hapa. Najua ile kitu nataka kuona. Wewe unaaja na birthday bana.
Okay.
Wewe unaaja na birthday wewe.
Mimi niko Kajiado. Akinyi Amolo ako Kajiado. Asante. Joburg. Eric Owiso ako Joburg, South Africa.
Wow. Freddy Sunday anasema salamu kutoka Albany, New York. NY.
New York, eh?
Ndema mimi ninaona ukipotea huwezi kosa mahali ya kulala bana.
So unaona tuko New York, tuko Toronto, Canada,
mahali,
tuko
bana,
Australia, tuko German, Bayern, eh? Bayern Munich, eh? Munich inagonga. Bayern Munich is one of the
Ujerumani, Ujerumani. Kuna Bayern Mönchengladbach inaitwa hiyo, na ingine inaitwa Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich na Bayern.
Ndio. Kuna Bayern Munich na kuna ile Mönchengladbach ama inaitwa nini. There are two teams, but zote ni za Ujerumani. Evelyn Nyambogi anasema sasa watu wa vijiji hatutambuliki. Sema kijiji yenye unataka tu.
Sema kijiji ile unataka, acha story zako bana. Sasa wewe
Evelyn, tunatambua vijiji zote.
Umeambiwa uache kuruka bana.
Nani amesema niruke?
Nyambogi sema tu uko UK, United Kisumu. Hiyo pia ni sawa tu.
Huyo sio United Kisumu, ni jirani yako hapo. I'm blessed, tunajua yuko Australia. Asante sana kuwa pamoja nasi. Kuna
Australia. Salimia your niece sana. Mwambie tuko hapa.
Mary Aluch
Qatar. Alan Onyando anasema yuko Europe, ana relax.
Mkari anasema yuko New Jersey, Jersey City. Asante sana.
Beatrice Ayuma anasema I'm watching you from Doha, Qatar. Beatrice Ayuma, ria sana.
Jono Gilo, acha mchokozi bana. Wewe ndio ofisi ile kubwa yenyewe.
Chepukati tutakula lunch hapo hapo the new restaurant hapo Jijani.
Soma hii Makiadi, soma hii Aziana.
Aziana juu yake kwanza kuna mtu anauliza
salamu.
Mtu anauliza Makiadi ni
mwe. Salamu kwa ndugu yangu Temba akiwa hapo Texas.
Na peke yake kwani ampokezi. Tembeni City jameni. Unaongea kama ile ya Kijaluo jameni. Na tumeko salamu kwa ndugu yangu Temba akiwa hapo Texas, na PK akiweko hapo New Jersey.
Hebu ngoja Temba, ngoja kidogo. Huyu ni Adams amejitokezea hapa. Unaona ameweka picha ya akiwa Mombasa. Unajua Adams alienda holiday. Sijui kama unajua.
Wapi Adams alienda holiday? Ndio maana unaona hata
anaogelea.
Na hata nani alipotea?
Adams
nani alipotea?
Yufin huwa anakuja. Adams ndio huyo anaogelea kwa maji ya chumvi, anasema Ndemba Makiadi.
Lakini si Yufin Adams pia amepotea siku mbili hajakuja hapa.
No, unajua Adams tangu kura ipigwe Adams hajaonekana hapa. Tangu kura ipigwe Adams hajakuwa pamoja nasi hapa. Adams, ogelea maji ya barafu, ujue tunakuhitaji hapa. Ukuje utuambie kwa nini
huyu Chamoge Odimus, shida iko wapi wewe bana? Wewe
Temba Margaret ndio huyo umetengeza siku yake, anasema umeiunda vizuri kabisa.
Nani? Margarita.
Margarita Magi.
Margarita.
Na Miriam anawaambia niko Bayern in Munich. I'm a Munich and this part is called Bavaria. Bavaria.
Alafu SGG anasema niko Kopaska, northern part of Iceland. Hey, manze. Wa Kenya tumetamba global, we are global.
I'm telling you, kuna mtu anasema na Masaku John Dinda. Masaku gani? Masaku iko wapi? Machakos, Mayakos. Iko moja.
Kule Yesu alitembelea yu ya maji.
Iko heta mmoja hapa anasema yuko Kisumu Bondo, anaitwa Shagi Kibet. Utakuwaje Kisumu na ukue Bondo at the same time?
Wewe Bondo si Kisumu. Na kwa wale ambao mnakuja saizi, hii ni wakati tu wa salamu, tunasema salamu, na ni wakati wa umbea kiasi. So kama uko na umbea pia unashare. Si wakati kama wewe ni mtu serious, utoke hapa tu uende sio ufanye kazi serious. Sasa ni wakati
Yufin nilikwambia nakuja hapa. Yufin tumekuona, asante
salimia. Tunaona nani amekuja, Adams amekuja naye akakuja. Yufin
Adams ametuma picha akiogelea na nimeona hapo peke yake. Bill James anasema watching you from Canada, Edmonton.
Nani yako Seattle, Washington. Kitambo ulikuwa unasema hiyo sito.
Seattle mwambie asalimie Megi huko.
Unajua kina PK ndio wanasema niko Seattle. Siaro. Bana suite tu Siato. Hii Siaro mingi ni ya nini?
Sema uko wapi kama unataka kupigiwa salamu. Tuko na time ya kupiga salamu na umbea kidogo hapa na pale. Unaona?
Sema uko wapi tukusalimie. Salamu.
Tumealikwa Sin City.
Salamu ni nusu ya kuonana.
Anasema kazi serious tema. Kazi serious ni ya Stone PK hapo. Unaona Stone PK bila ako serious hapa na cheki. Hakuna mtu anakuchezea hapo.
Na kusorora nimekusorora nimekudekea
Cyprian Kamumi ako Twin Cities of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thank you so much.
You feel sina shida na wewe. Nimeona mzee anaogelea, sina shida mimi.
Kama uko serious enda Spice FM, lakini hatuauzi. Hujawataja, enda kwingine. hapa tu ni salamu. So naumbea kiasi. So tunakuwa na umbea.
Kwani lazima unione kando ya Adam jameni.
Mary anasema yuko Funyula. Unaona Mary Awori yako Funyula. Hiyo Mary Awori anasema yuko Funyula.
Funyula. Rio sana Mary. Sikia vile inakuwa strong. Rio sana Mary.
I'm blessed anaenda Germany for 1 year. Makiadi anaenda Germany. Tafuta huyu anajiita nani? Kuna huyu yuko Germany anaitwa nani? Sema jina lako. Mnaweza tafutana mkatupigia mapicha huko kutumia pia mtuonyeshe.
Linet wa Bomba ni jirani yako huko Texas, Ndemba. Sijui kama unajua hivyo.
Linet wa Bomba bana alipotea bana.
Huyu hapa ndio huyu ni mtu wa Texas huko. Ndio huyu.
Linet mimi niko Cheburu from Texas. Yaani Linet huko hapa tu jirani yangu mwezi.
Jirani yako huko.
Niko makini Linet. Lakini unajua Texas kubwa anaweza kuwa yuko Austin ama yuko Boston.
Ni wapi huko kuna flood huko?
Labda yuko kule pembe za kule chini kule karibu sijui wapi kule bodaboda kule ambako sisi wenyewe hatukufahamu bwana. Yes, watu wa Bongo mara mingi kuna mambo ambayo tunayasema polepole.
Haya, Yupina Adam ndio. Salamu tumezipokea.
Ndemba huko ni wapi wewe ndio unajua? Linet wa Bomba anasema yuko sijui ni wapi yuko
That's like 3 hours from here. Let me see.
Ni Texas bado
Yeah, it's Texas.
Okay.
Let me just see. I give you that me right now.
Eric Hatambi. Jina bwana. Eric Hatambi anasema hamjambo, mimi niko Mombasa. Asanteni sana kwa ile kazi mlifanya maridadi sana ya kumchagua governor wa ODM.
Samuel Alwoch.
Yulis is 3 hours
from Migori PK.
Not 3 hours,
brother.
Not 3 hours.
Build that to tune.
Yulis is 21 minutes from where I stay.
21 minutes.
Super. Thank you.
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, 21 minutes.
Wow, huyo ni jirani yako huko.
Actually,
Jacob to invite Sin City.
Yulis is not 21, 38 minutes from where I stay.
Huyo ni jirani yako basi.
So wewe Linet wa Bomba nunua kahawa.
Nunua kahawa pale kidogo.
Hapana, anunue ile
nishane mawaidha.
Tuongee mambo ama hiyo. What will happen, tutakutana na Linet wakati baba ameingia, tunapiga blue.
Efren anauliza uko wapi? Dallas.
Niko Dallas. Naishi makini.
Salimia yako Margaret.
Mary Awori, Sweden.
Sema Ziana anasema salimia yako Margaret akiwa Nakuru.
Muulize tu kama kale kakuku kanaitwa Susan kama kipato chako.
Unajua Makiadi, hao watu ambao wanatupatia wanaribu pattern. Itakuja Germany, Australia, wapi alafu
Douglas Mudhamba ananiuliza PK, you said marijuana.
Yulis is my neighbor.
10 minutes from
Kwa hivyo tutakuwa wengi ambao tutapiga pati hapa. Naona Nyabwansu yuko 10 minutes.
Hata Cyprian Kambuni anasema
Cyprian
ni
Kambuni, Linet
makini.
Wagumba. Safi. Tuko wengi, tutapiga pati pale Arlington. Tunaweza patana Arlington kwa Cyprian, nani Nyabwansu Fred. Nyabwansu. Team Dallas, team Mutembei Dallas. Actually tutapiga live one of these 5 days. Sisi team Mutembei ya Dallas. That is Nyabwansu Fred. Tutakuwa na Linet wa Bomba, tutakuwa na Cyprian. Kama uko Dallas, tafadhali piga hapo like, piga like, tupatane, tupige siku moja live ya team Mutembei Dallas.
Kuna mmoja hapa anasema anaitwa Esther Kado, anasema na watch kutoka Seattle. Mwingine ananiambia amesikia niko North Carolina. Hapana, mimi siko North Carolina.
Ako North Carolina huyo jamaa.
Mimi siko North Carolina. Siku ile mtaenda Blue ndio tutahamia huko.
John Ogola, tunataka majani. Uko wapi? Sema John Ogola. Tunataka majani.
DPP pia yuko Euless, Texas. Unaona tuko wengi Makiadi already, hao ni watu wangapi? 5.
Nyinyi mnatosha kufungua kampuni hapo.
Tutafungua team Mutembei Dallas chapter very soon. Tutawapigia live show hapa noma. Kuna Cyprian yuko Euless, DPP yuko Euless, Cyprian yuko huku.
Linet yuko huko.
Linet yuko hapa. So very watch this space.
Makiadi join Jokia na ngoja. Leo ni Friday. Ulimwangilia
no,
nini?
Friday anajua kawaida yetu lazima tuwawekee santuri. Utakuja
na
kesho.
Kesho tunapigia santuri. Makogoti ako Atlanta Georgia.
Atlanta Georgia.
Kakamega ingo. Safi.
Watching from Kakamega. Miriam Kiteha ututengenezee kuku tutakuja.
Trufosa anasema yuko Longview, Texas. I don't know how far that is with the Arlington, because the central place tutakutana ni Arlington. Sasa kama unaangalia unatengeza map yako na Arlington, how far it is from there? Kuna nini?
Pia anauliza CK nasi.
Haya, kuna mmoja anasema kumbe huwa mnasoma comments. Haya basi, pokeeni salamu kutoka Mombasa. We painted it blue. Anaitwa Karen Roche.
Congratulations. We love you.
Ukikaa mpaka saizi wakati wa jioni Kenya time, ukiamka asubuhi utapata tukisoma comments na tunakupigia salamu, tutakupatia shout out. Na pia ukitaka kusalimia watu tunasalimia hapo chini. Utawala Githunguri Nairobi, Philip wa Utawala. Safi, tumekuwa na Mariam Kiteka.
Asante. Nimeahidiwa kuku.
Good night.
Nimeahidiwa kuku.
Lala unono.
Nani amekuahidi kuku?
Nimeahidiwa kuku ndio hiyo.
Ngoja lazima tukule watu wangu.
Amesema lazima tukule kuku.
Also find your bearing from Arlington, 1 hour 30 minutes from Dallas. You can check how far you are from Arlington. That's where the party.
Leo nimepata.
Concept
Leo ni mavuno. Nimevuna
Makiadi umevuna. Unajua DA atakuja hapa kama ameblaze, atakuja ameblaze baya.
Anaitwa Concepta Imbosa rio sana.
Moki ni Wanjala Loya Kioko.
Umeona vile tuko na Waluya wa nguvu bwana, akina Smoking Wanjala, na anakuuliza swali kama anacheka na kusongesha miwani namna hii.
Na kumbe inakunyonga kama mshale ya roho.
Ukiona miwani inarudishwa namna hii kwa kichwa, wewe jua you are getting hurt. Na kalamu ya kushoto.
Wale wako City wanatafutwa na Princess Ziana. Naona nani Richard Okemo, pole, you lost your relative in Dallas, pole sana. Pole. Makiadi unatafutwa na Concepta Imbosa, na najua yeye akirudi hapa sasa utatupatia kesi ama kesi baadaye.
Unachoma Ndemba.
Ati Eric ana supply Mkombero.
Ndemba unachoma.
Eric ana supply Mkombero.
Sasa ana Stone pekee amepatwa, Richie amepatwa. Haya basi, habari ndio hiyo.
Nani huyo anaitwa
Remember this
nani
time you allow
sumbua?
people to do it.
Allow people to get in and talk, but you lock guys out. Tumefunga show nani? Huyo ni
Tumefunga
Wangira,
show.
huyo ni Wangira.
Yoga
Wangira.
Mowino ndiye
Huyo
analia.
ni Wangira, huyo ni Wangira huyo.
Wangira wacha zako bana, tumefunga show.
Huyo ni Wangira anataka kuongea. Wangira sasa hivi ungekuwa umekaa karibu na TV. Tunataka kuingia Supreme Court sasa hivi. We are almost going there.
Supreme Court.
Hatuna masaa ya kuongea hapa sasa hivi. Hii tunasongesha
saizi ni umbea na salamu. Kama huna kitu serious enda ufanye kitu serious. Usikae hapa saizi. Saizi ni salamu tu na
tumeanza dush Pepe Santos.
Nitumieni visa. Pia ala nasema visa. Si
hatutaki. Majani ikuje tuko na Kaisugu.
Visa unaenda kwa wala napeana. Kuna process huko kwa nini kwa namna.
Ndio hiyo John Ogola chukua hiyo order. Majani utume hapa kwa wingi.
Enjoy your best. Good night. Tuonane kesho. Kama uko na kitu serious toka hapa enda tufanya. Hapa sasa ni umbea tu na salamu.
It's past midnight anasema John Dinda anasema it's past midnight, kwa herini, good night pia wewe, pia sisi tunajiandaa kwenda kunywa kahawa tukiona wajamaa wakilumbana kwenye koti.
Pale koti.
Ellen
Paul anauliza alimiss. Ellen Paul mpaka urewind ndio utaona what we say.
Uta rewind 11 hours 32 minutes.
11 hours 32 minutes.
Usione ile kitu tumeongea leo mpaka kesho. You can put it on continuous running.
Baba all the way.
Saizi mwisho si siasa. Saizi kama unataka kuongea siasa piga tu blue hapo. Hiyo tu ndio siasa.
Sasa ameenda kwa Supreme Court. Sasa tunaenda huko kabisa.
Huyo naye amenisalimia na unajua hiyo lugha Ndemba. Emirembe jana mkhola. Amenikumbusha mbali bana. Oriumno. Stone PK wacha nirudishe salamu.
Karangwa fire test.
Ngoja nirudishe salamu. Nirudishe salamu. Oriumno Miriam wefu na mkhola. Oriumno. Nimemaliza.
Stone PK umesikia hiyo? Umesikia hii? Hiyo ya fire test.
Ndio hiyo naiona bana. Noma barikieni sana.
Anasema I love the shows. Kwa show huleta matumaini makubwa kwetu sisi ambao wakati mwingine tunakufa moyo. I like his insights and the way he argues out his points. Barikiweni sana na kuja kesho uletewe gitaa na Stone PK ndio ujue sisi hasa
kesho kuna nyimbo kujeni hapa. Kesho kuna nyimbo. PK yuko na mafans anaona itabidi akaze kamba. Watu wanaanza kumpa kompe pale kompe roll safi.
Kuna jamaa moja hapa anaitwa Arab Ngeno anasema primitive Azimio talk. You lost election period.
Sasa huyo ni hasira.
Sema sense.
Amekuja the wrong time. Anatoka wapi?
Sasa hiyo hasira jamani wachana nayo itakuumiza.
Nenda kwa kunywa musiki bana, utulie. Tulia roho, kunywa musiki baridi.
Ambia aweke tu kwa kifua asiweke kwa roho.
Miriam M Orio papa Orium no na mkhola.
Sasa Richi Makiadi unaona sasa umeanza kuleta kombe huko.
Watu wanasema Mbeho ingo Makiadi ni wabusia. Watu wanataka kunisukuma Busia kwa lazima bwana. Mimi natoka karibu na hapo lakini sitoki Busia, natoka mahali naitwa Kinshasa.
Anatoka pale Kinshasa.
Kama unajua mahali inaitwa Kinshasa, unitafute huko.
Pale watoto wa Kongo.
Nitakununulia kahawa.
Wanapenda raso.
Ben Kirinyeti anaamka tu asubuhi anaona matusi. Si yako dunia nyingine. Utashindaje Ben? Kaliano votu.
Awino rapemo leo ni Friday ndio tutapiga kibao si saa hii.
Leo Friday jioni. Saa hizi tu tunafunga show haya. Dakika 5 tunafunga. Dakika 3. The next 3 minutes tunafunga so
Eko mtu anasema ati Makiadi ni wa Humsalaba. Umwaisikia kuna mahali kunaitwa Humsalaba Ndemba?
Msalaba, I know that place.
Kunaitangwa Humsale, Humsalaba.
Ati Ismail anasema fungeni show, hakuna watu. Na wewe ni nani? Kwani wewe ni mti? Ati hakuna watu na yeye ndiye anataka pia ni mtu yuko hapa.
Ajui iko almost 400 viewers sasa wanaangalia.
400 viewers still watching and they don't want to go. Tokeni, can you drop out? Kama wewe ukianza kutoka hapo tunaenda. Simon Dunga, winner of paper class yake lazima.
Unauliza Makiadi mbegu iko.
Nani huyo anauliza? Nani anauliza?
Makiadi mbegu ingoho, mwe ingoho.
Sema juice najua Aluya anapenda kuku. Kuku ni saa. Boga. Kuku inakutakia mayai. Kuku inakutakia mayai.
Makiadi ni wakusia. Kuletea kama unaweza kula kama mayai au ukuleko tu kama kuku ndio.
Fatma Nasimiu anasema guys, I'm watching you from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh.
Ellen Paul anasema kesho anataka link hata yeye. Tunapeana link ama
sasa pigeni blue hapo chini za mwisho, blue kama watu 10 hivi alafu tunalala. Pigeni blue hapo watu 10 chap chap. Twende moja, piga blue moja, twende blue, alafu Makiadi anatuimbia wimbo wa taifa. Joy Obesa amesema anaenda kulala baada narudi hapa.
Hata ndio nashangaa hataki kwenda.
Tunalala
unajua kwa
asante, piga blue watu 10 hapo. Sipi anapiga blue. Joy Obesa blue au 1 2 3 4 5 6 twende blue. 6 bado tunangoja hapo.
Kwa hii lugha ya uko natoka wanasema tiokone, yani unasikia ndema
8
wanasemaga tiokone, enda ukalale.
Yeah, 9. Aya ya mwisho blue ya mwisho hapo chap happy. Makiadi tafadhali tuombe na wimbo wa taifa alafu tuonane kesho jamani. Wanasema ya kwamba we would love to please but we have to leave. As always, dakika za mwisho kama 10 hivi tunawapatianga time salamu, na pia vile you relax, it has been a long day, kazi serious stuff, but now we say at least also it's good to unwind nicely. Now anyone can join this place, meet you up tomorrow or later today for a discussion. Try to get in touch with the news, get to know what's happening so that when you come to the show uko na vitu za kushare. You only need a working gadget or phone, need connectivity, something to share and a willingness to learn. Tunaendelea kuwa hapa.
Umesahau moja. Working brain. Yeah. That's very important. But this is your platform. This is for you to come and share and join. Lakini jioni unaona Papa Makiadi, unaona Stone PK hapa. Na sisi hapa. Sisi ndio tuko kumalizia. Msidanganywe na kina Sara wanakuja wanachocha hapa, mnatusahau. Usiache mbachao kwa mswalo upitao. Kana sisi ndio tuko. Makiadi tupe ombi la mwisho. Haya, tutaimba wimbo wa taifa, lakini kabla niseme hivyo acha niwakumbushe mwende mkasubscribe kwa Mtembei TV. Make sure umesubscribe, hit the notification button, ndio show ikienda live utaweza kuwa notified ya kwamba show imeanza. Wimbo wetu wa taifa kwa Kiswahili, stanza ya kwanza inasema: Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Ya pili: amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Ya tatu: na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Asante.
Buenas noches, Tierra Oscar Juma. Hasta la vista. Tuonane kesho. God bless you.
Alamsiki.